to do that, we'd have to call the officer. So
Can you hear us okay when that's happening?
Oh, I can hear you just fine. I just didn't want you to think I was looking elsewhere. But I am looking at the camera, so.
Don't you worry.
Okay.
That's the least of our concerns right now. If
it
you
doesn't
will.
cut in and out. It's
What up,
just-
Stephanie? How's it going?
Well, when at the end of your hearing, we'll have the officer do that. We can see you perfectly.
Okay, thank you.
Don't you worry.
So
Thank you.
this offense was horrible.
Is this live or not?
And you know, you expressed that you understand that.
Hey, good morning.
And
Is this live or not?
I appreciate your apology. I really think that there was sincerity behind it. And that spiral, I know too many people that are close to me that went in that spiral and with Oxy.
Oh.
Who are just really incredible people that went down a hole with that and wound up doing things that they normally wouldn't do. You know? So I can appreciate what you said. But as you said, you know, just being sorry isn't enough, right?
Right.
So what I see is that what you have to do is figure out how you bring about change in yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So that this doesn't happen again, and you start becoming a contributor rather than somebody who takes.
Right.
Right. You know, I heard a lot, and I know the programs there at York.
Mm-hmm.
And your engagement in them and the way you talked about them makes me understand that you've really accessed the solution here.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that that's what I was going to walk into. Because face value, this offense, you know, it's taking somebody's really their whole financial security, you know.
Right.
If you will.
So let's just go through a little bit. Tier 2 is in process. When does it finish up?
I believe the ending date is projected at June 2nd.
June 2nd. Okay. And
thank you, Layla.
so with that,
What up, Ali?
you still have a couple of months of work to do there. However, there's these other programs that you've been engaged in while you've been there, right?
Right.
So talk to me, what is Wellbriety?
Well, Variety is a recovery group similar to AA or NA, but done through the lens of Native American beliefs or spirituality.
And
I'm confused.
what did you learn through Wellbriety?
I learned to tell myself the truth, which was a hard thing. And,
Come again.
you know, it's a work in progress, and it's something that I didn't necessarily do all the time. And I never had a sense of spirituality. I went to church, but it was more rote prayer, not really any thinking behind it. And, you know, it was more like making wishes, honestly. And through Terry and the Native American services, I've really become in touch with my spirituality and believe that there is a bigger purpose for all of this suffering. And I know I am, it's hard to even remember the woman that I was when I came in here, honestly. I
Damn,
know
Hernandez,
that
thank you.
I
Good looking now.
have spent 20 years under the fog of opiates, and for the first time, it makes 4 months today that I'm off methadone. And things are just so much different, and much better in my life because of that.
That's a really good thing.
What up, Irene?
You engaged in smart recovery as well.
Are you prank calling?
Yes, I was only able to attend one of those meetings, but I do have a pass for the group. Judy Dorwin meets around the same time, her Justice Dance Performance Project. So that conflicted.
What did you think with your little exposure to that?
It's something that I plan on continuing in the community. I'd really like to engage in IOP and continue to do what.
What do you like about smart recovery?
I liked that it was rational. You know,
I'm not sure.
I wasn't able to glean much from the limited exposure I had to it, to be honest. So I can't really speak on that.
Okay. I appreciate your honesty with that. Smart recovery takes like real life situations and they talk about, actual solutions that don't involve substances. So it's a good, it's a good program, but thank you for doing that. And you said, have you been to AA and NA meetings in the facility?
I have. When I was in Tier 4, I did. I choose to go to Wellbriety as opposed to NA or AA. Just it's a small group, and I've been going there for 2 years, and there's really trust and support among the women there, and I feel heard and seen, and we do help each other. I've had 4 women come to me and tell me they've gotten off methadone as a result of hearing me talk about it and my experiences getting off. So that's felt really amazing to be able to help people like that.
Yeah, this is a parole
Good.
hearing.
So there were a couple of other programs that you'd taken that aren't necessarily addiction related, but Voices. Where did you go with Voices?
Voices is on my OAP, and I have written for 2 years to go into the group, but I am on the waiting list currently.
I'm sorry, I misread my own notes. You're on the wait list.
What?
Yes.
How do you
sorry.
misread your own notes?
I did complete Defy, and I still participate in Judy Dorwin's Justice Dance Performance Project, which really has given me a voice and helped me learn to speak up for myself. I was shocked that I won the Defy contest. It was really something I put a lot of work into. And if you would have told me a year ago that I would have stood in front of, almost 100 people and been able to engage with the crowd and pitch them my idea, I would have thought you were crazy, but I was able to conquer that fear. And it was a wonderful program to be a part of.
Does anybody know what she did? I got here late.
So you have a history or work history as home health aide, and that's where you ran into some trouble here, right?
Correct. And I know in my exit plan with Officer Boisvert, I did say that I would have a potential job to go back to, but that isn't something that I would want to do. I think that I need a fresh start elsewhere.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. But you also want to head into a nursing degree.
Nursing?
And you want to work in the recovery related field.
Come again?
Absolutely.
What the
how
what,
do you
if you will?
think you would handle being around the meds
Thank you.
that are related to nursing in the substance use related field?
I think she can,
I
but
can tell
it'll be
you,
hard.
I am around them in here. You know, diverting meds is something I'm sure you know about that happens regularly in the correctional community. And I see people nodding out and sniffing psych meds and different things. And honestly, it's a reminder for me, of what I don't want to be. And it makes me so sad that I was like that for so long.
I'm not laughing at her. I'm laughing at the
so,
comments.
While I recognize that, yes, it seems as though it would be a challenging thing, I am so committed to myself and to how I feel off of opiates that it's really there. I can't say there is no temptation, but I am just in such a better place, emotionally, physically, mentally, spiritually, that I don't foresee it being something that would tempt me. And perhaps I might be more towards the counseling end of addiction medicine and maybe not the nursing. I don't know. I just
I wouldn't
yeah,
trust her
I'm
with
sorry.
my pet egg, if you will.
It's okay. I mean, that's I wanted to make sure that you thought about, you know, because detox is a big thing, right?
Right.
And
Did somebody
you know,
say
some
detox?
meds that you take, some parts of detox deal with meds that people need to be weaned from.
Right.
So it's like, that's, you know, I wanted to make sure that you've thought about where you're going.
Thank you.
Have you ever, you want to go to your mom out in the woods?
Yeah.
Have you ever been out in recovery in that area of the state?
Yes, I have. I went to 2 programs there, rehabilitation centers, and I'm very familiar with the recovery groups, Mountainside, High Watch. I have many family members, 2 aunts and an uncle, some cousins who all have significant periods of sobriety, who are active in the community, sponsoring. So I do have a great support network. Although I'm an only child, my mother is one of 10, so I have a lot of that are all in my area. I have a lot of first cousins and aunts and uncles, and people who are cheering me on and hoping I do well, who believe in me. So that's very bolstering.
Good. I mean, that's how you do it.
Right.
Right? That's how you do it. And those two places are really good, especially the prime rib on Saturday night.
At High Watch, yes.
So yeah, so that's good. I'm glad that you're connected like that. It's really important to the transition back into the community. I'm going to pass it on and see what other board members have questions. Okay.
Okay.
Board members office has questions.
They do release the docket. I just don't know her
good
name
morning.
because I showed up late.
So I'd like to start by congratulating you on no longer being opioid dependent, because that is a very big accomplishment.
Thank you.
In reviewing some of the reports that we read, I did see that you had a series of opportunities for treatment at various locations, you know, Charlotte, Hungerford, Mountainside, Silver Hills, McCall. Why do you think it clicked for you here as opposed to all of those other high-end programs?
I had never I'd never come to jail before, and I never really met my rock bottom. And I certainly did, committing the crime I did and having to come here. And there were no other options for me at that point. So sobriety was
fake tears, if you will.
my only way of surviving this experience, and I knew that it would better me, that I kind of had to get myself excited to come to prison, if that makes sense.
What?
It was something that I was very scared of, that I tried to avoid for a long time and not think about, not really think of the gravity of it. But once I changed my thinking and realized, wow, this is the opportunity of a lifetime to be sober, because, you know, although I know that there are people in here who use, for me, that was never an option. And I am so proud of myself to be off of methadone. It was a long 11 months of tapering, and I certainly was uncomfortable, but the reward is so great. Is just, you know, to wake up every day and to not need anything is amazing, and to wake up happy is even better yet.
American meat
So in
changed my
terms
life,
of the injury that you suffered,
if you will.
and the pain that followed that,
Mhm.
is it fair to say that your addiction overcame the necessity of pain management? So you don't have any pain left from those injuries, but the addiction.
Hey, Lori. Good morning. If
Correct.
you will.
Correct.
Okay. One of the risks that you identified was Waterbury and people and places. Is that where you were going to get your drugs?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess my other question, just to stay in the treatment arena for a minute,
Thank you.
is there's a note in your report that the Tier 4 program was declined, but yet you mentioned that you had been in it. What happened with Tier 4?
I thought she was crying.
So I
if you
was
will.
in Tier 4 for 3 weeks in September of 2024. At the time, I had been tapering off of methadone, and it was getting to be the last 20 milligrams, which are generally the hardest. So being put in that program, for me, it was far too much stimuli, the lights, the noise, the people. I didn't feel safe, or I didn't feel as though I could safely or sanely come off of methadone in that environment, and coming off of methadone really was my priority. So I chose to decline that programming.
Okay, nope, thank you for the explanation. And the other question I have in terms of everything that transpired in regard to the instant offense.
Hey, can you guys talk about how much you guys love the TikTok shop?
Was she aware of what you were doing?
No.
At the time?
Good morning, my
No.
last peachy.
Okay, because she was quasi working there and taking some of the hours at certain points.
At certain points, if I
thank
was
you,
going
Stacey.
to the market or had a doctor's appointment, something like that, she would help me. And she and Florence were very friendly. They got along. Florence loved her company, so she would stop over in a non-official capacity, I guess, as well. But,
Okay, but
no,
she
she was
didn't
not.
know.
No.
So how did that conversation go when it came to light of people finding out what you were doing?
Thank you.
It was a very upsetting conversation.
This
She
is a job
didn't
interview with Christine.
really understand
We're doing virtual job interviews.
the severity or the gravity of it. She
If you will.
it was oblivious to that. Although she was aware I had addiction issues, she did not know how far it had gone.
So she didn't check in with you
Hey,
if
you're welcome.
and ask, knowing you had access to money and credit cards?
No, she didn't.
And is your mother part of the sober community, or has she never had issues?
She is. She has not had a drink in some 10 years and attends meetings.
I am now.
Not. I won't say as much as my aunts are part of the community. She is a part of the community, but on a lesser scale, I would say.
You had referenced the large family that you can rely upon in terms of community support for your own sobriety. But
Right.
what's the other half of the family like? Are there people who are actively using, or are they just going about their lives without any type of substance issues?
So my father's side of the family, I just have my father. His brothers are in Maine and Florida, and I don't really have a connection with them. His own mother is deceased. Today's her birthday, 104 she would be. But my father, has been a drinker most of his life.
She's gonna cry. She's
When
gonna
he
cry.
found out that I got off methadone, he actually stopped drinking. So he has some 120 days sober, I guess, which I'm very proud of him for. So I do have support from him as well, and his wife.
There is also another note about a janitor job that you held, where it said that you were released without prejudice, and that they noted that it wasn't a good fit
From the
due to the high demands and expectations of the unit. What was happening for you at that
So-
point?
I was the common area worker in 4 North in the mental health unit, which I loved. I have been in 4 North myself. I've been in the Ferguson gown, and I know how that feels. And I had a lot of empathy for the women who went through there. So honestly, it was sometimes boundaries were hard for me. It was hard for me to say no to certain things. Being asked for an extra pair of underwear, that sort of thing. I struggled with that. Because I felt so much for them, and I had wished someone had been a bit kinder to me, maybe. So that was why I was let go without prejudice.
Okay. And then speaking of underwear, we do have a note
Hanes?
that there was
Did somebody say
the
underwear?
bra situation where you stole a bra.
I did.
All right. So to me, unfortunately, the pattern of, taking what you need kind of stood out. Can you explain what that was about in October of 24?
I took a bra, and although this is not an excuse, at the time commissary had not been selling them for about 6 or 7 months. And it was a serious lack of judgment. I had been so proud to be thought of as a good worker here, and to have the good jobs that I had in Fort North and in food prep and A&D, and I really had never had that perception of being a responsible person. So
She got me all teared up.
I was so proud of
shit,
that.
if
And
you
when I very stupidly took something that didn't belong to me, and I lost that respect, and I saw the way that COs looked at me, it was very sobering. And I realized if I needed another reminder of who I didn't want to be, that was it.
So in terms of that, I mean, are you allowed to have your mother send you things? I mean, were there other options at that point instead of taking something that didn't belong to you? I mean, going
No.
6 or 7 months without having an undergarment, I get it, but what were your options?
No, but outside family cannot send things in. I guess I could have traded some commissary,
Hey, this is a real
done
roller
something
coaster.
like that, asked someone for help.
if you will.
So I guess those would have been my other options.
Is restitution part of anything that you have to do?
No, there is not.
Thank you. I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Board Member Siseskis.
Thank you. My colleagues have covered most of it. I just had a question about this disciplinary approach to theft of the clothing. Were you working when that took place? Were you working in the facility? Is that how you had access to this?
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's concerning for me because of the nature of your initial crime. And this was later into your incarceration. You've already been, you have already been off of methadone probably at that point. This was,
So that was my last, when that happened, I was, detoxing from 10 milligrams down. And usually that's the most difficult part. In the past, when I detoxed, I kind of, I have had a break with reality, psychosis, and done things that I don't remember. So I can't say that this is what happened there, but I certainly, my thinking was not as it is now. I was not as clear-minded as I am. I was still.
people are gonna, you've had the criminal arrest, very serious nature and circumstances of this, right? And then, this other incident, not as serious, clearly, right? But it's just a continuation of the same type of behavior, stealing things while you're at work that don't belong to you, So I understand your reasons for it, and you explained that, and I definitely take that into consideration, but it definitely is a little bit of a concern after all of this time. And that was right around the same time that you left here for. It's just a couple things happened right at that same point while you were ending the methadone.
Is that a soup or tea?
Okay, that's all I really have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Hey, do you guys think they're gonna let her home, or should she be going home, or what? What do you guys feel?
May I say, I don't know if, I have a letter here from Elder Delahanty. I did send it to Officer Boisvert. I don't know if it's something that I read or that you have a copy of.
We have it.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to talk about your case now and give you a decision.
She got me all emotional and shit. You know what I'm saying? If you will.
So, Ms. Wood is in for larceny first. That was the theft of a great deal of money in conjunction with work as home health aide type position.
Thank you.
It's very concerning. The place where she was when this was happening,
Yeah, she was.
I think we know
Hey, Stacy, I love
all
the
too
TikTok
well.
shop too. Love.
Middle of an oxy addiction, just progressed to street drugs.
Oh, those are bracelets. Hey, thank you for the bracelets.
To that extent, decisions are made that normally wouldn't be made
If you will.
if somebody were
Hey, what up?
clean and sober. And I hear and I understand the one ticket gets here.
Damn,
The fact that it's a theft, and a theft is, I understand that, but taking an undergarment when families can't send them in, and it's a great deal of time between the opportunity to get one from through normal channels. I'm not providing an excuse, but I just don't see $250,000 in a bra being the same thing. My concern here is the recovery journey, because making a recovery journey from here is really what's going to be the thing that stops recidivism in this case.
$250K.
Ms. Wood has done a great deal
I don't
when
even
it
have two
comes to
nickels to
that.
rub together.
Um,
And she had 200.
I like very much the spiritual community she's found in Wellbriety. Her openness to doing things, that deal with self-worth, which is something that's a big part of the center core of addiction. She put herself in places that, in terms of employment, that
Hey, thank you, Rachel. I never got a giraffe before.
she struggled with. So she removed herself. That's something that's important there. And the reason why I bring that up at this point is, being in a situation and being able to remove yourself.
Yeah.
Because things are
Good morning.
Something that we can't handle right now. Not saying we can't handle them ever, but we can't handle them right now, So I get taking herself out of the care worker position.
Or chart topper.
She seeks a degree in nursing, and whether she's going to use that, as she just talked about, with counseling or whatever it is, whatever area it is in the area of addiction and recovery. I think that Ms. Wood would do well to stay with that. I think the way people responded to her in the group, I'm not making any kind of medical judgment here, but the way she's tapered herself, rather than leaning in, she's, she wants to be totally substance free.
What up, Hillary?
That's a really important thing. And it's, the way people followed her in that group as she was being honest and about what was going on is important. What she did in Defy and Judy Doran, the two programs down there are really important. She wants to go to an area of the state with her mom where there are two very good programs that have a lot of meetings in and around that area. It's again an important thing. Having family that's involved in recovery is another very important thing. She rates out low, and she has no criminal history.
This was gonna let her out. He's gonna let her out.
For me,
hey, what up,
where I am in this case is that I would support discretionary parole, so that she'd have some time on parole in between her release and her ultimate release on probation. Board members, Aquatic.
I'm not there yet, although I do believe that Ms. Wood presented much better than I anticipated after reading the files, but the nature and circumstances for me and the $380,000 is significant. And the fact that she hasn't taken voices is a concern for me, because even though the victim at stake here is now deceased, I think any type of violation of vulnerable communities who rely upon caretakers and people to come into their homes in order to maintain their quality of life at their end of life.
Larceny from a home healthcare job.
I also believe
I don't want her to be a nurse.
When we have an intersection of mental health and addiction recovery, that journey that you spoke of can be very fragile. And I would like to see her finish her programs and take voices. And I know that we're looking at June 2nd.
She took advantage of somebody that was about to pass away, the elderly.
Do a potential rehear after that point.
Yeah.
But I'd like to discuss, the intersection of that June 2nd date and what else could possibly be done with my colleagues.
And my intention as well, I didn't say it, but my intention as well would be to
also injured and got addiction
a contingency on the tier 2 program. But
Thank you.
Board Member Suzaskas.
Yeah, so I do see some value in completing voices, although, she presents much better today than I read about. And I was concerned about a lot of things, but she addressed a lot of that. She does seem to recognize the harm that she's caused and has apologized several times about what happened. I would like her to finish voices. I don't know if we gave her contingency finishing tier 2 that she would be able to finish voices before that.
300. I don't even think I made that in my lifetime. $380,000.
If you could even do both of those things at once, I'm not sure.
That's close to $500,000.
So, but for me, I'm not. She is doing well and is on the right path. But for me, it's going to be a rehear or contingency today.
Yeah, she
So
said that.
I guess that's where we're at, and we have to kind of figure out where we want to go from here with these dates. I would like to see her finish this tier 2. I don't know if June 2nd is too far out for us to get a contingency or not.
And she has started it. Do you know, Officer Boisford, do you know where we are in terms of how long voices is and
But I don't know when the next start time is. So maybe it could be soon, it could be.
We really can't control it if we did it rehear in June or July, and then with the recommendation of completing those things.
You're right, Josh. If you will.
If she doesn't complete voices, did tier 2, she'd still be in a good
What up,
position, I think, at that point,
It's my understanding that a recommendation from this panel carries weight with a discretionary parole hearing, right?
Being placed into programs.
Right.
Everybody that we've seen, those rehears, had an opportunity to complete.
That is correct.
And she's juggled
Bella.
multiple programs and involvement in order
If
to
you
stay
will.
busy. So I think that if that could be a priority, the victimization piece is important.
She's gonna get a toilet
Yeah,
flush
so
for
it's very
this one.
serious. If we weren't talking about such a serious offense, it would be a little bit different.
wow.
But you can see how voices. I understand she does apologize and she does recognize the harm, but voices is a little bit more.
okay? So what is it that you'd like to do?
I mean, how long do you think? that
Larceny
we need
is
to go?
theft.
I don't want to make this any longer than it needs to be, for sure. We can take a guess and say June. And I don't know if I don't think we can do a contingency on a program if she hasn't started yet, so it would have to be a rehear.
So if we're rehearing in June, it's the third week, right?
No say.
York would be the
If you
third
will.
week.
Should be clear of tier 2 at that point.
And she would potentially be well into, if not finished with voices.
That's when the next voices program
Hey,
starts.
thank you, Jaden. I
Yeah, and then,
appreciate that.
At that point, we can make a decision too. I don't think that's, she comes back in 2 weeks into voices or 3 weeks into voices. I don't think that's gonna make, we would have to see that hearing.
They'll say her name right at the end, so pay attention. Whoever wants to know her name. I don't know what her name is. I came on
So
late.
we're good with no DRs, tier 2 and voices, finished tier 2.
I
and
agree
voices.
with that.
Okay, so in regard to Abigail Wood, 444082,
Abigail.
I move to deny parole at this time based on inadequate institutional program participation. Is there another reason that you want to use or not? We don't have to.
If we don't have to, I mean, to me, it's linked to the nature and circumstances due to the severity.
And if it wasn't for those 2 programs, I would be okay, honestly, with her being out today, right? So that's the crux of our.
So inadequate institutional program.
I believe that's it. Yeah.
Okay, so regarding Abigail Wood, 444082, move to deny parole today based upon inadequate institutional program participation, and to rehear this case in June of 2025. And we recommend that you get no further disciplinary reports, that you finish the tier 2 program, and that you complete the voices program. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. So Ms. Ward, do you understand what we just did?
Yes.
Okay. So there's only one other thing that I'd like you to do. Reach out to CCAR,
Okay,
recovery coach. Okay, I know you have family and stuff like that out there, and I know it's out there is rich with recovery. In terms of the two programs that you know. But if you have a coach as you go back into the community, they know where a lot of programs like Variety and Dharma and stuff like that are.
Not long enough,
Okay.
if you will.
Okay.
thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
But this concern for Abigail would have been before 440.
All right. So for anybody that's wondering, yes,
Thank you very much.
this is live. Yes, this is the state of Connecticut. And yes, this is a board of parole hearing. And yes, I have access to it, if you will. But don't tell the board of parole, because bad things happens when people start telling on me. They start cutting the fees. They start kicking me out and things of that nature. And that'll be no bueno. I'm in Connecticut. That's right. Hey, and if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Are you out of your mind, if you will? Hey, and what's up to people from the UK, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, the United States,
We'll be right back.
Canada,
Okay.
Hawaii, Alaska, and anywhere that I missed, if you will. A lot of states don't do this. There's only certain states that allow this, if you will. And hey, I know I say if you will a lot. And what if you don't like it? Get to step in, if you will. Hey, for those of you guys that enjoy this, I really appreciate you guys. I see we got 533 on one. We got 204 on the other. Hey, so I appreciate you guys. We got Scotland in the house. I saw that. Hey, where's everybody tuning in from? I want to know. I'm curious, if you will. Also, if you don't like how it looks right here, I also have a YouTube page. It's at CollectCallFrom. And here it is right here at CollectCallFrom, where you can see the picture nice and clean, full 1080p, if you don't like how it looks right here. But let me tell you, before you go over there, I got multiple streams going on. So you might go over there and you might end up in Florida. You might go over there, you might end up in Arizona. So make sure you hit Connecticut Board of Parole hearings. And I got two of them. I got one that's running vertical like this, and then I got another one that's you can't hear me in. So don't be surprised if you jump on one and you don't hear me. Make sure you select the vertical one if you want to continue hearing me, if you will. Wales, UK, Wisconsin, Nuevo Mexico. Hey, I heard Nuevo Mexico. They want to change the name of it to New America. How do you feel about that? Victoria, Hawaii. That's right. Scotland, Texas. Let me see. Texas, Michigan, Kansas, this money, Iowa, North Dakota, VA, Kentucky, DJ Stash. I love the TikTok shop. Illinois, Canada, if you will. Vermont. Let me see. Maryland, Wales, UK, the ATL, Georgia, Pennsylvania, 210 freeway. What? That's what I'm talking about. Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, Connecticut. Let me see. Seattle, Washington, upstate Nueva York, Sacramento, Sacktown in the house, St. Louis, Texas, Nashville, Tennessee, Jersey. Man, I was out there a few days ago. I was out at Vegas, ATL, Bakersfield, Idaho, South Carolina. I'm in my FedEx truck. That's right. Hell yeah. Get it while you're working. Nebraska, Massachusetts, James, Minnesota's going to be in 4 days. In 4 days is going to be Minnesota. She looked tired. I was about to say, you talk about me. Hell yeah, I'm tired. I'm on like 2 hours of sleep. Do they stream? I didn't finish watching. Australia. Let me see.
Good
Why is it
morning. My
taking
name
so
is
long
Paul
for them to
Sports.
start?
Today is Friday, March 21st, 2025. This is hearing in Connecticut Board of Parole. Following board members this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Paul.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Can you please state your name and name for the record?
Dominga Bush, Dominga Juanita Bush, inmate numbers 241-634.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Dominga Bush, inmate number 241-634. She is serving a sentence of 10 years, suspended after 30 months, 5 years probation for one done larceny first. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility of April 23rd, 2025. There is no victim input in the case. There is an independent accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows that she's completed anger management and voices and is currently in the Tier 4 program. Utilizing the women's risk needs assessment, reportedly from the overall score for any fault in moderate range. With voting, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you should grant parole. You may begin.
Yes, I'm about to say, excuse me, a little nervous. I have admitted to myself that I did something that I should have thought about twice before before I okay.
I didn't catch what she did, so I was too
I
busy
could admit
reading the
today
comments.
that I did took someone's money and
Tough
I could
crowd.
admit that it was not a right thing to do. I could admit that
Thank you.
I have nothing to hide about what I did. I do want to apologize to the victim for what I did. But I moved forward. I came into your CI. I didn't get in trouble. I worked on all my skills. I learned new skills. I went to
She did too?
I did anger management. I did voices. I did AANA. I do smart recovery. I participated in everything that was open and offered to me. I have no record of DRs, right? It's a DR. I have not received any tickets or anything. I think that if I make parole today,
Thank you,
I'm
Raven.
going to go on the outside and I want to do some more community work and help women because I'm certified in recovery coach. I'm certified mental health drug addiction services.
She's
I want to
nervous.
be able to go out to the community
If you will.
and start a new chapter in my life and, work with women that's dealing with addiction and mothering children. And I also
Larceny and forgery.
I thank God I was able to get the tools that I needed because if I'm out in the community, I have a goal and a plan to do what I have to do. And it's more opportunities for me and my family's supportive.
Thank you.
I coach here on the outside, a group, My Best Day, and it's still there for me when I get out. And we are setting a plan to go out to the community and work with support, the addiction that, the woman needs, try to help them get into recovery inside programs. I got people I can call to set them up to get into treatment and then make a plan for them when they finish treatment to come out and seek the mental health. I'm still, when I go on the outside, I still need to get therapy for myself so I can stay on the right track. I need to stay where I continue meetings and, participate in the community. I haven't used in so long to where I'm ready to go out to the community and do what I have to do. And I have a big support team. I'm in a good support system, and I do want to apologize for what I did. And I have the skills that I need to go back out in the community. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Bush.
You're welcome.
So what we're doing here today is we've read about your history with this offense, what you've accomplished since you've been inside. Based upon all of that and your interview with the parole officer, we have some questions we'd like to ask you.
Hey,
Then
Anna,
we're going to talk about your
did you
case
get the
and we're going to
stickers?
give you a decision, okay?
Okay,
And we're going to start questions today with Board Member Zappo Sasser.
okay.
Good morning, Ms. Bush.
Good morning.
So I would just like to spend a minute clarifying the timeline of some of what's happened here. We read in one of the interviews that you stated that you have been in recovery and sober for 10 years.
No, 20,
20.
since 2001.
Okay. So when it comes to committing the offense, there was no substance misuse. What were you using the money for?
Paying my bills.
Okay. So drugs and access to drugs and buying drugs did not play a role in this offense.
No, it did not.
Okay. So it was strictly for economic paying bills.
Yes,
During this period of incarceration, you've been participating in Tier 4.
yes, I have.
So even as someone who has a history with sobriety, what have you learned within Tier 4 about you, the offense, and moving forward?
Voices was a big part of my offense because they gave me the tools to use when I'm going through a stressful behavior. They gave me some stuff that I didn't know about. They gave me information about my crime. They gave me information about a lot of stuff that I didn't know about. So it helped me to put my focus on what I need to do.
Okay. You mentioned in your opening statement that you're certified in recovery and in mental health work.
Yes.
Where did you get those certifications?
Thank you.
C-Car in Bridgeport, when Mike asked you, I was going volunteering there and I made enough hours and they offered me to go to take the recovery coach certification, and I did it. And mental health drug addiction came from CVH, right, in Middletown. I did a class up there when I first started getting clean.
Okay. You had mentioned that you have a coach on the outside.
I have a sponsor.
Okay. Can you talk about that?
My sponsor is, we've been, connected for a long, since about 2 years after I got clean. We been doing this community work. It's called My Best Day. We do meetings and we sit together and make a plan of what's going to go on the outside, what we want to do out in the community. We try to set up a support team so we could support the people that really need the help.
So this is a long-term sponsor that you've had.
Yes. Yeah.
And how did your sponsor react when you told that person about your offense and that you were headed to York?
They was disappointed because we have a crew. We have she's our top. She runs this. She started it, and we have other co-chair, and they was very disappointed. And they walked me through, and they wanted to me to get the help that I need, and they wanted to know, can we start from this point on and move forward?
So you are to be commended for your sobriety over that number of years. I think that I don't want that to get lost in this conversation.
No.
But you have acknowledged in a lot of the interviews that you've done, as well as some of the documentation, that there were also mental health concerns. And obviously there were, money issues as well.
Yes.
You've referenced that you have a mental health relapse plan and that you're
Yes.
going to do counseling and do medication management as necessary. What else
Yes.
do you see that is necessary for your release plan in order to be successful? You've noted your community team, but what else do you see in the first 3 to 6 months upon your eventual release?
Doing my therapy, get more focused on myself, take self-care of myself, don't jump into nothing I can't handle. Just settle on myself before I try to move forward for going out to the community. I need to work on myself some more. And I want to still stay connected with recovery, like the system we have set up. So I want to be able to self-care myself, do what I have to do for parole, probation, and for myself. I have to take care of myself first. Then I could do all the rest will follow in place.
So I'm assuming that your money problems didn't go away while you're in prison. So what do you see doing for a job and to get yourself back on your feet financially?
Well, I'm going to start volunteering again at CCAR.
Volunteer.
I'm going to not go right back into getting a job, but try to manage and, balance my, where I'm going to get the income I need to.
Would you prefer?
I have a support system right now. My kids are supporting me. They're making sure I do what I have to do before, I come out, and they're gonna take care of my kids is working. They're gonna take care of everything I need until I get out there and start putting applications in. And I'm the type of person I can't sit around too long. I have to be very active with doing something in the community, even if it's crossing guard. I used to work for crossing guard too. That's what I forgot to tell you about the crossing guard. I used to work with the children, crossing the children. And I also like to go in the school system and try to help, the kids with trauma. I also would like to go do that on a volunteer basis. And then maybe I can get a job in the school. Maybe I can go get a job at any kind of drug facility and help the, this is my goal. My goal is to go back out there and help the women. But if anybody come along that need that support, try to set them up to get where they need to be. So my income is gonna be going out there and get a job. But I have to take care of myself first. I don't wanna rush it. I don't wanna rush, because if I rush, then it's not good for me. So I wanna get my therapy set up. I gotta get my medical set up. I gotta get my doctor, go sit with my doctor. I gotta find a therapist. I got some things to do, before I go back to work.
Okay, that makes sense. You had noted that you wanted to go to your to your daughters in Bridgeport, but I'm not sure if we've had confirmation from her yet.
Yeah, my niece. That's my niece.
But that has not been confirmed. I don't think the parole officer has made contact yet. So
Okay.
Your backup was a halfway house?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And going back to school, as you noted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's what else. I did some college. I did some drug and alcohol education, but I was going to get certified for, what's the name of the program? In New Haven, I was going to Gateway. It's a certification for drug and alcohol counseling. I was going to get certified in that.
So before I move on to my next question, I would just encourage you to make sure your niece knows that someone's trying to reach out to her. If that is in fact part of your release plan, she needs to
Okay.
speak with the parole officer.
Okay.
Now, in going through some of this, and I think this will relate back to your voices work. I understand that you were having a difficult time when you took the money. I found it interesting that at one point you said, she was my best friend. She was wonderful.
Yes.
But at the same time, you felt that it was okay to take $110,000 from her.
Damn.
And I'm struggling with understanding
Damn, son.
why you thought that was okay at that time and how you justified that.
I don't think I've ever made $110,000 in my life, if you will.
I think
I can't.
I
I don't even
want to
have
say this
two
clear, and
nickels
I
to
don't
rub
want to,
together.
justify
will.
anything. I want to say this clear. I went through my struggles. And
Hey, but the
when I
other
went through
girl,
my struggles,
stole more. She got
I
less
borrowed
time.
money from her, and then stuff was getting worse. So she gave me permission to, and that's irrelevant because it's all in the past.
Thank you.
To do things, whatever she needed. And then I took it upon myself and started writing checks on my own and using her discovery card without her knowing.
Jessica. But
So she gave you an inch and you took a mile, so to speak.
Yes.
Connecticut.
Yes.
When you initially started borrowing money from her, did you repay her at that time?
Oh, yeah.
At the beginning?
Yes, she was taking it out of my check.
We've seen in your history that there was this, kind of a mixed bag of references. Some people described you as a wonderful person and caring, and then others said you were not reliable. You had your substance misuse and some of your criminal history, but you're older now, right? And so
Yes.
I guess what I'm looking for is for you to just kind of sum up, where you are today in your life, your community support you've talked about. It seems like you have a relationship with your kids.
Yes. My sisters and brothers.
Okay.
Okay, let me think about that. I improved. Can you repeat that again?
Well, I think just for you to say to me, you've talked about all these pieces, but moving forward upon your release, do you feel as if you can make a path financially, emotionally, mentally, without having any of these, past behaviors weigh you down?
I would never touch nobody else's money, and I would do everything to take care of what I need. I'm not gonna touch nobody's stuff. I'm not gonna borrow. I'm gonna make me a account where it's my own money, and I'm gonna make an account where I save money. So when I do go through my struggles, I can go on my own account and get my own money.
And in terms of your struggles, you're on probation for 5 years.
Of
So,
course, they don't have to worry about me.
but your probation officer is part of your community team. And
Yes.
so you've been on probation before. You've only been successful 3 of the times. The other times you were not successful.
That's why she got so much time. She had
Do you-
prior.
was
do you
my-
see-
Huh?
do you see this person differently this time?
Yes, real differently. Real differently.
And would that person be one of the first people you call?
The probation officer,
Yes.
yeah, I asked for support. I talked to my sponsor, and then I'll call my probation officer and tell her how I'm feeling at this time. And then I talk to my sponsor. I probably talk to my sponsor first.
Did you have an opportunity to apologize to the victim?
Well, I told the police when I did the interview, I'm honest. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I did take the money and I was going through stuff right now. They added with somebody involved. I said, I am responsible for everything. Don't put nobody involved. I'm responsible. I blame my own self.
But did you have a chance to apologize to the victim?
No, they won't let me apologize to her. But I did send messages to the police department and the court system. To say I apologize.
If she was sitting here with us today, listening to you, what would the apology consist of? What type of message did you send via the police department and the courts?
I would send this message. I would send to her, I apologize for what I did. I apologize for all I put her through because she was my friend and I can depend on her and I broke her heart and I should have been more responsible.
Shit, I wish I had a friend that had $110,000 lying around.
Not even taking money.
They're broke as me.
Was restitution part of your sentencing?
Yes, yes.
If you will.
So you have to pay that back.
Yes, I do.
All right.
I'll
Thank
do
you
it.
for talking to me.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, board member Cesar.
Too
Hi.
many judgmental people in
Hi,
here.
how are you?
You know what I'm
I'm
saying.
okay. How you doing today?
Good. My colleagues asked a lot of questions, so I don't have a lot for you. Well, let's just talk about tier
Hey,
4. You're in
But
that
he had a
program
lot
right
for the
now,
other
right?
girl, right?
Yes, yes.
How long have you been in
Hey,
there?
Jess, thank you for the follow.
I've
Been a while.
Yes, it's been a while.
How is it going?
It's going good. It's going good. I still participate in the meetings. I don't
Tappy, you must be
do
nappy.
anything. I do everything I'm supposed to
Thank
do
you
in
for
the
that.
program
So
and,
puppy.
and try to help the woman out when they're going through their struggles much as I can.
Okay. And I had a note that ends in April. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. One of the things that I read in the pre-sentence investigation, this was what they would have talked to you before you were sentenced.
Mhm.
You said you wanted to apologize. This was like what you were talking about through the court. And then
Mhm.
you want to pay her back and do what you have to do. You said, when I make a commitment, I make sure I keep it. I just want to pay the victim back from the bottom of my heart.
Yes. Yes,
That's
I
still
do.
that's still how you feel now?
Absolutely, yes.
This is a lot of money. It's $110,000. You're not. I mean, it's going to be difficult for you to pay back. I could say that, but sometimes even small amounts, $5, $10 a week, it may show you're sincere about your apology. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
So I don't know when that time will come. You'll have to find a job and get situated first. But I would encourage you to. You said in here when you make a commitment that you're sure to keep it.
Yes.
I would encourage you to do that. Yeah, in
That's
some
right.
way, however you're able to. I understand that number is overwhelming and it's going to be very difficult, but you could make any kind of effort. So I'm sure that people would appreciate it.
Yes.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member Zapos.
So Ms. Bush is serving 30 months. Her parole eligibility date is in April, which coincides with the completion of the Tier 4 program. She has 5 years of probation to follow for the crime that really just, it's the financial crime of the $110,000 that was taken without permission from the person
Good
that
Lord.
she was the caretaker for. It's a serious
It's a job
crime.
interview.
It's a violation of trust, which we all take seriously in terms of, the vulnerable populations. She is a moderate risk to recidivate, and she has had good institutional behavior. She has received no discipline reports and has participated in risk-relevant programming. And she has, what I have found through this conversation today, is she has 100% taken responsibility and acknowledged her crime and the impact that it's had on somebody who she
Oh,
considered a
if you
friend,
will.
and a friend that she took advantage of, because as she told us, it initially started out that she was borrowing money and repaying, and then it turned into this. She seems sincere in her recovery journey, and has the reputation of being clean for a long period of time with a community support network in place. And one thing that I was impressed upon was that she is not rushing to do everything at once, and that she stressed the fact that she needs to balance her own needs and getting readjusted into the community and taking care of herself, mental health, therapy, etc., and starting with volunteering before getting a job and potentially becoming overwhelmed with a reentry. She does have good intentions with helping others. So, I do think that at this point, she has a relapse plan and a reentry plan that could be successful. And I would just echo what my colleague had to say about even the littlest of actions in terms of fulfilling what you need to do for restitution is also going to be a big part of your recovery and continue to make you feel good about yourself. So
Yes.
I know we can't stipulate that, but I think that that's a really important point in terms of coming to an accountability point with what happened to the victim. I am prepared to recommend Ms. Bush for discretionary parole today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Board Member Sosowskis.
Yeah, I agree. She's done the programs, to express what she learned here today, and she has a realistic release plan. So I'm also in favor.
Now.
Okay, what would you have her do?
Due to the lack of response to date from the niece, I'm going to recommend halfway house placement.
Oh, that's it. She's out.
I don't have the name of the victim, but I would go with the no contact for that.
Rosemary
Yeah,
Cecilia.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, she said
Okay,
her
yeah,
name.
I'll get it.
She
RC,
messed up.
RC. And, I always struggle with the mental health evaluation piece because it sounds like she knows that she needs it. So I'm not sure if we have to
I
do that
have
one.
it.
You have it?
I haven't checked off.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. All right. So then I would like to pursue that as well.
So halfway house RC mental health evaluation contingent on tier 4.
I'm sorry, yes, completion of the Tier 4 program in April, which coincides with her parole eligibility date.
She looks like she's in line to finish that.
Okay.
I'm finished.
So-
I'm finished.
So regarding, say that one more time.
I completed.
You'll complete
She'll
it.
complete it.
You will complete it.
Yeah, no, I'm done, she said. We had, what is it? What you call it? Stage 3, and they said I was completed.
All right. It's April.
Mhm.
So in regard to inmate Dominga Bush, 241634, moved grant parole on or after April 28th, 2025.
Third.
Is that
Jesus. Thank you.
23rd?
23rd.
On or after April 23rd, 2025, contingent upon completion of Tier 4.
Yes.
And with the following stipulations that will apply to her discretionary parole. Halfway house placement if necessary, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no contact with victim, RC.
Where about
Is there a
that?
second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
I
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Ms. Bush, your parole has been granted. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to release.
Jesus.
Okay.
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you, Jesus. I need to give him
hallelujah,
a praise. Can I give him a
if
praise?
you will.
I
And she's doing
need
the
to give
happy
him a
dance.
praise. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. I'm
Good
done.
luck.
Thank
You're
you
done.
so much.
Hey, for those of you that are on the
Can you
big
praise
account
him?
right now, hey, I gotta start it over. I just got a restriction. If you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button, and if I highly appreciate if you guys could go ahead and jump over to our YT page. I would really appreciate it if you will. Gracias a ti. At CollectCallFrom.
Steve, I love you.
All right, we'll be back. We'll be back in 2 seconds. We still got a few more. I think we got like 2 or 3 more people. So we'll be back. If you will. Oh, next. Let's see who this is. Okay. Stay on, bro. I can't get my account banned. You know what I'm saying? If you will. Why the kids? Hey, they got kids in there. You caught that? You got a good eye. Is this a dude? Oh no. False alarm. I got confused there for a moment. Hey, James, how long it was? I'm not sure how long she had been in. She got sentenced to 10 years, though. Madness. Hey, and if you're not tapping, you must be napping. What's up? Tap, 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 if you will. It's free. Try. You'll like it. She had only been down 2 years?
We're going to be with you in just a second. The board's taking a quick break between hearings. So you just hang out there for a couple minutes and we'll be right with you.
This it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Damn, she got off. She did it. Damn, my phone rang. Did the lady? Yeah, she got it, and she did a happy dance and all. You gotta catch the replay on YT at CollectCallFrom, if you will. Hey, and shout out to everybody that's tuning in. I really appreciate you guys. If you guys can, I don't ask for gifts or anything, but what I do ask for is hitting that follow button. Is free 99. Don't be a Krabby Patty. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Hit that follow button. Also, if you can, sharing is caring. If you guys go ahead and share these streams with the ones you love, even with the ones you don't love, with Sancho, Sancha, your wife, your abuelita, tu jefa, your mama, whoever, just shoot it. We need the more people in here, the more the merrier. When are you posting it? It's already up. Everything that I run on TT, everything gets saved on YT. So if there's ever a case that you guys want to go back and watch, just go to the YT, go to the playlist, and look for the state you're looking for. So in this case, it would be Connecticut. You would go to Connecticut, look at the date, and then you could play it back, if you will. Hey, thank you, Marie. I love the TikTok shop. You know what it is. What's your YT? It's on my profile, but it's also right here on the top of the screen. If you see it right here, at CollectCallFrom, I put it conveniently up here in blue, if you will. So if anybody's wondering what this banner is up here for, that's what it's for. So you guys can know the name of the channel on YT, if you will. Oh, sick. Thanks. I have to go watch the dance, if you will. Please, please, please do that. Let me see. What is I'm not sure what prison it is. You just do parole? We do initial court appearances. We do a little bit of it. I also do interviews with incarcerated individuals in the state of California, the CDCR, the California Department of Rehabilitation, specifically in Centinela State Prison, Calipatria State Prison, and also Ironwood State Prison. No Kentucky this week. Nah. I'll try to catch one next week on Monday or Tuesday. I got to check the schedule, though. All right. Hey, for those of you that like Utah, I got bad news on Utah. They're not showing the video stream anymore. They're only going to be doing the audio for security concerns. I think they're trying to protect the PDFers, if you will. Florida, the only thing I do from Florida would be Dade County, initial appearances, and Orange County also. So pride. Yeah. You guys crack me up when you guys bring her name up, Marie. You know what I'm saying? I gotta stay under the radar. I don't want those type of problems. I don't need that type of chusma up in here. Do you post Georgia? Nah. Hey, look. So if you guys know of any states that run these lives, send me a link to it, and I'll be more than happy to check them out. I only do the ones that are really easy, that are accessible. So right now, as far as states for these court hearings, it would be Arizona and Florida. For board of parole hearings, we do we do Iowa, we do Minnesota, we do Connecticut, we were doing Utah. We also do Virginia, Louisiana, Ohio, if you will. Oklahoma City, OKC. Let me see, what else do we got? Vermont, and there's a few other states in there that we do. So that's the short list there, if you will. Tucson, Arizona. Yeah, we do the initial appearances in Tucson. When do you do interviews? It depends. I normally do them on either Saturday or Sunday. Best Mustache Award. Gracias. Texas, they don't, as far as Board of Parole hearings, they're not open to the public. For Texas, I do some courts. I do Judge Boyd. I do Judge Fletcher. And there's one other guy. I don't know his name. What this one? Come again? Can you, I don't know, Nintendo. Let's see. Ash don't want them paroled. Oh, hell no. Thank you so much. Hey, you're welcome. Judge Fletcher. Yup. I haven't done them in a while though, but you know, there's some of the names. How do you find these parole hearings? I can't tell you all that, because the next thing you're gonna be trying to start up a new channel like a few other individuals on TT have done, which is, it is what it is. But I'm not trying to help the competition. How do I watch these live on YT? Go to @CollectCallFrom. Just type in @CollectCallFrom. My channel will come. I run multiple different streams. Right now, I got Dade County running on my other computer. And then I also got not Miami, sorry. I also got, what is it? Maricopa. I got Maricopa. Maricopa just started right now. What she do, we don't even know. We're waiting for it to start. It hasn't even started yet. So you're getting a little bit ahead of yourself, if you will. Matt, let me see. There's no competition for you. You know what I'm saying? Dade County. Why aren't they started with her yet? Come on, you gotta have some patience, people. Come on now. Arizona, dude, got the CL20s. Those bump. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Hey, thank you. Appreciate that.
Good morning, my name is Paul Office Boys for
That
today's Friday,
bracelet.
March 21st, 2025. This is hearing in the Connecticut Court Parties
Pennsylvania,
Parole. All the board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Melissa Hernandez, 426147.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Melissa Hernandez, inmate number 426147. She is serving a sentence of 8 years suspended after 3 years with 3 years probation for violations of the Corrupt Organizations and Racketeering Activity Act. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility on February 26, 2025. There is no victim of the case. There is an offender accountability plan that has been reviewed, shows she's completed new thoughts and is currently in the Tier 4 program. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment Board, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls within the moderate range. Ms. Hernandez, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay. Good morning. First, I'd just like to take this opportunity to say thank you for seeing me today. I've been working very hard over the last 18 months. Before I went to the Maryland Baker program, I was on the West Side. During my time in Zero South, I was the tier laundry worker for over 11 months. I was also enrolled in cosmetology to earn hours for my lapsed cosmetology license. I received over 200 hours while I was there. Since coming to the Maryland Baker program, I completed newcomers. I also completed the CCAR pre-training, and I was part of the cleaning crew for about 2.5 months. Currently, I'm more than halfway through stage 1, and I chair and co-chair fellowship meetings. I'll be starting the CCAR Academy next week to earn my recovery coach certification. If I leave before the training is complete, I plan on volunteering at CCAR in Torrington and finish the 5-day training to receive it. If I'm granted parole, I'll be living with my parents and my 19-year-old son. My family understands how important my recovery is to me, and they're willing to help me along with hold me accountable when or if it's necessary. They've been a huge support the entire time I've been here. I plan on continuing to attend NA and AA meetings in my area, and my family has offered to provide me with transportation when I need it. The last time I was on supervision, I was successful and had my probation terminated early. I know I will comply with all parole stipulations and will be able to conduct myself as a positive returning citizen to society. My time of incarceration has not only taught me how to handle myself in stressful situations and coping skills, it has also held me accountable for my actions that brought me here. I have remorse for those I've harmed because of the part I played in and throughout the investigation and my charges. I also feel remorse for my family and friends
that have suffered any emotional, physical, or financial repercussions because of my incarceration. I hope you give me a chance to pay society back for the choices I made and show my family I can be trusted again. I'm also planning on seeking employment and look forward to supporting myself again and giving back to the people that helped me while I was away. I also have one of my offender work performance evaluations, and this was from Counselor Flo at the Maryland Baker. This is from New Thoughts. Attendance, excellent. Initiative, productivity. I had good, and attitude, and overall I had excellent. And her comment was, Offender Hernandez started New Thoughts programming on 11/19. She arrived to groups on time, and her presentation during group was appropriate. She participated in discussions and was able to make connections with her life experiences. She completed assigned work prior to the start of the next group, and her completed work demonstrated understanding to the topics discussed in the New Thoughts curriculum. She completed the 12 sessions of New Thoughts programming on 1/16/2025.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez.
You're welcome.
What we've done is we've taken a look at your record prior to this offense, what happened during this offense, your incarceration, your interview with a parole officer. And based upon that, we have some questions for you.
Okay,
And then we're going to talk about your case and we're going to give you a decision, okay?
okay,
So we're going to start questions today with Board Member Suzaskis.
Good
Okay.
morning.
good morning.
So, in the documents that I read, you said that you were using cocaine and marijuana. But in the police report, I see you were making large purchases of fentanyl. So what were you buying the fentanyl for?
There was only a couple of times I had gotten it, and it was for a friend of mine. I never was using fentanyl.
Okay. Well, one of the purchases was, I think 14 grams. And for fentanyl, that is a very lot. That is, you know, fentanyl is very strong. It's like small quantities. So a half ounce of fentanyl is a lot.
Yes, I understand that.
That's not for your friend for personal use. That is for someone packaging fentanyl and selling it. You know what I mean? You couldn't possibly use that much fentanyl. So
No,
I know that you weren't using it, but you deny being, you know, a drug dealer selling drugs. But this is indicative of somebody, you know, selling drugs. So I'm trying to understand what was going on with the fentanyl.
I was asked to pick it up for someone, and that's what I did. And that's all it was at that point.
So, but
That
do you
was it.
understand that the person that you were giving it to had to have been selling, right? They couldn't have been using that much fentanyl.
I had a friend that was using it like quite a bit, unfortunately, and his habit was pretty bad.
I mean, a half ounce of fentanyl, you're trying, it's at a different level.
It was a lifetime
I
supply,
understand that, and that was the only time that I had ever picked up that
if you
much.
will.
So, I mean, do you understand that I understand that you weren't using fentanyl. You understand you're contributing though to the distribution of fentanyl through this buying it for someone else, was likely giving it to other people. And potentially people could have overdosed from that fentanyl. I mean,
Yeah, yes,
it's a
I
big
do.
problem. Fentanyl's
Yes,
a huge problem right now. It's a huge problem. It's a huge problem in Torrington. It's a huge problem all around the state, you know, fentanyl, with overdoses in particular.
Yes, I do. And I think back on all of that, and now I'm actually dealing with personal issues on that, because while I've been incarcerated, my husband and I are estranged, but he also has become addicted to fentanyl. So I'm feeling personal repercussions from that, and I'm definitely feeling it, and I've lost people from it, and I understand that I could have contributed to someone by bringing that to the person.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just, you know, I'm not trying to rehash all of this or relitigate the case. I just want you to understand the enormity of what you try to downplay a little bit your involvement in this, and you really shouldn't. You know what I mean? You were a middleman in all of this, you know?
Yes. And I understand that. And I'm definitely, I do feel remorse for this. And, you know, I've come this far knowing that I don't want to be around any of these people again. And I know what has brought me here.
You mentioned your husband and your relationship with him is strained. I don't know, you can explain a little bit more, but what's your plan for not allowing that, that situation?
I'm actually in the process of, I've started my paperwork for divorce, and he has intense criminal record, and I know that he's incarcerated in New Jersey. That's the last I've heard. And
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry you have to go through all that. It's not gonna be easy, but whether it's him or someone else, being around people like that, I don't know if they talk to you about people, places, and things, you know what I mean? It's just not.
I got it muted because
for you with your background.
so you guys can't hear me chewing.
People that are still involved in that.
Right, and I plan on going home, staying at my parents' house, and I don't plan on being around any of those people. I've already been given the ultimatum. It's either my mom and dad and my son, or being around people like that, and I'm choosing them.
Okay. And are you gonna be in the Torrington area?
Yes, I am.
Be very careful. That's not, that's an area where there's a lot of trouble.
Yes,
Okay.
I understand that, and I was living at my parents' 4 months before I came to jail, and I was actually like trying to get my life on track. I had 2 jobs, and I had started to stay away from those kind of people, and so I was getting my life together, and then the warrant came out. So, that's what I'm saying. I'm going back to and getting my life back on track.
Okay. All right, we're gonna move on to some other things now. You mentioned a new thoughts program, and you read off about your excellent evaluation, so that's good.
Yes.
What kind of things did you learn in that program that you think could help you when you're out in the community?
Well, it's more looking at things on the positive side instead of finding all the negative. I know that with that is finding different alternatives and using my emotions a different way. I know right now with, I've cut people out of my life that I was talking to before, and, I've really just been able to express myself a lot better with people, and even with people that are in the program. I've veered myself away from that and stayed more with the positive people that are actually doing things with themselves. And that's why I started chairing and co-chairing meetings for NA and getting myself more involved in the community, because, that's what I want. I want to not only show my family, but show myself that I am going to make something of myself when I go home again.
Okay, good. In tier 4, you're in the tier 4 program now. It looks like you're like 2/3 the way through. How has that been going?
It's going well. I mean, because we've had a lot of locks, we've missed some of our classes for stage 1, but I mean, it's going pretty well. So, I mean, I like the class that I'm in. We're actually doing our projects on certain drugs, and we're going through healing and trauma right now, which is actually, it brings up a lot. And I've had my share of trauma, so it definitely it's helpful.
Right. I have a note here that you likely finish the program in May. Does that sound right?
I don't know if that's when it's gonna be, because we've had classes that have been missed, so I don't know if it might be later. I'm not sure.
This is York CI,
Double check that.
York's Correctional Institution, if you will.
You talked a lot about
Thank you,
how you're going to stay sober in the community. It seems to be really the foundation of your success, right?
Yes.
If you can stay sober, it sounds like that you've already started this process before you came in, because there was a time before you were arrested and you were out in the community.
Yes.
So can you talk about a little bit more about that? Like where, do you know where the places to go are that you're going to be living at?
Oh, yes. The McCall Foundation, I've actually used them, and they're actually a very good resource in Torrington. They have really good meetings there. CCAR is actually located in Torrington as well. And I completed my pre-training. So what I plan on doing is, if I don't complete the academy here, they offer the program in Torrington, and I would be scholarshiped, but I also want to volunteer my time
Did
there
somebody
as well.
say toilets?
Okay. All right. That's good. I'm glad that you done some research to find, take this seriously,
Yes.
make a plan for what, how this is gonna go and get out.
Yes.
So, what about work? What kind of work do you envision doing when you're out, like, once you get settled and situated?
I mean, eventually I'd like to become a recovery coach, but that's once I get the volunteer hours in and get the certification done. But I mean, I'm gonna see if I can get one of my jobs back at the restaurant I was working at. But I was delivering
Did somebody
at
say
one of the
toilet?
local pizza places. But I'll probably just apply anywhere that's gonna hire me. I do have my bachelor's degree, but I mean, it's in human development and family studies, but it's a little bit harder, it's been a long time, and I also cut hair, so I have my options, and I plan on just applying wherever I can. I'm not gonna be too picky on where I work, so whoever will hire me, that's what I'm gonna do, because I have to be able to support myself. I can't have my parents supporting me.
Will they help you? Will they help
Oh, yeah.
support you in
I'll
the
do
beginning?
Yes, they will. Yeah, they will. They will.
It's unreasonable to ask somebody to do that forever, but I'm just saying,
No.
during a transition.
Yeah, they've been very supportive while I've been here, so, they'll be supportive once I come home, but they're not gonna do it forever, so.
Okay, I read through all of your documents. I'm really familiar with everything that happened here. And those are really all the questions I have. I'm gonna see if my colleagues have any additional questions they'd like to talk to.
What do you guys
okay?
think? Do
Okay,
you guys
all right,
think
thank you.
she should get out? What do you
Board
guys
members
think,
have to say.
if you will?
Yes, so you just referenced your bachelor's degree
Pass the toilet
from
paper.
UConn.
Yes,
And I read in the reports that your substance abuse issues started in your 20s. What happened? So you graduate college with a degree, and then what was the trigger for things to go bad?
I think some of it, I'm not even really sure. I think some of it started like when my grandmother had passed, and that was a really big effect for me. And then some of my relationships that I had with certain men, and that's really when I was triggered, and I failed relationships, people I was around, and depression, anxiety. And as long as I know I can control it, if I'm off my meds, I know that is a problem. So I plan on doing one-on-one counseling. I plan on looking into, going to get my mental health taken care of when I get out as well, because you only have so much time having your meds once you leave here. So I have a therapist that I was seeing before I even came in here. So I plan on reaching out to her when I get home so that I stay on my meds and I take care of my mental health as well as my physical health.
How has your 19-year-old son handled both parents being incarcerated?
That's not his father that's incarcerated.
Oh, okay.
So, his father's actually in the community. So, but he's actually, I've talked to him about things. He visited me here the last time I was here. The only time I did visits with my parents and my son were video, and it's been almost a year. I do talk to him from here. He holds me accountable. He knows why I'm here. And he's, he wants me to come home as soon as I can. But it's a lot of trust with him, we have to get our relationship back to where it was. And, I've talked to him about, I'm very proud of him. I have a very amazing son, and I can't take the credit for it because my parents have done a lot for him. He's been living with them since he was 7, and he's an amazing young man. He really is. I can't be more proud.
Her charges were
But
racketeering.
he's very forgiving too. So he's does heating and air conditioning, and he's very supportive. He supports himself, but he also lives at home with my parents too. So, it's just going to be a relationship I have to build back up again.
Well, it sounds like when you have people that care about you and are going to hold you accountable, that's a really successful component of what your
Yes.
reentry plan is going to be.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board members, assessments.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So
How do
we're
you
gonna
watch
just
this? Is it
talk about your
public?
case
Yes,
and
it
then we'll
is.
give you a decision when we're done, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Everything's
All right.
public. Everything's
So,
public in the United States of
Miss
America.
Hernandez is 45 years old now. She looks like she's gonna have 3 years of probation to follow this also. And she's completed some programs and she's in the tier 4 program now. She's been involved in the cosmetology program. She's been involved in CCAR. She's worked in laundry and as a
If you want to
cleaning
watch
person.
these, I got a bunch.
She's
I
done
got
quite a bit.
hundreds of
I talked
thousands
about
of
her release
hours
plan.
archived
is
right here
familiar
at
with where to go
CollectCallFrom.
in her community, where CCAR is, NA. She's been chairing and co-chairing NA meetings in the facility as a support of her family on the outside. And she talked about how she's going to work to find a job when she gets out and find a way to stay away from people that she was around in the past that have kind of led down this road.
I run these late. I
So
run these
she
daily.
appears to be
Thank
doing
you.
well. I would like to see her complete this tier 4 program, given her
Thank you.
substance abuse history.
Follow
So
on YouTube.
I would be in favor of granting a check. We'll be able to contingency based on completing a tier 4.
Board members, that was that.
I agree that tier 4 has to be completed.
I have no contact with co-defendants.
I have 2 co-defendants, and I had a note here about the mental health evaluation. I see what you guys thought about that. It's open for discussion for me.
I mean, I think that she understands how to access that.
Yeah, and it does seem like she has, talking to her today, she has some support and she knows where all the resources are in her community. So
Yeah.
it's probably not as needed as I originally thought.
All right, so.
Racketeering. She did racketeering. She could hear them.
In
Yeah.
regard to Melissa Hernandez, 426-147, I moved to grant parole on or after March 21st, 2025.
That's tier 4.
Contingent, what,
Oh, she's getting out today.
contingent upon completion of tier 4. We have to do that. With the following stipulations: no contact with co-defendants Roberto Lawando or Angel Perez. Is there anything further? Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And Ms. Hernandez, you've been voted to parole. Now the date's today, but there's a contingency. And that
Okay.
contingency is that you complete tier 4. So
Okay,
you won't be eligible to go out until the completion of tier 4.
okay. Thank you so much.
All right, thank
Good luck.
you.
All right, thank you.
This concludes hearing from Melissa Hernandez and number 26.
All right. All right. Hey, so she's getting out. I mean, it is what it is, Hey, they
Yes,
felt
I
that she was
did.
ready, so she's out. So we should have another individual coming through. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Are you out of your mind? Doesn't cost you anything. I'm not charging for this. I'm putting it out for free. The only thing I ask for you guys is to follow. It's free. Also, sharing is caring. If you guys want to share with the ones you love, if you will. And the if you wills are free too. Next up, let's see who it would be. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate that. Katie, gracias. All right. How are you watching this with my eyes? That's how everybody else is watching it. What do you mean, how are we watching this? What are eyes? Hello, if you will. that costs too much. Yeah. How are we watching this? Unless they're blind, then they wouldn't be able to watch it. But then how are they typing? I don't know. I'm not gonna even go down that rabbit hole. What's she done? I don't know. She just walked in like 2 seconds ago. Where is this? This is hey, thank you. Yeehaw. This is Connecticut and Chismoso Final Boss. I gotta pin that one up, man. That one was a good one. Let me see where they go. Yeah. That was a good one. I had a good laugh with that one. Let me see. I gotta take a picture for that one. There we go. Let me see here. All right, yeah. So these are live. Hey, for anybody that's wondering, these are live. I normally do these Monday through Friday, but I also stream a bunch of other stuff. Also, I do initial appearances in the state of Arizona, also in Florida. We do border parole hearings in a few different states: Oregon, Minnesota, Connecticut, and a few other states, if you will. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. We got 700 people, over 700 people in here. We got 722. It's fluctuating between here and there. New York does not, they don't offer these to the public. It's only certain states. So the states that do, I do it, if you will. All right, all right. Let me see. Certified J Cats. What the what? Let's see. You see, if you will. Does Alabama know? And just to give you guys a heads up, if you guys haven't noticed, you guys are going to get a lot of if you wills. I know we had somebody complaining about that yesterday. If you don't like Louisiana, yup, that is another one. If you don't like the word if you will, and if you don't like me saying if you will, this probably isn't the place for you. Hey, thank you, Angelica. Virginia, they do.
My name is Parole Officer Voice for today's
Texas, no, they don't.
2025. This
Ohio,
is
yes.
Court part of parole following board members present this morning, and by stating the names on the record, certified and reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Full.
Good morning, Robert Sazaskis.
Kentucky, yeah.
And I'm Ellen Zabo
California, no.
Sasu.
Can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
What's your name? What's your name?
Can you hear us?
Oh, no,
Hello?
she can't hear. Bueno.
Me?
Yes, you.
Yes.
Well.
Oh, Takeisha Dunlap,
Damn,
And your
Takeisha,
inmate number, please.
414949.
if you will.
Thank you. This hearing being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Takeisha Dunlap and inmate number 414949. She is serving a sentence of 8 years, suspended after 4 years, with 5 years probation for assault first. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date of March 22nd, 2025.
Hey, welcome, Jerome.
The case. There's an accountability plan that has been reviewed and shows that she has completed voices, people empowering people in a job, utilizing the women's risk needs assessment award. I think the overall score for a city of any falls in the low range. So now this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
When I came in here, it was kind of like I didn't believe that my crime was that severe until I realized that it could have went a lot worse than what it did. It's just like, this is like my first time ever having to do something like this, so I'm a little nervous.
You're not lying.
I've been here going on 4 years in October. I completed all of the things that I was supposed to complete. I even took houses of healings to find out like if it was back trauma that I was going through for the situations or whatever the case may be. It helped me a lot to understanding the person that I am today. I have a job when I leave here. I've been working hard at Pursuit. I have my family to get back home to. I have a lot of things that's waiting for me when I go back home. But other than that, if I could take back what I did, I would. I wouldn't have followed through with anything I've done. Only thing I could do now is move forward and show my kids that I've changed and I'm not an angry person. And that's basically it.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlap.
Thank you for the follow, Missy. And this is live. Yes,
we
it's
read
live.
about your background.
And also, this is
what you've
illegal.
done
If
since
you're
you've
watching
been
this,
in. You're
it's highly
you and the
illegal.
parole officer. And based upon that, we have some questions.
Okay.
And then we're going to talk about your case and we're going to give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
So just to deal with this offense, you're right. So it was pretty bad, right? The damage that was done to the other person in this case, right? So you took voices while you've been in. Can you talk a little bit about what you learned in voices and how it applies to this case?
Okay, voices is a class that you take so it can show you the perspective of the victim's point of view instead of being the aggressor, what their family have been through, what you put them through, what the severity of the crimes.
It was different levels of different crimes, not just the one that I've committed, but also a few others that we took course in doing. But it was really enlightening because it's just like, it's not always about just me. It also, anything that I do, it pertains to another person, and it could also alter their life as well as altering mine. But it was a good class.
I'm confused as ASF. And this is Connecticut. This is
So what do you
live.
think the
and illegal.
victim in this case went through?
Well, I would say physical trauma, mental trauma. It was a lot. It's like, I apologize deeply. If I was allowed to, I would say I'll apologize to her, but I can't. So it's just like, it's scary. Like she could have lost her life, and I understand that. And it's scary.
What do you think that she's had to go through as a result of the injuries?
I only know bits and pieces of what actually was harmed on her. So I know that she had to go to like, she had to get, if I'm not mistaken, reconstruction, like on her lower part of her jaw. And I guess that's something that you have to look at every day. What I also would say mental trauma because of somebody attacking you in that type of situation. So it's scary.
Okay. And what do you think about you being that out of control that you would
Thank you, Kay. Thank you, Mary.
be part of the damage that she was caused?
To look back on it, I truly could say that I can't believe that I really done something like that. It's not really in my character, like to fly out the hinges and harm somebody in that type of way. It's horrible. My actions were really, really horrible. It's disgusting, actually. If I could change what I did, I would, but I can't. So it's just like, all I could do is just pray on the situation and ask for forgiveness every day.
Hello, anybody there?
Okay, and in your history, I mean, there's 2 other offenses that have a little to do with this threatening. You have a threatening conviction in your past, and you have an assault 3 in your past.
3.
Right? You know,
What up, OG CPT?
I'm not
Go ahead.
sure of I'm not sure of those past crimes. I know one was in New York and the other one was out here because I stayed out of trouble for a whole year.
Yeah, I mean, there was threatening was a conditional discharge. They both were conditional discharges, but there was something where it rose to the level, didn't rise to the level of an assault 1, but there were things that you were, arrested and convicted for,
Yes.
And so where I'm trying to get,
hey, do you guys love the TikTok
is
shop? Can
with
you guys
that
drop
kind
some
of
comments
behavior,
about the TikTok shop and how much
what's
you love it?
changed for you during this incarceration?
I had to look back on the people I was around, the places that I was at, realizing that it's not so quick to react and not just listen. There was a whole bunch of situations that I was put into while being in here that could have subjected me to catching either another charge or getting in trouble or something like that. And it was just like, I took the higher hand and just walked away from it.
And that's evidenced by you don't have any disciplinary reports during this incarceration.
Yes.
And that's really what needs to happen when you're out in the community,
Yes.
right?
Well, when I go home, it's not like I don't have, like, I also received a job while being in here. I work for Pursuit, and when I leave here, I have a job with them when I leave. So that occupies my time besides being around my children. It's not like I'm not going to be doing something to keep me occupied. I'll be working and staying at home with my kids. Before, it's like I've never had to work before. So I didn't have anything to do. I was bored and my time was free.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Okay, and is that job portable? Is that job portable? So pursuits in a few different places, right?
Yes, I will not know exactly where I'm placed until I leave the facility and I call the number that they give me and then they let me know which facility I will be working at.
Okay.
But my boss Joshua told me that most likely I'll be in Plainville. If not Plainville,
I hope not.
Windsor, South Windsor, if I'm not mistaken.
Hey, are you guys bots? That would suck.
So you might want to think about that when you're asking for what district you want for a halfway house,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So
oh, you guys crack me up.
I'm
if you're not a robot type, if you will.
I think that's everything that I need. Board members, Sasu.
I just want to expand upon something that my colleague started with: the menacing with a weapon, the threatening, the assault. Third, what was the source of your anger? What was going on at this time that you were committing these types of crimes?
Well, the first one, if that one was in New York, it was more or less, it was a bigger situation than I expected it to be. And I was picked up from my house from my sister. There was a whole bunch of people trying to attack her. And when I showed up, it switched over to me being the aggressor instead of trying to default the situation once I found out that my sister was actually going to be harmed in a situation and I was taking in. And I just pleaded out to the situation and realizing that now, like, it could have went a different way. Instead of going back to her house, I could have just kept her at my house, but I didn't. The second one, which is the second one?
In 2017, there was a threatening second degree, and it was the same year as the assault third.
Connecticut.
The one that I'm most concerned about is where there was a weapon involved.
And this one, the one that I got charged with?
Nope, there was a menacing charge, and then it said you had a weapon in 2010.
2010. 2010.
A lot of you guys.
Okay, so that time when I got arrested, it was more or less, there was a weapon in the diaper bag, but it wasn't on me, and I just took the charge from my sister. That was when we were all at this place, and me and this girl got into dispute, and she knows that I kept a taser on me, so they said that I was menacing with the taser, and I'm just like, okay, and I just said I agreed to what they said I did.
Okay, so I guess my point is lifestyle choices that would force someone to keep a taser in a diaper bag is concerning.
Taser?
And now you have 3 children, 2 of whom are still minors.
Yes.
And at the time of the current offense that we're talking about today, you were in your late 30s. And at that point, you would have had, your youngest would have been about 6, 11-ish back then. They're now 10 and 15. You know, as a mother, I mean, how do you explain to your children hanging around a liquor store all day, getting into a fight? How are you dealing with your children in terms of making sure that this cycle is broken for them, that they don't follow your footsteps in terms of how to resolve disputes and fighting and, you know, weapons and that type of thing? Because obviously there's a lot of this in the community, and those are kind of where some of our concerns are.
One with my children, they've never witnessed any of the situations that I've been in. And with me telling them why I was here, I explained to them the truth of why I was here and told them that I was wrong and my action was wrong. And I tried to, like, the way I was and the way I raised my children is 2 different ways. And I understand it's kind of like a conflict, but I really teach them right from wrong. There is no them getting into arguments or getting into fights. I keep them away from all of the negative. I'm like a whole different person around my children. And with me staying out here, I'm most definitely not. After probation, I'm gone. I'm going back home.
Who's taking care of them right now?
Their father.
You've been on community supervision in the past, and you've been successful in navigating that
Hey, don't forget to hit that
with
follow
your
button.
probation officers.
It's
Oh,
free
yes.
99. Are you out of your
So
mind?
now you're going to come out, and there's going to be 5 years of community supervision of somebody being involved in your life for the next 5 years. Do you envision
Thank you, Darcy.
again that you're going to be able to
If you
use them
will.
as a support in the community so that you can continue to be successful?
Yes, with them help. What do you mean with them helping me?
Yeah.
Yes. Whatever they have to offer, I'll take whatever they have to offer to keep me out of trouble. But mostly it's just that with me working, it's no reason for me to be outside, really. That
What
takes
is
up
the-
my time.
What does the job at Pursuit Aerospace consist of? What is your role there?
Well, with my training here, I make end mills, and they carve out certain pieces where that they're shipped to Plainville, where they make what they say airplane parts. There's something like drill bits, but they're not. They're called end mills because they carve out the pieces. We actually, it's really dealing with just math.
Mathematics.
We make sure the tools are made right. We calculate how much they are. We put them in through the laser. We laser mark them to say what the tool is, what the shape is, and the weight of the tool. And then after that, we put them through the cutter, and it cuts they come in different sizes and different widths and different flute angles, and we cut them out, and then we put them in the edge prep. After the edge prep, we box them and they ship them up to Plainville.
Nobody cares about plane parts.
So
Hey, how long has she been in
seems
prison?
that this is something that you enjoy.
Yes.
If you will. Thank
And
you.
you do understand that this is a huge industry. I mean, the opportunities for you within this career space are very good, especially if they
Yes.
like you
4
and
years.
they've offered you a position.
She's been in prison 4 years.
post
Okay, thank you guys.
incarceration. That says a lot about that.
This is Connecticut.
This is not a dead end
This is
career
in
for you.
California.
This is something where you could really excel.
Yes.
Well, I hope that you take it seriously.
Oh, I really.
8 years were suspended, right?
So my
Connecticut.
last question to you is, kind of along the lines of what you've heard at Voices, people, places, and things.
Okay.
You say you're
8 to
coming
10
back
years. Okay, thank you.
after your halfway house placement, most likely to Waterbury.
But it wouldn't be too long because my daughter's father is trying to find a more suitable area for us to live in and a better schooling for the kids. So that's why he's been looking into this for a while, but he's just he's not sure where I'll be working at and how far is the distance. So now it's just once I get into the halfway house, I can figure out, okay, so this is the area that they're putting me in. So now we can find a house in this area and it'll be better. So it's moving me away from my family. So that's a good thing.
Is Waterbury a risk for you, trigger-wise, in terms of potentially bad behaviors or people that you were previously associated with?
Not with me working, no. But it's just the area is just ugh. So it's I most definitely don't want to stay there.
Orange County in the casa.
Right.
Woo,
That's all I have.
woo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Members. Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I just have one question. My colleagues have
If you
asked
will.
everything. It sounds like this took place in an area of Waterbury there's been some crime in that area in the past, right?
Yes,
And
yes,
you were outside of a liquor store.
yes.
I happen to be familiar with that area. Were you guys drinking? Were you drinking alcohol before this happened?
Earlier that day, yes.
I mean, you feel like you were intoxicated, that this was part of what was going on?
I would say that added to it, yes.
That was really what I was trying to get at, so I could just understand the situation.
Yes.
I mean, that never helps, these kind of situations, when you have a disagreement. You know what I mean? Add in alcohol to it, it makes your decision-making, everything much worse. You know? So I would be very cautious with that. Throughout you're only gonna have a short time, if you go out on a parole, but I mean, you're gonna have probation to follow,
Mhm.
So just be very careful with alcohol and family disagreements and those kind of things. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I had, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Sebastian. So, when it comes to Ms. Dunlap, she's taken some programs. I think she has some insight into what she did. I think she really has a hard time believing that she really caused another human being that much damage. I think that parole supervision would be good for her. She has not had any disciplinary reports. She rates out low on the Rona. She has employment in the community with Pursuit, which is a good company that does a lot for people with criminal records. I think that's where I'm at. Board members, Sasu.
I agree. I think that Ms. Dunlap has taken some necessary steps in order to separate some of these past behaviors with her future. And her release plan seems solid, as well as some of the other information she shared with us about the potential relocation being linked to the potential of this employment, the relationship with her kids, community network, and overall the acknowledgement that at her age, things have to change for the better. So I would be in support of discretionary parole today.
Out.
Board
Yeah.
members, Sasu.
Yeah, I heard both of you. I'm also in support. I have a victim here, SB.
Yep,
I have a co-defendant,
SA.
and then, I had alcohol in halfway house, so we can discuss that.
Alcohol, halfway house, and what about anger management?
Yeah, I think she could benefit from that. I don't see, that's not anything that would, hurt her in any way. I think that she could definitely benefit, especially based on her history, not just the sense that there's some other stuff here.
Right.
So,
But in terms of her history, which I think it would be beneficial, I also feel that she's had community success on
Yes.
supervision, so that she is committed to doing what she needs to do. And I think that this would be beneficial.
Anger management.
Yes.
We're good?
Yeah.
So regarding Takeisha Dunlap 414949, I move to grant discretionary parole honor after March 22nd, right? 2025, with the following stipulations: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, behavior management for anger management, no contact with victims, initial SB, no contact with co-defendant Sheree Addison. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Ms. Dunlap, you've been voted to parole, and your
Thank you.
conditions will be explained to you prior to your release.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you.
good luck.
Thank you.
Damn. Hey, she's out. She is out tomorrow. Hey, and if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. Also, if you guys could go ahead and do me a favor, if you guys could check out my profile, check out some of those videos, and if you guys could repost those videos I got over there, drop a comment. It'll definitely help me to get to the FYP into the algorithm, if you will. Hey, let's try to get my account to 8,000 subscribers. I'm at 7,000 and some change. We're trying to get to that 10,000, so that the next step up would be 8,000 subscribers. Trying to get to that 10,000 so I could become part of the creator program, if you will. Hey, what's up? Hey, Starkey, highly appreciate those $5 you sent my way. Highly appreciate it. Gracias a ti. There we go, right there. There we go. All right, next, who do we have? I don't know. She was granted. Yup, if you will. She's humble. Hey, so we got, I think this might be the next one. Let me ask you guys. There's another hearing after this one that I could start. It's not going to be live, but it happened today. Do you guys want to continue watching, or should I just cut it off after this one's done? You guys tell me. Should we run it? Should we keep on going? All right. I got a lot of yeses. All right, cool. We'll go ahead and run it on OT, if you will. All right. But hey, I need you guys to follow. I see there's 830 people watching right here. We got 682 on the other one. So hey, you guys, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. You know, I'll give you guys what you guys want. And obviously, you guys want to watch these board of parole hearings. So hey, thank you. I really appreciate that, Marie. Gracias. Hey, thank you for the rose. I'm not really tripping off of the gifts and whatnot, but I am tripping off of the follows and getting me to the FYP and tapping that screen, if you will. Thank you, Sabrina. Highly appreciate it. Tater, Robbie, Billy, Angela, Nessa. Damn it, eh? Gracias, if you will. All right, you. My back itches. Hey, shout out to my people from the UK. Really appreciate you guys. I've been looking at the analytics. 35% of our viewers are coming in from the UK, Britain, Ireland, in those regions, New Zealand, Australia, Canada, the US, Alaska, Hawaii, and even Africa. Man, we had some people up here from Scotland. That's right. Victoria, London. Hey, remember, mind the gap when you're on the underground. Mind the gap. And I'll be knowing about that gap down there in the underground. It be getting hot down there. Super caliente, if you will. The UK, you see, I see you guys. I know you guys are intrigued by this. I know out there in Ireland, they don't allow this type of behavior or streams, if you will. And once again, hey, I'm reminding you guys, so you've been warned. This stream that you're watching is highly illegal. You might be ending up in the slammer with me for accessory after the fact. So just, you've been warned. If ICE comes knocking at your door, hey, I don't know nothing. I didn't see nothing. I don't know what you guys are talking about. As a matter of fact, I'm not even opening the door, if you will. Wait, what? Hell no, I'm gonna exit. Who, me? UK, that's right. Huh? But I didn't know it was illegal, officer. I don't want to go to jail. Let me see. UK loves your content. Hey, thank you, if you will.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Woods. Today is Friday, March 21st, 2025. This is hearing the Connecticut Board part of the parole. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified they've reviewed all statutory and required documents available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, Robert Stauskas.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Stasu.
Good
morning. I'm Crystal Blake.
Thank you. Can you please state your inmate number as well?
Yes, 424-906.
424.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Crystal Blake, inmate number 424-906. She is serving a sentence of 2 years and 120 days incarceration with 1 day conditional discharge for interfering and resisting, failure to appear 2, escape 1, 2 counts of larceny 5, 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance. In violation of probation with forgery 2 is the underlying offense. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of October 27, 2024. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan. It has been reviewed and shows she's completed tier 2. She's currently in tier 2. Utilizing the Women's University Needs Assessment Board and the effective parole score for city involved in the moderate range. Ms. Blake, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you should grant to parole. You may begin.
Crystals from New Britain.
Yes, so I just want to first off say that, I'm actually very, upset with myself that I committed those acts. For, one, I'm not that type of person. I had a lot of clean time. I had almost 10 years. I was a sponsor. I was, running meetings. I was doing a lot of good things in my life. Also a nursing career. And I had a very bad miscarriage due to domestic abuse. It led to me not being able to properly grieve, and I relapsed. And from my relapse, I caused those acts. And for that, I'm very, very sorry.
Hey, she has an old lady voice, if you will.
If you allow me to go sooner than my EOS date, I would love to go to a halfway house where I'm held more, it's more like more accountability. I'm a worker. I don't have a problem with finding work. I would love to be able to do that. And then once I'm done with the halfway house, I'm going to pay for a sober house. and go back into a sober living and get my sobriety back. My recovery is number one. I have a very great support system. I have I got a good sponsor that's waiting for me. I have a mother, I have a sister, I have my 3 beautiful sons. They're all cheering for me. Like, I just want this. I want to just get a chance again to go outside, before my EOS and actually get myself back in the community and do what's right and do the right thing for me and for my family.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. So we've read about your background, about the offenses related to this incarceration, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions for you.
Okay.
Then we're going to talk about your case and we're going to give you a decision. Okay?
Okay, no problem.
And we're going to start questions today with board members opposite.
Okay,
Good morning.
good morning.
So I was hoping that you could give us a little bit more of the history. Starting back, it says in one of these reports about your access to crack cocaine and heroin at the age of 14.
Okay.
And you talk in this report that your use was once in a while, and then around the age of 21, it became a problem. How does a 14-year-old access crack cocaine and heroin? Let's start there.
Okay, so it was, I was sexually abused. And it was actually due to my abuser. It started at a young age. My mother, father didn't know. It was my mom's sister's husband. I've gone through a lot of things, a lot. And I was introduced to these drugs, by no means for my own wanting, okay? But that's how I became addicted. From smoking cigarettes to having my first beer, to the drugs, it was all due to my abuser. And it's hard to talk about it, you know what I mean? But I'm embarrassed by it also, but it is part of my recovery. So therefore I'm speaking, I'm just being honest with you.
Okay, no, I mean, I think what we're trying to do is get a whole picture of addiction and the roles it's played in terms of the crimes that you committed.
Yeah.
And at some point, you talked about your miscarriage, but you have 3 sons. What do they think about your recent crime spree?
They're not happy with me. They're not happy with me. Because they know, I mean, if you could actually talk to them, on the side, they would tell you that, they sat there, they told me, Mom, they see all the good that I've accomplished in my life. They know how much I can accomplish in my life, and they see my self-worth, in me as my children. And, I do too. But due to my addiction and due to my crimes and everything like that, they were very, very, taken back by it and, disappointed, because they know that their mother, could do so much better than going back to a life of addiction, pain, and just a horrible way of existence. Addiction has plagued me. And I'm telling you right now, if there's one wish in this entire world that I could wish for, wouldn't it be money, wouldn't it be nothing, it would be to exempt or to get rid of addiction. Addiction has ruined so many lives out there, including mine. And I don't want that to play part in my life no more. I really don't. I want to be whole again.
But this one's good. This one, you're good on this one.
So it appears that you have had periods of sobriety, and it seems that that's linked to when you were receiving treatment. So those were successful periods. What contributed to you being able to stay sober for that 9-year period, in addition to the Susan B. Anthony and CHR and anything else you were doing?
Well, like I said, I became a sponsee, you know what I mean, to somebody. And, after a couple of years of, working H&I, that's hospitals and institutions, I would lead, I would actually be the leader of meetings for, those type of places, to go in there, and I'll bring in other people to speak for meetings for NA. I've done NA jobs. I've completed, first it was my 90 and 90. First, that's your first and foremost, is I completed my 90 and 90, and I was off to my start of my recovery. Then once I've gained all that and I felt comfortable as a person in recovery, where I thought that I could help other women like myself and become a sponsor. So therefore I became a sponsor to other women. And I actually had 6 women that I actually sponsored. And I continued my time like that. Now, and then what happened was, and that's the truth is in NA, what happened was I was in recovery, and there was, men and women are not supposed to they're, women are stay with women, men stay with men. Well, this man, he came to me and he was trying to ask me out.
What is she talking about?
And it was due to a relationship at the wrong time. I was not then there quite ready, even with that time clean, for me to go into a relationship. And that relationship started to lead down not the right road. He became very abusive. And he just threw me and my stuff out on the street one day, and that was that. So going forward, I'm not going into no type of relationship to one, nothing to do with it. I just want to stay single.
Single, ready to mingle. I see.
And that's the truth. I'm just being 100% honest with you.
So just to clarify, the 90 and 90 that you did, that was in the community the last time when you were working, or was it in York?
No. This was outside of the community, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yes.
So you've built upon your recovery while you've been at York, and you mentioned a sponsor. Do you have a sponsor ready for you?
I do have a sponsor ready for me.
And how long have you known your sponsor?
Oh God, 13 and a half years, going on 14.
And one of the reports talks about the fact that, with everything that DOC has found and your own self-reporting, that outpatient support is going to be important for you, because obviously, the intersection of mental health and addiction is very close. And you're prepared in terms of your relapse plan. Do you have a plan, and do you know where you're going to go for services?
I do actually. So I'm going to be doing either the Wheeler Clinic, or I'm going to something with the Yale. If I'm asking to go to either New Haven halfway house or Hartford. Either way, I'll be doing CHR or Wheeler Clinic for my outpatient. I'm also going to be in the methadone clinic. I am on methadone. I'm on 70 milligrams of methadone. I feel great with it. When I go into the clinic, when I actually get into the clinic on the outside, I will therefore take my opportunity to sit with my counselor, and it's a thing that you have to do when you're on the clinic. So I would have reports from my counselor. I could sign a release of information. I do groups there.
Damn,
so
200.
that's besides me actually going back into the community and doing my outpatient, extensive outpatient program besides the clinic. But I also would like to get set back up with the Susan B. Anthony, which is in a Torrington area, so it's a little hard, but I have a really good, length of time with my counselor that supported me and Susan B. Anthony, that would be willing to take me back. But Torrington's a little, but a little further, but she has people or different places that she could connect me to that's in the New Haven or Hartford area. So going forward, I'm getting myself very much into that, because breathing is a very important thing for me. So going back a little bit, my husband and my 2 children passed away December 6th of 2002 from a very bad, tragic car accident. And I never properly grieved from that. So when I lost my child and I had to give birth to my stillborn baby at 8.5 months pregnant, due to a man that was abusing me seriously a few years ago, it took me to another world that, where I just felt like my higher power just like left me, and I just felt like I just needed to numb myself. So that's where I fell into the addiction, and this is the crimes that I've committed since then. And I'm very saddened by what I've done. And I wish I could take it back, but I can't. But going forward, I want to show that I could do the best I can as me, as Crystal, for me. And I know I can do it again. I've done it before, I can do it again.
So in addition to your sons and your identified sponsor, who else is your support system?
My mother, my sister Amber, and then I got my sisters in NA. I mean, ma'am, Miss, ma'am, I don't want to like, I don't know, I don't want to like be rude. I don't know if you go by Miss, ma'am, I don't want to, but if I could show you my numbers of the women that I could call at any time during the day, night, it's amazing. I mean, I have a really good support system. I really do. And they're all rooting for me. They really want to see me get back on my feet, get back in the community and do good for me, because I've shown what I could do and what I want to do in my heart. I really want to get back out there and prove to myself and them that I can do this again.
So are you returning to your mother's eventually to the Plymouth area?
I would like to, or in that area. But like I said, once I complete the halfway house, because I don't know, can you stay, once you only can stay at the halfway house until your end of sentence, correct?
I don't know.
Thank you.
You don't know. Okay, so I don't either.
The answer is yes.
Okay, so I was planning that this is my plan. I could have went to my mother's. I could have, and I had a support system, but I just wanted to, I really just want to take this time for me and do what I think is best. So I would like to go to a halfway house, finish my end of sentence, and then, which is like July, a good time or something like that. Finish my end of sentence, and then therefore I'm going to pay, going forward, I'm going to pay like a month in advance for the sober house in around like I don't know, anywhere from Meriden or to Bristol, New Britain, like in that area. I would like to get into a sober house and actually do sober living that way for at least my first year of being in recovery. I think is very important for me.
So your sister is now your support. From what we've read in the police reports, she was also someone whose identity you borrowed when you needed to during some of the difficulties that you were going through.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And she was upset with me. And if you would talk to Amber right now with this meeting, she would tell you she's very upset with me about that, but she forgives me. My sister knows how much I've gone through and what I've gone through. And she goes, Crystal, you knew better. You haven't done that once. You've done it a couple times, with my name, and you could have got me in a lot of trouble. And I really could have ruined her life, with those charges, and how far she is with her career and the kids and her life. And for that was wrong of me. That was like really, really wrong of me. So, to do that to my sister. You know what I mean? To do that to anyone, period, is wrong. Like, it's really, I'm ashamed of myself. I'm really ashamed of myself because these acts are like, oh my God, just a child wouldn't. I think a child's more, is more on the up and up than what I did. You know what I mean? I feel very, very bad for what I've done. I really do. But my sister, she loves me. She just wants the best of me. And she don't want me dying. She does not want this addiction to take my life. And I don't blame her because I've seen so many people die from this addiction. And I don't want to be one of them. I really don't. I don't want to be known as Crystal Blake, dead, found from a drug overdose. I don't want that.
Or
I want to be able to
Crystal
go, the right way, and I want to do it. I want to do this to my life. I want to get my life into order and, going forward, I want to get back with my family, and just enjoy my life, as a sober me, as a clean me. That's it. That's all I want. I don't want to return here no more. I don't want this life. This is not a life for me. It never was. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything that I've done. I'm sorry that you guys are here right now.
Well, so, in terms of accountability, it does seem that you acknowledge, the damage that you've inflicted, and we haven't even touched upon, what you've done for your family and the kids and everything else. But you relapsed at one point, and in one of the reports, you said it was because DOC hadn't sent the paperwork to methadone, and that was why you relapsed. Now,
Yes,
in that case, why didn't you call your parole officer or somebody else?
my parole officer would that at that point when they couldn't get me into the methadone clinic.
Yeah.
You know what? You're right. You're right. And you understand, I'll be honest with you, I didn't even think of it. I got so nervous that day at the methadone clinic after being there for literally, I was at the methadone clinic at 6 o'clock that morning, literally until almost they closed. They kept on trying to contact York CI. They couldn't. And so with just and I was already feeling sick. I was on a lower methadone dose than I am now. I still wasn't, on the right dose. So, and it was a weekend, a Labor Day weekend, if I'm not mistaken. It was a holiday weekend. So I was supposed to guest dose, and they're supposed to give me my 2 bottles for Sunday and Monday. And then they were going to do the intake on a Tuesday. And I was already not feeling good. And, I saw somebody doing something, and my addiction allowed me to go the wrong way. And that's the honest truth. I should have stopped and, just rethought what I was going to do and what would have been best for me. I could have called my mother back and tell my mother, hey, Mom, this is, you know what I mean? But I didn't. I made the stupid, foolish decision of going and using drugs. And that was wrong of me. And it could have took my life that day. It really could have. But yeah, no, you're right. I should have called my parole officer. Maybe she could have done something different for me. I don't know what she could have done, but maybe you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to see if my colleagues have any other questions for you. I'm all set for right now.
Hey,
Okay, I think
are any of the streams lagging?
Seconds.
Are you guys experiencing any lagging
Good afternoon.
problems, if you will?
Good afternoon.
So you're in tier 2 now, right?
Yes.
And it looks like, according to my records, that's going to finish up for you in June, right?
Yep.
And then, you have an estimated release date, which looks like the end of the sentence too, in July.
Most
right?
people are saying no.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can you just, one of the things that's concerning for me
Only
is
thing
this
lagging is
escape
her,
charge. You were
if you
still
will.
technically, incarcerated. They gave you an opportunity to go to a treatment center outside of the building, right?
Yes. The App Foundation.
Yeah, and then you left. So they consider that's a disciplinary report because they consider it to be an escape from custody. You were in custody still.
Okay.
What
yes,
was going through your mind? I understand what you said about the methadone clinic, and then you were put in that situation. I don't agree with your decision making, but you explained it. I can understand what happened that day. But you were in treatment, and then you walked away. Like what? That's different. I'm trying to understand. You have a lot of failure to appears, and then an escape charge. It's a lot to overlook. What was going on when you left the treatment facility that you were sent to? This was just last year, right? It was in June of 2024. It's not even a year ago.
You again,
June of 2020.
if you will.
Yes. Well, no, wait. It was 9/1/2023. No, it was the year before.
Okay.
It was the 23rd.
Okay.
Yep. It was. I think it was August, September, October.
Okay, October. Okay, yeah, no, you're right.
Yes.
I see it here,
Yep.
October. Okay.
Yep, October
so
of 23.
Okay.
Yep.
So it was the App Foundation. Yeah, tell us what happened that day.
Okay, so I was having a hard time over there. There was a couple people that I knew that was there, and it became to be very uncomfortable for me. There again, not the best decision making. They said that I still had to continue to stay there. and still have meetings and groups with these same people. I just didn't feel comfortable. I was not comfortable. One of them wanted to be in a relationship, made me feel very uncomfortable and not right. You know, I tried to talk to my counselor about that, and then her supervisor stated that we'll look at something that, you know, something else. Well, another week went by, same thing, whatever was going on. So I said, listen, I would like to go and switch somewhere else, you know, to go somewhere else. Well, nobody was helping me. Therefore, I said I made the wrong decision again. And I left the treatment center. I left the treatment center in the morning. That I forget what morning, but it was in that month of October.
Yeah, it was October of 2023. I just want to correct myself on the record with that. You're correct. You know, it's like, that's when that took place. Okay. Well, I just wanted to learn more about what happened on that day. My colleague asked all the other questions that I had, so that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
I think she might be on a good one right now, if you will. What do you guys think? Do you guys think they're going to let her out, or
Where's that process?
So I think, as is often the case when we meet with people, we get a larger picture of what is transpiring in their lives and what has brought them to the crossroads of addiction, etc. And I definitely believe that Miss Blake's story is one that is, you know, has equal parts of tragic elements to it and trauma and grief. And it makes sense to understand the journey that she's been on and how it led her down the path of addiction at some very dark times in her life. And I think we need to acknowledge that those were very difficult periods. And I don't know that a lot of us could withstand some of that tragedy, losing children and, you know, everything else that she's gone through. So I commend her for really kind of soldiering on and trying to find a space where she's comfortable with herself. And she's identified several trouble spots, including jumping into relationships, decision-making issues related to her fragile recovery, and everything else that has transpired. She's had periods of sobriety and being clean. She does have a support network. It's been acknowledged that she has a sponsor that is looking to support her, and she herself has identified a halfway house as a period of transition because she has learned to recognize that she needs to put her needs first in order to be successful. That being said, because of her end of sentence, I do believe that Miss Blake would benefit from using these next few weeks to finish tier 2 and set herself up with a very detail-oriented release plan that includes elements for relapse prevention and for reentry, and knowing exactly what she's going to do and where she's going to do it in terms of when she reaches her end of sentence, which is only a few months away. So at this point, because of the need, in my estimation, for her to complete tier 2, which goes through June, I would not be recommending release today because I think that she could use the time very wisely in order to cement everything that she has already put into place. And I think that the additional time is important for her to complete putting these pieces together for what's going to be a path for her future.
Board Member Sisakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like my colleague pointed out, I don't want this decision or things I'm going to say to negatively impact her. So she's clearly made some progress in her recovery, and she's talked about places that she knows where she can get help. She has a plan that she can continue to work on, and she has gone through a lot of trauma, right? We recognize that all the different things she laid out. This is more of a situation for me, just a timeline situation. You know, for me, she's had a substantial substance abuse problem over a number of years. and she's in the middle of a substance abuse program that I would like her to finish. Doesn't end until June. And then, you know, a couple of weeks later, she's getting out. So I'm in the same place as my colleague is. For today, it's a denial. It is just simply based on the fact that I would like her to have this treatment completed before she goes out. And then use these, she doesn't have much time left. I mean, at the very most, we're talking about 3 or 4 months. She can use that time to really strengthen her plan, because she may not have a halfway house when she gets out. She may not have that kind of support that she was thinking of coming into this hearing. So she may have to start working on a plan for a sober house or some kind of support in the community, where she can go after she completes it's tier 2 program, and she's going to finish out her sentence. All this stuff will be behind her at that point. There'll be no more supervision.
Right.
It'll be end of sentence for her.
Right. And through the chair, I think I agree that it definitely needs to be viewed as a denial without prejudice. It's not because of a lack of activity. It's because I feel strongly that if she takes a deep breath and is able to put these pieces together, it's only going to strengthen her ability to overcome everything that she's had to deal with.
I completely agree.
I hate being in a spot like this.
I'm guessing because it's an emotional experience, you know, being there and pretty much, you know, fighting for your
So, I
freedom.
mean, for me, then, it's one denial reason. That's it, right? Inadequate institutional program participation.
Yeah, for tier 2.
And it's not even though it says inadequate, it's not a dig, it's a,
She says,
You know,
completed, yeah.
right. And
It's a dateline, it's a timeline issue, really.
Right.
And considering the history and the struggles with the relapses and some of the decision-making centered around addiction, I think that the tier 2 is, I want to equip you with every tool that you can have so that you can go out and be a mother, a sister, a daughter, and a member of the community that everybody is proud of, including the people who are sitting here today. So it is not a negative. This is not a negative.
I'm hopeful that she could be a sponsor again to other people that she has in the past, help other people.
Okay. So regarding Crystal Blake 42906, move to deny parole based upon inadequate institutional program
What up?
participation. That's
My
Thursday.
black speech.
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Big
Did you
Sosa.
vote no, Chairman Paul?
Yes. No, I didn't vote no.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
It's unanimous. So Ms. Blake, you heard the predicament that we're in.
Yeah,
We believe in you. We want you to have the best possible chance. And in our estimation, best possible chance means taking the time and finishing up that tier 2 program
okay,
and starting to work outside, you know, on figuring some stuff out. And, you know, just based upon, you know, this denial, which is trying to support you, you know, I really hope that you would reach out to CCAR.
Can't hear you.
You know, coaches out there have a line on some sober houses, some, you know, sober living situations that might be helpful to you upon your release, you know. And see what kind of support you can get there.
okay.
Have you had contact with CCAR in the past?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So if you do that, I'm sure you can see, you know, there'll be some resources for sober living. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
We really
Absolutely.
do wish you well.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Like I said, yes, I have financial ability to pay for a sober house, going forward, everything. So like, I'm very, very fortunate about that. So yes, I will take that. I will do that.
Good. You take care of yourself, okay?
As well as you all too. Thank you. And God bless all of you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's for?
Yes.
I can leave.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Here, I didn't want to be rude. Okay. We're all set?
This is your.
I'm all set. Oh, just walk away.
Yeah, you can. Well, no, hold on. Only certain states and only certain counties offer. So hey, I'm gonna start up the other one. There's one more that they this one is over. So I'm gonna go ahead and switch it up right now. Give me a moment and we'll go ahead and get the other one going, if you will. All right, here. Let's see what it is. Don't be looking at where I be getting my information at. I know you guys are some sneaky ones, if you will. Let me see here. Oops, went too far. Let me see. Osborne. We're going to be going to Osborne CI, if you will. There we go. Jumping onto the teams. Bam. Okay. Here we go. All right, guys, are you guys ready?
Because they punched somebody in a parking lot, they fell down and hit their head on the curb.
So that one's live right now, but I'm gonna start it from the beginning because I don't want to miss any of it. Okay. Damn, so this is gonna be a long one today. Let me see here. All right, we're on. Okay. All right, hey, if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. It'll definitely help me out to get into the algorithm, if you will. Yeah. Hopefully the if you will is not driving you crazy yet. Here we go. I'm gonna adjust it there. Bam. Is that good right there for you guys? Hey, thank you, Tay Bug. Highly appreciate that. He kind of looks like a RuPaul. Did they let her leave? Not, they denied her. They denied the last one. Hey, Tay, gracias. Highly appreciate it. So, yeah, also sharing is caring. If you guys could go and share with the ones you love, with the ones you don't love, it don't matter. Just share it. Get it out. Let's get some more people in here. We got over 700 people watching right now. Let's get up to 1,000. Let's get up to 1,000. Wow, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Do you have guys busted? Let me see let me see right here. Do you have the busted pages down there? Busted pages. I'm not sure what that means. No Nintendo. Let me see. FYP. Thank you. All right. Paco Taco, thank you for that basketball right there. Highly appreciated. All right. Let me see. What happened to the hearing from yesterday?
Good morning. How far I'm flying my parachute. Spirit's pretty good.
I work with
Okay, we're about to begin, okay?
I did 3 years in the CDCR, California Department of Corrections. SDSU, San Diego State University. Okay, I got some. So you Centinela State Prison, right?
My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, March 21st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents.
Hey, you know Silas?
And available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing. Nancy Turner, good morning.
Councilmember Berry, good morning.
Councilmember Rodriguez, good morning. Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Let's go with Davenport. Inmate number 101777.
101777. 101.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Edward Davenport on 01777. He is serving a sentence of 6 years, execution suspended after 3 years, 2 years mandatory minimum, followed by 3 years probation for criminal violation and protective order, violation of probation with the underlying possession with intent to sell, dispense narcotics. I think we have a. Yep.
Excuse me.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Davenport.
He said, excuse me, if you will.
Driving on a suspended license. Violation of
Ricky Smiley, thank you.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Davenport.
Yeah, don't have no driving, no sales of narcotics, nowhere in life. Okay?
Hold on 1 second. I might
if you will. Hey, what else?
Hold on 1 second, sir.
Nowhere there.
Yes, I apologize, sir.
Okay.
He has
Scare me.
Like, wait, what?
6 years execution suspended after 3 years.
After
2 years
2 years.
mandatory. Yep, 2 years mandatory minimum followed by 3 years probation for operating under the influence. Third offense, illegal operating a motor vehicle under suspicion of alcohol. Third offense, illegal operating of a motor vehicle under suspense. Third, illegal operating under motor vehicle suspense. Third, violation of conditional release, first degree. As of today, records reflect a mandatory minimum parole eligibility date of April 13th, 2025 at 50%. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voice in tier 2 to date and is currently participating in the aftercare and CCAR program. He remains on the wait list for tier 1. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the overall score falls within the high range for Mr. Davenport for risk for recidivism. Mr. Davenport, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Okay. I did complete tier 2, though I didn't complete that. That's been completed. And I did the CCAR program as well as completed that. Now, I do have something I would like to speak out to the parole board on my behalf. I can read a letter to you.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I'm writing this letter on behalf of my being paroled. First of all and foremost, I want it to be known that I have used really all of this time of my incarceration to reflect as well as focus on my future. I have come to realize really now more than ever that drinking has never really done anything positive or promote anything positive in my life, really. Good or positive results that I can truly say from my heart. All drinking have really done, and in the end was caused me problems. Doing the TIER program helped me even more to realize this fact, and to really come to heart to realize with myself face to face. I am grateful. I am very grateful and thankful that I still have the chance to live a more productive and constructive life. I hurt more than myself because of the consequences of my incarceration and drinking, such as my family, my mother, who is blessed to have just turned 92, and I am her only son. She has lived due to one being murdered and the other one dying from complications from 2 years of drinking. And my sister died of an aneurysm. So now it's only me and my baby sister to take care of her, which is where I will be residing and living with my mother and sister, seeing how I was also seeing how I allowed drinking to cause my wife to divorce me. I gave the drinking up back in 2022. Not only did the program give me even more encouragement and reason to stay clean and sober, I also took the CCAR program classes and graduated and found out that CCAR is actually opening a building directly across the street from where I will be staying, living in Charcoal Plaza in London, which I'm hoping I could be of help to them as well as possibly them helping be of help to me in the way of employment. I have a good support system like my church members, family, my daughter's son, and friends. And in closing, I would like it to be known that I have taken the full responsibility and actions for my actions and feel more sure of myself to do the right things in life, such as making better choices and decisions. I also will be using the skills I have learned in the CCAR program to help my community deal with addiction in hopes that this will help me as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that opening statement. We're going to proceed with questions we prepared, starting with panel member Barry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Davenport, I appreciate your opening statement, and I'm happy to hear that you finally believe that you have the tools necessary to avoid your relapse.
Hey, how many soups?
Struggling with this disease.
How many soups do you guys think he paid for that paper?
I show your
for that letter?
dates back to
For that statement, if you will.
1978. So you've been doing this for a really, really long time. And I'm just curious to know if is your liver okay? Because this is a whole lot of drinking.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I just had that checked. I did it while I was here. Yes, my liver is definitely okay. It's definitely
She
okay.
asked you in all sincerity, sir, not as a source of humor.
Oh, no. Just since she asked me about my liver okay.
Yes.
So I think I'm sorry she'd asked me that because I did have my liver checked. And they was concerned about the same thing. And they sent me to UConn and so forth like that. And I have my liver checked. Yes, it's okay. My liver is fine.
So have you ever been able to address why you drink so heavily or so excessively?
Thank you.
Yeah, sometime I was like get upset, but most of the time it was just drinking out of just to be drinking, just drinking. But I really didn't need it, and I found that out. I found that out late. I didn't really need to drink it, and as I got older,
I'm going to, so Mr. Davenport, have you been able to gain a better understanding of why you drink?
Yes, I have.
Is it a boredom?
No, not boredom. There was problems sometimes when problems come along, and because of problems, and sometimes with the rain, hanging with the wrong crowd, which back in when I was younger, hanging with the wrong people and so forth like that. And as far as boredom, I don't think it really had nothing to really do with boredom. It always something to do with, maybe some kind of something to do, but basically hanging out with the wrong people and doing things like that, trying to be part of the crowd.
So this, Mr. Davenport, what was so interesting about my reviewing your file was that you've participated in a number of treatments to address your alcoholism, and nothing has worked thus far. And go ahead.
Oh no, besides participated in a number of treatments. Only one I think I really treated was 11 Pines. That was like in 07.
It was in 07, and you completed that successfully, but you had several others after that. In fact, my history, my review of your file says that you participated in the DUI home confinement. It looks like
that one there,
at least 3 times, according to my records, and you've taken the Tier 4 program when you were in prison in 2013. Because of a DUI. And then when you were interviewed by the officer in preparation for today's hearing, you mentioned absolutely nothing about a relapse plan.
Oh, relapse plan? Oh, well, my relapse plan is this right here. It's staying clean by, like I said, I have a lot of support. I'm a member of my church now. And they did give me a lot of support, my church members. And like I said, I haven't been drinking since 2022. But not only that, I have more reasons now to stay clean, especially due to my mother's health and conditions. She has nobody there to take care of her but me. That's one reason why. And another reason is like I have lost too much due to this drinking. I have lost too much in drinking and doing other things. I have lost too much in
So let me tell you something, Mr. Davenport. As parole board members, we really don't care if you decide to drink yourself to death. That's your choice. It's a choice that you make.
Damn.
Drinking can be very damaging to your health, as you know. I heard you talk about other people in your family suffering from very similar things and how they passed away due to their substance abuse. It's when you get behind the wheel of a car without a license and drive and hit things and cause accidents and then say other people were driving the car. Like, I don't, why when there's so many other things, other ways for you to be picked up or go from one place to another. There's so many different things, resources out there for you not to have to drive. Why do you continuously do that when you know that you do not have a valid license, that you're not supposed to be driving.
Connecticut Mac.
Why?
That was very inexcusable, but, I said other people were driving. I don't know if you're doing that, but, as you just mentioned,
What did you just
as you just
What did
mentioned.
you just say? I'm sorry.
That's it, other people were driving, you said. So I said other people were driving.
You said your son was driving a car when you hit two parked cars.
And there was nobody in your car with you.
I can't, I really don't even understand that. I really don't understand that, but, from what you just said right there, like I said, driving and get behind that wheel, I totally take responsibility for that. Like I said, I have come to realize I've lost a lot of things by being in denial like that. I don't
So
want
prison
that.
wasn't enough for you to be what prison wasn't a wake up call for you?
At that time, it was and it wasn't, because I was going through other things, and I'm thinking that drinking would take the problem away, which it never did. We're never done, And like I said, I'm older now, and I have too much to look forward to even attempt to even want to even get behind the wheel of a car.
Well, I wish that I could believe that.
I don't want, this time, I don't even want to really drink or be in that environment with people that does that. I used to be in an environment with.
So Mr. Davenport, can I stop you? Because I'm a person that really, like, verbiage is problematic for me. So you're using things like you don't want to drink, and I'm not gonna drink again. And I really do think that if you were capable of doing that, you wouldn't be in prison right now.
True.
So it's more than just your will. You have to be every single day intentional about your sobriety, sir. And I'm not going to sit here and lecture you about this, because you're 65 years old. You don't have a lot of life left to live. And if you want to continue to do life in installments, like driving a car when you know that you're not supposed to be, that's your decision. But, I mean, honestly, I based on, the fact that you participated in a number of treatments previously, you said that you went to Lebanon Pines. That was the most beneficial for you, but yet that still didn't stop you from drinking. And you've taken the DUI program a number of times. That still didn't stop you from drinking. You've taken a Tier 4 program. That's the creme de la creme of programs that VOC has to offer. That still didn't stop you from drinking. And then you come inside the prison, and then you get another ticket for drinking. Well, no, that was it?
In talks, we don't have any details.
Yeah, that right there.
Good morning.
That right there. We come to find out that he was intoxicated. And if I was not intoxicated, I would take an oxys. That's which I'm prescribed to.
Okay.
That was that in Corrigan? I believe that was in Corrigan, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I don't know which prison it was in, sir. It's just.
Because I know I know in Corrigan, they found out that I was taking oxy. They thought it was like some other kind of drug, and they found out that it was oxy that I actually was taking.
Mr. Davenport, I really am happy to hear that you still have the love and support of your family and your children. Sounds like you have a viable sponsor. Your sister has agreed to allow you to live with her. I heard you talking about your mother who's getting old, and you're wanting to be there with her. All those things they sound like they're positive things in your box, to hopefully keep you on the straight and narrow. It's just very difficult for me to say that I could support your discretionary parole when you haven't. Do you know that you've been out in the community 14 times under supervision?
14? Damn!
14 times, I really know. I really don't know. I can't say I really have one set.
I forgot how to count.
Well, you've been out there 14 times.
Thank you.
That's how many times you actually were successful.
0?
Out of 14 times.
None?
I can't really recall. I really can't recall.
Four.
Failed
4 times. You failed 10 times. And looking at your record, I see you were driving with a suspended license 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12 times.
Damn.
Since 2005. And I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 DUIs that we know about.
Jesus.
And that's another thing right there.
Wowzers.
Once your license, they told me, I didn't know this till they told me. If your license was suspended under a DUI,
He drank
and
a
you
memory
get
away,
stopped while your
if you
license
will.
is still suspended, it still fall under a DUI. I didn't even know that, even
But
if
you're
you're
not
not
supposed to be driving. It shouldn't fall
Right.
under anything.
Absolutely,
It should fall
absolutely.
under Uber. It should fall under.
Absolutely.
It should fall under
Absolutely.
Connecticut Transit, not under a suspended license because you have.
You're right. You're right, Mr. I can't argue with you. You're right. You're definitely right. Like I said, I have.
Okay, all right, so Mr. Davenport,
Davenport
I
is he's gonna
I
get
don't
washed
have any
up.
questions for you. You know, the judge said to you at sentencing, when you do the same thing 13 times, it's not a mistake, it's a choice. Do you remember him saying that?
I don't remember what I did yesterday.
I mean, be honest, to be totally honest with you, I don't know. He probably did though, but I'm not sure. I don't really, I just can't say I remember, but you know.
Okay, it's not about whether or not.
He did. But sure that he did. I'm very sure he did.
Yes, so, you know, the point of it is, you know, you minimize the offenses by calling them mistakes when they are in fact choices. You minimize crashing your car into poles and other
Did
cars
somebody say toilet?
when you're drunk and behind the wheel by calling it an accident. It's not an accident if you get behind the wheel of a car after you've been drinking. We make this decision, sir, about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 3 years you have to serve out in the community on parole, and we make it in light of the interests of public safety. And, you know, your track record is one of being a menace. I've been doing this almost 8 years. This is the first time I read about somebody drunk driving to the liquor store.
Right. Yeah. Driving erratically.
You know, and in my town.
Oh, she's taking
All
it
right,
personal.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah.
Question.
That's gonna be
All
a-
right, give us
that'd be
just a
a
minute.
deny.
That's all it's gonna take.
What do you guys think? Do you
Thank
think
you.
they're gonna
So,
they're gonna find them
I
suitable?
really would love to support Mr. Davenport's discretionary parole, but he really has given us very little to work with. Hasn't done well out in the community under prior supervisions. And the nature and circumstance of his current offense is very, very concerning, in addition to his criminal history dating back almost 50 years.
50 years?
45 years?
45 years.
It's too much to overcome, and I'm happy to hear that he believes that he has what he needs this time to go out and be successful. But I hope that he is successful on probation.
724
Okay.
people in here, if you will.
I would not, do not find Mr. Davenport suitable.
I do not either, Madam
Thank you
Chair.
for the follow.
Okay, so
DQ.
criminal history, nature and circumstance,
Pass that toilet paper.
okay, because I had a question mark about change. In the matter of Edward Davenport, inmate number 101777, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history and the nature and circumstances of your current offenses. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, parole is denied. This concludes the hearing for Edward Davenport, 101777. Mr. Davenport, you're all set. You'll receive all this in writing. Good luck to you.
Did somebody say toilet?
So that means I have to do the whole time, you know?
Yes, correct, sir.
Or do I go like, is there a halfway house or I have to do it 10 halfway house or something? You know?
You have a sponsor. Why are you talking about a halfway house?
I mean, while I'm here, while I'm in here, I mean, if I was denied, this first time I've really been to parole, so, I mean, I'm denied right now.
Did somebody say
Correct.
toilet?
So talk to your counselor at DOC and they'll make arrangements once you're getting ready to be discharged from there.
I'm sorry, so about discharge, what's that?
Talk to your counselor
He's not getting out.
at the facility and they'll talk to you about discharge plan and that. You'll see a discharge planner then.
You're going out end of sentence, sir.
I'm sorry, going on what?
End of sentence. We're done.
He's gonna max out.
Thank you.
Next up on The Price is Wrong. Let's see who's coming in. What kind of charges? And for anybody that's coming in right now, this is the state of Connecticut. These are Board of Parole hearings. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Don't be Mr. Krabby Patty. Don't be an Uncle Scrooge. Try it. You'll like it. Hit that follow button. It's follow. It's free 99. It doesn't cost you anything. Come on, man. It's like if you're not following and you're watching, it's like you're stealing. It's like you're stealing this stream right here. Would you put somebody in the dark? I think not.
Good morning, Mr. Perry.
Perry,
Good morning.
next.
We're about to begin, okay?
Yep.
All right.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, March
Smelly.
21st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel Member Barry.
I remember Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Michael Perry, 296577.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Michael Perry, 296577. Madam Chair.
So, Mr. Perry, we do not have the necessary police reports to conduct this hearing. So we're going to move to continue your discretionary parole hearing until we have the police reports needed.
Damn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
We've requested them and we're waiting for them. So
Can you
you'll be
expedite them,
back
please?
before the board when the police reports are received. We wanted to see you early enough that you could still go to your job today. So thank you.
This is
This
Connecticut.
concludes the hearing for the continuation for Michael Perry, 296577.
Next on The Price is Wrong. We don't know what he did. They didn't say. So the Board of Parole, they requested his arrest record, and they still haven't got it, so they can't determine.
You can sit in the chair or here.
Damn, what is it like? What is it like? Crippled day today? Handicap day? Man, we got walkers. We got canes. Man,
You want to say it where you said right here?
Jesus, it's infirmary day today for the parole board, if you will. Medical camp. Oh man,
Mr. Gadlin, good morning.
Good
If you
morning.
prepared a statement for us, please have it out and ready to go.
what was his name?
Yes, ma'am. Thank
I
you.
was too busy
I'm
talking.
fine.
Ready?
Did anybody catch his name? Hey, hit that follow button. Follow. Bro, what? Perry? Okay, no, that's not Perry.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is March 21st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning. And by stating their names on the record, certify their review of all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, I'm Panel Member Barry.
Morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Larry Gatlin, 235154.
Got him. Thank you.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Larry Gatlin, 235154. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 10 years jail, followed by 25 years probation for sex 2 with victim under the age of 16.
Oh,
Illegal sexual contact with the victim under the age of 16,
oh, bad.
tampering with witness, and bribery of a witness. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 12, 2025 at 50%. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shown he has not completed any of his recommended programs to date. He remains on the wait list for short track sex treatment, a job, addiction services, and voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. And utilizing the static 99R, the offender overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Ganlin, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be joined to propose, sir. You may begin.
Well, I'm just taking this opportunity to say that I know that all my actions have consequences, and I'm living the consequences of my actions. I just want to say that I'm sorry to the victim and the victim's family. I know I haven't completed any programs or did anything, but I've really been working on myself. And that's it. I know how this goes for the most part, I heard, so I'm not expecting too much. I just wanted to take this opportunity to say I'm sorry.
Hey, are you guys bots? Because we got like almost 1,000 people in here.
I'm glad you did,
or is it
sir,
1,000 bots?
Because you didn't speak at sentencing. So if the victim is listening, I hope those words provide some measure of comfort. So we have read the available documents, looked at your criminal history, and prepared questions for you. After we're done asking questions, we will discuss your case and you'll have our decision. I will begin the process, and I'm glad, Mr. Gadlin, that you don't have high expectations, because the nature of your offense is so concerning and egregious that the fact you have taken no programs does not position you well for discretionary parole consideration.
If you're not a bot, hit
So
if you
what we
will.
do at these hearings is make a decision about whether you're suitable to finish the 10 years of your 20-year sentence that you have to serve in prison out in the community under supervision before you begin 25 years of probation and 10 years on the state sex offender registry.
You should be live.
So without programs, it's hard to determine that you're suitable. I do want to recognize that you've had no disciplinary issues during this period of incarceration. You know, but you got the bribery and tampering with witness charge to compound your sentence. So you do know that you have 2 standing criminal protective orders against you until the year 2099?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you tell me what you understand that means?
Thank you for the
That means
UK.
I should have no contact, phone or otherwise, with the victims.
Okay, and that includes social media?
Yes, any contact whatsoever.
Right, and through a third person, right? Because this is family involved. So you cannot send the victim messages through other people in your family.
Okay, yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So it's important that you're very clear on what the protective order prohibits you from doing, so you don't end up back here on a violation of that protective order.
Okay.
Just very briefly, your sister, you want to sponsor to her home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. They haven't been able to reach her yet, despite messages being left. Have you told her about the sex offender registry obligation? She would know that her address would have to appear on the registry?
Yes.
If you were living there? Okay. All right, it's important.
Hey, don't forget to hit that follow button, please, por favor. It's free 99.
So why did this happen, sir? Why did you make this terrible choice?
Yep, it was a choice.
I have no excuse that it happened. But, you know,
Well, it didn't happen. You made it happen.
Yes.
And I'm trying to understand what was going on for you at the time, that you would think it would be all right to do this to your own child.
What?
I can't explain it.
His child?
And, you know, it was just it was a horrible thing that I did, and I can't sit there and blame it on my background, drugs, alcohol, or anything of that nature. I did it. And I'm living the consequences of my actions.
All right. And they will be long-term because you have 25 years of probation ahead of you. I'm not asking you for excuses. I'm trying to see if you had any insight into what was going on with you that would lead you to choose to do this to your own child. Having lost one,
Cha-cha, are you in here?
You know, prior to this? Okay, so my concern, sir, is if you haven't done the programs and you don't understand why you did it, then you're at risk to do it again.
I don't think so. I get what you're saying. And I don't think so, because I understand that my actions have consequences. And if I sit back and really evaluate, and I have thought about what I've done, it was selfishness. That's what it was. It was me not considering what my actions, which I've had a lot of time to think about that. So,
I agree that it was a very selfish, cruel thing to do. And it was very premeditated on your part, because you, as your wife pointed out at sentencing in the PSI, you really went about grooming this child in order to do this sex offense against your own child. So, and you look like you're not really clear on what I'm saying. And that's why the program's going to help you, because through programming, you're going to understand what grooming is and be able to take responsibility for the fact that that was part of how you went about committing your crime. So I know you haven't taken the Voices program, and I think that'll be important for you to really appreciate the harm that you did to your own child.
All bad.
What do you think you've put her through? You read about it in the pre-sentence investigation.
Wow.
What do you think the impact on her life has been?
I ruined her life. I ruined everyone who's involved in this, who knows me, who knows them. I ruined everyone's lives in one way or another.
Well, you're harmed. Hopefully people recover and heal and are able to move on, so their lives are not, as you described, ruined. But there's a lot to overcome and a lot that will be triggering going forward.
Did somebody say
in terms
toilet?
of relationships and intimacy and trust.
If you will.
So I'm wondering if you have any sense of those kinds of harms caused.
I can't imagine what the victim has been through since it happened. So I can't explain to what they went through. I really can't. I just know that I hurt a lot of people, and I'm sorry for that.
Well, Mr. Gadlin, these are first steps. Acknowledging your crime, taking responsibility, apologizing. These are all really positive places to begin work on yourself. And there's a lot of programming ahead of you that you need there in the facility and when you're out in the community, and a lot of restrictions that are going to be placed on you because of the choices that you made. My last question has to do with your abuse of alcohol and other substances. Do you consider yourself to have an addiction, sir?
I've abused drugs and alcohol. I have, yes.
That wasn't my question. Do you consider yourself to have an addiction? Are you an addict?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Another hard first step. Looking at yourself.
What do you guys think should
I can
happen
tell
to
you
him?
didn't want to say yes.
Should they let him out?
But I think it's true. And certainly your family members thought it was true, because there were comments about that in the PSI as well. So you need to get a handle on your abuse of substances so that you can make better choices going forward, choosing to live clean and sober. And I really hope that that you'll make that commitment to yourself, sir. You have a lot of work ahead, but you've taken important first steps, and I wish you much success. Mr. Rodriguez, any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have so, Mr. Gaglin, when the chair was asking you about what harm you thought you caused to the victim and the rest of your children, have you heard anything about how they're doing since you've been in there?
Yeah, I have.
What have you heard?
I heard that one's up for graduation soon. Between from that, I haven't heard anything much.
Why would they give him any information about his victims?
So you haven't heard any that they're struggling with things or any of that stuff, nothing negative.
I haven't heard. I just heard one is up for graduation. That's it.
So at some point, you do know that when your daughter becomes an adult, she is going to wonder, Daddy, why did you do this to me? Why me? And it's really important that you take some time and think about that, because the day will come. It really will come, especially if she is trying to move on with her life and really trying to heal from this whole situation. The time will come. What do you think you would say to her if she asked you that? You know, Dad, you were supposed to protect me. You weren't supposed to harm me. Why would you, what would you say? Especially, I'm sure her mother had to answer those questions.
Yes. If I had to say that right now to her, I would tell her that I dropped the ball. I dropped the ball that I supposed to have been to her. For protecting her from all the hurt, harm, and evil of the world, I became that hurt, harm, and evil. And I'm really sorry for that. And I can't sit here and explain what was going through my mind at the time that I committed these offenses to her.
I could tell you what was going through your mind, some sick
thoughts. I want her to know that it was me and not her. It was me all the way, and it was never her. And I'm sorry for that.
You don't
That's
say.
it. And if me explaining it now, that's what I would tell her.
I think that's a good start. But unfortunately, when you do say that, because she will ask, you really have to put some action behind that. You really have to have shown, and again, you have a protective order until 29, it's a lifetime protective order. So, should she decide that she wants to have some sort of relationship when she starts having children, when she's getting married, all of those
hell
things,
nah. That's out the window.
And she wants answers. I just think that should be prepared. It's going to be a difficult conversation, but it's going to be one that eventually will happen.
That's out the window right there.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Forget about it.
So, Mr.
If you will.
Gadlin, please give us just a few minutes to discuss. So,
he could hear them when they're talking right now.
The ground with my comments to Mr. Gadlin that, to be suitable, we need to see some change. We need to see that he is benefited from programs, that he has insight into the choices that he was making.
That fool didn't even take his program, his sex offender program.
And we don't have that yet. We are hearing, Mr. Gadlin start to reconcile himself to his crimes and his
I don't like what
his problems.
I don't like it.
And hopefully through programming, he can prepare himself to be back out in the community, to be successful on probation, and to live out the rest of his life without reincarceration. So at this point, it's a deny for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. Hell yeah.
The crime itself, and then his subsequent response to trying to silence the victim was troubling.
All we need is one more. One more denying. It's it.
At least 2 prior incarcerations. So hopefully this period he can really work on himself. Where are you,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I also have Mr. Gadlin denied nature of the circumstances of this offense. Just where I've written this, and really
first name is Larry.
Responsibility. He hasn't taken any program, but you kind of really get in touch with what are those things that are what we're driving some of this.
Last name is Gatlin.
I would want to see some programming done, and it was not there. So I'm really
LIN
not supporting his discretion rule tonight.
Deny. That's it. He's
Then
done. He's
then,
through.
I also have Mr. Gatlin denied because he didn't participate in any programs of the nature of his
It's a
offenses.
flush.
However, he's not done with the census
Yep, that's
2029,
it.
so I would not be opposed to him coming back after this program.
GADLIN.
I have given a rehear some consideration, and I would be comfortable with March of 2028, which splits the difference of the time remaining. I have him in till 2030.
Yeah, well, it's estimated date is in
August.
2030 it is. I'm good with
I
that.
have it November 21st, 2029 as an estimated date if he doesn't get tickets.
Let's just round it up.
So I was thinking more of 2 years, but Mr. Rodriguez, what are your?
If you could do if you would do the program, it would be
38.
something I would consider.
He has a lot to do.
Right.
He would have a lot to
I
do.
mean, and he's got wait lists. He's got, ideally he'd, with a drug score of 4, he'd be doing tier 4.
Yeah.
He'd be doing track 1, not the short programs. So there's some investment of time required.
Let's round it
while
up
he awaits these
2100.
programs. And honestly, 2 years of discretionary parole would be a tremendous gift.
Yeah.
Given the
40,
egregious nature of
45.
these crimes.
This is Connecticut. Yes, it is. 1599 Gene Gators.
So we're ready, sir. In the matter of Larry Gadlin, inmate number 235154, there's a motion to deny parole due to the nature and circumstances of your current offense and inadequate program participation. I further move to rehear you in March of 2028 with the recommendation that you complete the programs on your OAP, remain disciplinary free, and find other ways to rehabilitate yourself through voluntary programs, work, schooling, education. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So, Mr. Gadlin, that's the best we can do for you. We're going to give you a rehear. I know fatherhood is not a required program, but I think it's a necessary one in your case, because not only, do you have the victim, but you have other children who are going to really struggle when you are back in their lives with what happened. And a program will help prepare you to be a part of their lives going forward. So look at that as a possibility as well. There's several in the facility.
Right, thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Larry Gadlin, 235154. You will receive all this in writing, Mr. Gadlin. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you very much.
Get on down the way with your walker. Coming in here with a walker, man. I'm hoping he's in that thing because of the type of charges he's in prison over.
Okay.
Don't drop the soap in his walker. Next. All right. Let's see who this gentleman is right here. Hopefully we get a change of pace here. Because, man, that hearing was definitely gut-wrenching. It definitely turned my stomach, and I think I might have thrown up a little bit. Man, who does that to their kids? Not only to their kids, to anybody's kid or anybody. Why? Why? Man, this is one of those things that we might never be able to understand. Thank you. Appreciate that right there. And if you haven't done so, please do so. I say we got 1,300 people watching. If you're not following, please hit that follow button. It's free 99. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Don't be that guy. If you're not following, it's like you're stealing something that I'm putting out for free. Why would you do that? Would you walk into the store and take a bag of M&Ms? Would you 3D print a car? I think not. If you will, thank you guys, everybody that's following, and shout out to all of you guys coming in from the UK, from Ireland, from Great Britain, from Manchester, from Dublin, from Australia, from New Zealand, from Germany, from from Europe, from Africa, from the United States. Represent your city. Where are you guys tapping in from? We got Texas, Ohio,
Hi, Mr.
Tennessee,
Gomez, how are you?
Nova Jersey,
Hello, I'm doing
South
fine,
Carolina,
yourself?
Chicago, Chirac,
Okay.
Ohio, Louisiana, Texas, San Antonio, Texas, Long
Good
Island,
morning, my name is
Pennsylvania.
Parole Officer Smelly. It's Friday,
all over the
March
place.
21st, 2025. And it's the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify their review all statutorily required pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm Nancy Turner. Mr. Gomez, if you have a statement to read to us, please have it out and ready to go.
Good morning, I'm Sharon Waterbury.
559.
Rodriguez.
I don't know. He's
Panel Member Rodriguez.
he's definitely
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Marco Gomez, 282-483.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Marco Gomez, 282-483. He is serving a sentence of 5 years and 6 months jail flat for violation of probation with underlying violation of probation and risk of injury. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 26, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed voices. He remains on the wait list for good intentions, bad choices, addiction services, and a job. He reported he's also working as a painter and has been working since October of 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range.
Did somebody say
Mr.
toilet?
Gomez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe be granted all the baby again, sir.
I don't know, I just need help. I'm asking to go to like a halfway house because as much as I want to go home, I know that's probably the best thing for me. You know?
He's a predator. He's a
I don't know, I just
PDFer.
want to go home, really.
Okay, Mr. Gomez, thank you for that. We're going to ask you questions that we've prepared. We'll begin with my colleague, panel member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gomez, I appreciate that you want to go home, and I'm sure that you do. And I can't imagine anybody who's in your particular situation doesn't want to go home. And that's, we understand that. But I would like to hear more about why we should even consider allowing you to go home, which I didn't hear at all in your opening statement. And it's not because you haven't taken any programming. I mean, you took voices at least, and I'm sure that, you must have learned something from that. At least I'm hoping you did. And, you did have some victims in this particular situation prior to this violation of probation. And I didn't hear anything about those individuals at all, that individual. So I'm just, can you share some more with us that would want us to be able to consider that at this particular moment, you haven't really given me anything to feel very comfortable about moving in that particular direction of allowing you to be able to be released.
Hey, what up, Taurus?
I don't really know
Did somebody
what
say
to
toilet?
say. Like, I'm just asking for help, I'm not asking to go home. I'm asking to go maybe to like a halfway house. And not even at the...
I'm sorry, this is your third incarceration, correct?
Yes.
And you've taken programming, because I looked and I saw that you've taken programming.
Yes.
What did you learn from that program?
Which programs are we talking about?
You took voices. I saw you took a prior good intentions, bad choices, even though it's been added again to your OAP.
Yep.
What have you learned? You haven't taken a serious addiction program yet that would help you with your substance use problems that you have. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I can't find a reason right now to consider releasing you. I don't, see you at that, unless you can convince me and I'm sure convinced the panel that you're ready to be released. And I just wanted to get out. And, you know, I understand that you want help. Of course, I get that, but you've been receiving some help. What have you learned? It doesn't sound to me right now like you've learned anything.
I have to agree with the board.
Well, I mean, what we talked about is like, in the group, what we normally talk about is like the victim, the stuff that we do and how it affects them, ourselves, and not just us, you know, everybody included, you know, their families or whatever. I mean, where the stuff that we do.
What have you learned about you that you're going to change in terms of your behavior to not have victims?
Well, nah, I don't even, all I really do is work. What I admit it, and I know like this time I came around, I was asking for help because I'm mental health and I wasn't getting the proper medication. So I had like a little mental breakdown and I told my parole officer like—
Mr. Gomez, I just want to remind you that we're live. So I don't want you to say too much about your personal medical history or anything like that.
Right.
Are you
live
on
and direct
medication
on
now?
TikTok, if you will.
Yes.
Do you feel it's helping you?
Yes, it's helping.
Okay. Okay. You took good intentions, bad choices before?
Yes.
You know, did you learn anything from that?
Yeah,
you know it's been added again?
He said he had to just add something. That he said that's what they do when your level goes down, I guess.
Do you think you've made some bad choices?
Thank you, Gabby.
Yeah, of course. All my life.
Hey, do you guys love the TikTok shop? And if you do, can you drop some comments about it?
You think you can change to help you make better choices in the
She got
future?
the hat too.
Yes, of course. I got a big support. You know, the mistake I made is, I mean, I was buying marijuana from people I didn't even know, and it had stuff in it. And that's what got me to violate.
Yeah. And as it relates to your substance abuse use,
Connecticut,
your substance use, have you been involved with any NA groups or AA groups or anything like that while you've been there?
No, not at the time.
Have you connected with anybody like?
Thank you.
Well, I guess you haven't heard of CCAR then either, right? Because you haven't been in the program.
No, well, I am on the MAP program. We have groups.
Yeah, I know you are. I know. I read that.
He is a JCAT.
I'm not. Maybe you can tell what you're getting out of that. What are you getting out of that?
I don't know. We most of the time just talk about ourselves. Like it was like a card, and we read about it. I mean, we'll read the question, and then we say what we feel.
You don't want to know what he did. Toilet flush, if you will.
You know, you've had these offenses come on the heels of you're being violated for probation, right? And your violations were, you know, we're technical, not compliance, and not, you know, following up on reporting, but also because of your substance abuse use. So that seems to be a real significant problem for you, right?
He's a PDFer.
And, I would hope that somehow, even while you're in your medicated assisted program, that you think about how you put together a plan for yourself so that when you come out, you're already set up with someone to be able to talk to about these issues and the programming that you're going to need to help support you in this. And I know you have support from your family, you said, but I think you do need some additional support for yourself in this. And I don't see that plan having been done yet, right? You haven't done a plan like that yet, correct?
Well, not yet.
So that's something that I think you want to think about doing and putting that together for yourself, as well as, you know, getting set up for the additional kind of supports that you're going to need on the outside when you do get out. I don't have a lot of questions for you because I would have liked to have seen, you know, more programming done and heard a little bit more from you about it. And I know, are you nervous right now?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, you seem to be really nervous right now. But I don't have any additional questions for you right now. So I'm going to listen to my colleagues and see what they have to say and ask. And then I'll make my decision at that particular point. But for right now, I want you to know that I am concerned that you don't have a recovery plan set up, that you really haven't taken the programming that you need to be taking. And that I can hear that you're kind of still struggling with that.
Yeah, I was talking to the other chat. That's why you guys can hear me.
Certainly. Panel Member Barry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Gomez, you've been serving this sentence for 25 years.
What?
Yes.
It makes no sense. And my records indicate that it wasn't that you weren't receiving the right, dosage of your medication out in the community. You just weren't paying. That's a big difference. It's really important that you take ownership of your own behavior, sir, because you overall, you are the one that's responsible for your own recovery, your own maintenance. You cannot depend on someone else to do that for you. You're a grown man, 41 years old now. You know the stuff that you need, and it's up to you to advocate for yourself so that you don't wind up in prison, unless you want to keep spending this time there.
No, I'm not coming back, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. You aren't really doing very much in the community. You blamed COVID. You said you were working at Mighty Key, and you were still receiving state benefits. Like, you had stuff aligned. You were just making poor decisions. So until you change your way of thinking, you're going to be right back. So I would suggest that you truly get some paper and pen out when you're in these programs and start jotting down some stuff so that you can refer to it in the future. Because again, 25 years on this sentence is just ridiculous. You could have been over and done with this already. You're still required to appear on the sex offender registry. So that's another hurdle. You got to get yourself together, Mr. Gomez. All right, Madam Chair, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Gomez, when you were interviewed by the parole officer, you commented that you didn't think this sentence was fair, the 5.5 years. You said that you got it just for using. Do you remember saying that?
Well, yes.
Okay. So what I want to tell you is, based on the documents that I've read, you were using when you violated this child.
Ooh, no
so
way.
You've since gone on and completed the problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, which is great. But obviously, your abuse of substances is a high risk for you to reoffend. So you need to be embracing recovery, making the decision every day to live clean and sober, to stay on your medication so that you don't come back to prison. You can't choose drugs over your mental health needs. And you have to appreciate that your abuse of drugs sets you up for criminal activity. And these are choices that you're making, sir. So for you to minimize this second violation of your probation because you were just using, seems to me that you are completely missing the point.
Well, I didn't technically mean it like that,
It doesn't matter. To say that your sentence isn't fair because you were just using drugs misses the point. Drugs are directly connected to the crime that you're serving this probation for. So, okay, good. All right. So give us just a minute and we're going to discuss. And I do know that you were denied discretionary parole when you were before the board last time for the offense that is underlying your violation of probation. So, the fact that you'd come back on a violation having been denied release before, I don't know that you could honestly expect that this was going to go in your favor. But we're going to discuss.
I knew it wasn't. Okay. I knew most definitely it wasn't.
Okay, well then,
that's why I'm here asking.
You have a good reality check.
That's why I'm here asking you guys for help, and I don't mean right now. I don't mean this year. Exactly.
Sure.
I could have some time.
Yeah.
You know, to get the resources that I need.
But we're looking at somebody who scores very high for your risk to reoffend. You failed 3 out of 4 opportunities we provided you at community release in the past. And you have a drug score of 4 and have not taken addiction services program this time or your last period of incarceration. So those are all very concerning facts.
Last time I went home from Tier 4 program, I was actually
but before you saw the board, you hadn't taken it. So we don't have any record of it after that. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've outlined some of the reasons why I'm going to be denying Mr. Gomez.
Hell yeah.
Today, and I understand he does need help. He truly does need help with this.
And he will be halfway house eligible by DOC in August of 2026. So maybe you can get some programming in.
Maybe, yeah. Well, that's what I would be hoping he could get some programming in at this particular point. And that's what I think he needs to be able to do. I don't see him coming out today, denying his discretion or parole today.
I mean, I do recognize that he's had no DRs, and that's an improvement for him. He completed the Voices program. He got an excellent evaluation for that. He's been working in the facility, so you know he's on a positive path, but he needs some supports in the form of programming. Yeah, panel member Barry?
I don't have to grant it either.
Okay. What are the reasons that
I said it as a program participation?
And I had to
poor performance on community release?
Yeah.
How about criminal history?
And criminal history.
Next, if you will. Yep.
So in matter of Marco Gomez, inmate number 282-483, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, your poor performance while on community release, i.e. your 2 violations of probation, and inadequate program participation. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
So, Mr. Gomez, we weren't able to grant you discretionary parole today. We wish you much success. Keep up the work on yourself that you've started there in the facility, and thank you for meeting with us.
Drop one, flush
This
one.
concludes the hearing for Marco Gomez 282-483. You'll receive both the civil and Mr. Gomez. Good luck to you, sir. You all set?
Have a good day, guys.
All right. So
Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Okay.
And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free for you, free for me. Also, sharing is caring. If you guys could go ahead and share it with the ones you love, share it with the ones you don't love, just share it. Please and por favor, get the word out. You see, our toilet is going to be getting clogged. Like, man, tell me about it. I can't afford a plumber right now.
Because of the door, is it Officer Rodriguez here? But is it Officer Rodriguez here? You should right?
What's next? Hey, this is a long roster today. This was a long one. I think there was a lot of people on it today for the males. Let me check right now. And I think we're barely on the 4th one right now. And we're what are we, like an hour in or so? Let me see here. Also, I'm asking you guys for a favor. No, I don't want your money. I don't want you to send me money. I don't need that. But if you guys could do me a favor, jump on over to my YT account at CollectCallFrom. This is Connecticut. And if you guys could go to help me get to 6,000 subscribers, I would highly appreciate it. Trying to hit that. What's up? CDOC. Nah, this is Connecticut. This is the state of Connecticut Board of Parole hearings. You don't need what? I don't need you guys to send me money or gifts, but I do want you guys to follow. That's what I do need. I need a little bit of your time. I need you guys to follow over here on TT, and I also need you to. I'm from LA, the 213 area, if you will. So yeah, that's what I need from you guys. You guys, that's what I need. I don't need you to send me money. I don't need you. Don't worry. I don't need you to cash at me anything. And don't worry. Next week my car's not gonna break down, and I'm gonna come over here with a sob story and begging you guys for money. Nah, that's not my get down. But I do want. What is your YT? That's a good question. It is.
Morning, Mr. Kenny.
At Collect.
Good morning. How are you?
Have you written a statement for us? Something you want to read?
I wrote my,
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just have it out ready to
You
go.
ever
We're not
do
there
ever
yet,
know?
but I want you to be
I have
prepared. Let's
Oh,
not waste
yeah.
time. Okay.
What do you guys think this guy did? I don't know. My spider sense is really tingling on this one, and I don't just want to assume, but
My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, March 21st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names, some of the records certified their review. All statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning. Good morning, I'm Pam Barry.
Good morning, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
George Kinney, 376754.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for George Kinney, 376754. He is serving a sentence of 36 months jail flat for violation of probation and underlying possession with intent to sell, dispense, and possession of a controlled substance first. As of today, records reflect the past parole eligibility date of May 9, 2024 at 50%. There's no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on August 9, 2024, and he was denied parole, and the hearing date was set for March 2025. Board recommended the inmate completed the Tier 4 program, participate in any positive programs, and develop a relapse prevention plan, and received no new DRs. Since his last hearing,
thank you, Annie.
Mr. Kinney has completed Tier 4 on 3/7/2025 to date, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores. The offender overall score for recidivating fall within the moderate range. Mr. Kinney, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, I wrote down my relapse plan. I wrote down.
Okay. Sir, are you doing aftercare?
They don't have it anymore. I wanted to do it, but no, they don't have it. They have a lot of changes going on because the staff that was doing the Tier 4, they ended up going to other facilities. So we have new staff. And now they're, as of now, they're not doing the aftercare. Otherwise, I would have got in it, but I couldn't.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. You know how this works because you were before the board last year.
Yes.
So we're going to begin with my colleague, panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Kinney, I appreciate that you were able to comply with the last panel's recommendations to successfully complete the Tier 4 program.
Thank you,
was that your first time taking that program?
Yes.
And so aside from that, what other treatments have you participated in to address your substance abuse?
I do the NA program, and they have a program, it's called Beyond the Yellow Line. That's a program we do on Wednesdays. I take that. And honestly, that's it.
So before you were in prison, what other programs had you taken to address your substance abuse?
Before I was in prison, I went to
Ooh, what's that? I never seen that one before.
Stonington Institute.
Ooh.
Okay.
Hey, thank you,
And
Jenna.
how long ago was that?
That was I want to say that was quite some time ago. That was probably 3 years. Probably 4. Yeah, it was a while ago I went there.
Okay, and how long were you able to stay clean and sober?
I was clean for 3 years.
That's $100? No way.
Very successful business. I was doing really, really well when I was home.
Thank you, Jenna.
And what caused relapse?
I got into a bad argument with my girlfriend at the time, and I didn't even plan on using. It wasn't on my mind. I don't want to use at all.
I said to another person that sat in that seat a little while ago. I don't really think that people plan to use. Like I don't more plan
puppy.
to participate
Got a
in
puppy.
criminal acts. Some people do. But for the most part, if it was something
10,000
that you
coins?
had control over, you could tell yourself, no, I'm not gonna use it. So I mean, what was the argument about with your girlfriend?
And I did have, you know, it was over money, the argument. So I ended up leaving and I went to Cumberland Farms to get gas in one of my work trucks. And I ran into a friend and I actually told him no when he asked me if I wanted any pills. I said, no, I'm good, man. I've been clean for almost 2 years. Then I was pumping my gas.
3 years.
Yeah.
Go ahead, we're pumping your gas.
Yeah, and then he said,
thank you.
I ended up saying, hey, come back, man. And I ended up taking one of them, buying one from him. And you know, that was the worst mistake I made, you know.
It wasn't the worst mistake you made, but it was up there.
One of them, yes, it was one of them, you know, because it led to all this. You know, when I was clean, I was doing great. I don't deal with no cops. I don't do nothing to get in trouble. Nothing.
Well, you've done enough.
Yeah, well, yes, I have. Yes, I agree. Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
So tell me this.
It all stems from drug use. If I didn't do drugs, I would not ever be here. And I totally realize that, and I totally plan on being clean when I'm in the community because I have a successful roofing business. I do really good.
Using the word plan again. You're saying I
Yes.
don't plan. I mean, if you had control.
No, I said if I totally plan on being clean and doing the right thing when I'm in the community.
Mr. Kinney, could you let her finish saying what she wanted, the point she was trying to make to you?
Yes, I'm sorry.
So when you said, I didn't plan on using, I don't plan on using, it has to be intention. It's not, you're using the wrong word. Plan is not the word. Okay. I'm going to try to maintain my sobriety as best I can. Those are more realistic.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So the verbiage that you're using is what's problematic for me. You understand that?
Yeah, I understand, yeah.
Okay.
Commit to the positive.
Right.
Yeah, yes.
Commit to the positive.
Yes. And I'm also, you know, I'm on methadone. So when I'm in the community, I do the groups with methadone, which that's good. That's a positive thing as well.
Well, I don't know when that was positive because you were out in the community using drugs. And you had a substantial amount of drugs. So much so that they were watching you on the federal level. I mean, here's my take on all of this. So you're on probation for selling drugs, and you get into not one, but I show two arguments or something with your girlfriend, all within a few days. So you get 2 new convictions for an assault third. Did you put your hands on her?
No.
So why did you get an assault third?
That wasn't for my girlfriend. That was for my girlfriend's son.
Why'd you put your hands on him?
No, because we had an argument because he broke my 60-inch TV on the wall.
60-inch? Why did you put your hands on him?
He came at me and I just like pushed him off. I didn't hit him. He's 18, so I didn't do that.
So why would they charge you with an assault third then?
They charged me with it.
You pled guilty to it?
Yeah, because I mean, what am I going to do? Go to trial with it?
Yeah, that you do have that right. You do understand that.
No, I understand. I wasn't going to do that. I wasn't going to do that.
So then you go into your probation office and they suspect that you're still using. So they do a check of your house and they find 4 grams of crack, over 15 grams of fentanyl, and a Whizzinator. Why do you have a Whizzinator?
What the hell is that?
Yeah, because I was going to use it for my urine deprivation, but I never.
Were you supposed to be using drugs on probation?
No, I was not.
Did you plan on using drugs on probation? I'm just asking.
No, I did not.
There's that word again. I'm just saying. I just.
For
someone who It's
Fake
listen,
urine.
I really do feel as if that's something that you decide that you want to do for yourself is use drugs, because eventually there's only two outcomes, either death or prison.
Yes.
Death or prison.
Hey,
That's
you guys be
But
knowing
my
what's
whole
up.
thing is when you're
The
selling
Wizinator. What the
stuff that's killing people, that are
Wizard.
putting people in prison and contributing to that cycle of abuse where families are taken apart because these people, just like yourself, they
Yes.
don't want to struggle with addiction, but you're adding to that to support your own habit, which is just as selfish.
100%. 100%.
I mean, honestly, on your last panel, I'm glad that they wanted you to do the Tier 4 program. I think that that's the best program for you. But I honestly feel like, Ms. Chance, you have really, like, you've done so much. You've had 5 opportunities out in the community. You've failed them
I'm
all.
about to go search it right now, if you will.
And the amount of drugs that you had,
Yeah.
sir, you were only out for 21 days and you were violated. I can't support that. I can't condone it. I think that you already.
I
21
wasn't out
days.
21 days.
21 days.
I was out over 2 years and I violated.
Well, according to the
Not
report that
21
I
days.
reviewed, the report that I reviewed says 21 days.
That's false. I'm telling you that
And
that
then
is.
you were also on federal probation.
Yes,
So
I was almost, yeah, because I had 4 months left of 3-year. I was on federal probation, gave me 3 years. I violated that probation at 31 or 32 months. So the information you have, 21 days, that is false. That's not true at all.
You were on probation for your assault thirds, right? Right?
No, I got that when I was in
probation for assault thirds.
I pled out to that while I was in the time I'm doing right now in jail. That wasn't when I was home. No, I violated my probation. I had 3 years probation. I had 4 months left of a 3-year probation and I violated. I was home for 2.5 years. Then I violated. I definitely didn't violate at 21 days. That's crazy.
That's not what the report says, sir.
That's not,
It says that
it's not true. I'm telling you, it's not true.
On 2/22,
Argumentative. That's no bueno.
2/22, you received a technical violation conviction for an assault third. They gave you 3 years. By February 7th, you were testing positive for drugs. And then on February 22nd of 2022, you were pulled over. You had a Wizinator, 4 grams of crack, 15 grams of
Wizinator, if
fentanyl.
you will.
That's 21 days.
Did somebody say flush?
Because you went to Hartford to buy drugs.
Yes, I did. I went in my truck. My truck broke down, and my girlfriend had to come and pick me up because I was broke down on the side of the road.
I'm just saying but yeah.
No, I totally understand. I totally understand where you guys are coming from.
Okay.
Okay. Panel member Rodriguez.
I don't have any questions. I mean,
Did somebody say Wizinator?
One of the things we asked him to do was to not get any tickets, and I said he already got a ticket in August of 2024.
4 grams of Crizac.
Just with that alone, and with what I've heard from the discussion between panel member Barry and him, I am not. I don't have any questions.
Mr. Kinney, have you ever done domestic violence programming?
No, I haven't.
Do you think it would be helpful to you?
Of course I do.
We're doing job interviews. Did somebody say Wizinator, if you will?
You are end of sentence in October.
Yes.
And have you,
Wizinator,
has
if you
DOC
will.
talked to you about
This is
halfway
still
house yet?
Connecticut.
I'm halfway house eligible. I'm approved right now.
Okay, great, because you don't have a sponsor out in the community, correct?
I actually do. I just got one, but I'm just gonna do I'm just gonna do the halfway house.
Okay, all right, well then we're all set. You're approved and DOC is prepared to release you to a halfway house.
Yeah.
Okay, so give us just a few minutes.
Madam Chair,
Hey, just when you think
I'm glad that he was able to do the program. I really do hope that it's beneficial for him in the long run. It sounds as if he really aspires to stay clean and sober. I just need him to put his money where his mouth is, and actually follow through. So, I would not have voted to have him return for another hearing. I think that the nature of his crimes, the amount of drugs, in his possession, and his being on dual supervision is too much for me with the 5 failures. It's a denial for me.
Okay. And where are you?
Denial from me as well, Madam Chair.
Okay. And I'm hearing nature and circumstances and offense on state and federal probation. Anything else? Okay.
Hey, this is a wild one.
So, in the matter of George Kinney, inmate number 376754, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offense, and your offense being committed while you were on state federal probation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All
So
in
what you
favor?
have me do tier 4 for? I did tier 4. Why'd you have me do tier 4? You told me to do tier 4 and come back.
Forget
Because you
about
need
it.
it, sir.
What was the point of that?
Because you need it. Are you
Yeah.
not committed to your own recovery?
Yeah, yep.
Go,
Okay.
Go out with a bang. Go out with a
It's
bang.
a different panel, and we
If you
see
will.
the facts in the
Forget about
case
it.
the way we
Yeah.
see them, and
Yeah,
you
I
are
know.
already approved for halfway house?
Yes, I am. All right, have a good
So-
day. Thank you. I did
Yes,
not more,
you
I
as
did not
well,
want to talk
sir.
about.
Great.
This concludes the hearing for George Kinney, 376754.
Would you please?
Yeah, throwing a fit. A grown man throwing a fit. Hey, nobody told him to use that Wizinator. Who told him? ¿Quién lo mandó? ¿Quién le dijo? Ahora no, cabrón. With your fake Wizinator, if you will. Come, I never knew what that was called. Hey, thank you guys for letting me know. That was hilarious right there. If you will. This guy right here. This guy. Wizinator. That didn't register when they were talking about the Wizinator. Like, none of that stuff made sense to me. But you guys are definitely a sharp group right there. We got 1.2K. That's what I'm talking about right there. If you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free for you, free for me. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. And this is the state of Connecticut. And I do these Monday through Friday whenever I have the time available. I also run these on YT. Thank you for that. Highly appreciated. No shoulders. I also run this on my YT page at CollectCallFrom.
How are you?
Mr.
I'm good.
Magnuson.
How are you?
Let's begin, sir.
All right, let's see, Mr. Magnuson.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, March 21st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning,
He
and
looks
I
guilty.
state their names on the record, certify their review of federally required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, I'm Panel Member Barry.
Good morning, Panel Member Rodriguez.
Good morning.
Also present is our Office of Victim Services Advocate, Ms. DeJesus. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jason Brian Magnuson, 284-633.
This hearing is being conducted in
no,
consideration of the parole application for Jason Magnuson, 284-633. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 90 months, followed by 15 years probation for illegal sexual contact with the victim under the age of 13.
Oh,
As of
bad.
today, records reflect
Did somebody
the
say
past
toilet?
parole eligibility date of September 26, 2023 at 50%. There is victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on September 26, 2023. He was denied parole and a new hearing date was scheduled
Double flush.
for March 2025. The board recommended the inmate completed sex treatment program and refrain from incurring any disciplinary reports
Be right
prior
back.
to
I
his
gotta
new
run to the
hearing
restroom.
date. Since his last hearing date, Mr. Magnuson has completed problem sexual behavior on 3/7/2024. Alternative to violence on 2/23/2025 and has been working in the building trades since August of 2024, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system source. The offender overall score for recidivating falls within the high range. Excuse me. And utilizing 1 second. Yes. Second, moderate high. I apologize, 1 second. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender overall score for sexual offense recidivant falls between the moderate high static 99 range. Mr. Magnuson, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. Sir, you may begin.
I think I should be granted parole at this time because I completed the sex offender treatment program. I've actually taken the time to try and just figure out what my problems are. I mean, from childhood and then just pretty much my whole life. And I've definitely learned some things to that I think can help me live on the right path and just stay out of trouble. I completed this past weekend the advanced for alternative to violence program. I wasn't able to get it into my master file in time for this hearing.
I'm sorry, what was the program?
Alternatives to Violence Advanced.
I'm just trying to better myself. I messed up. I made a terrible mistake and I know right from wrong. And I've never actually had the chance to go home on parole before. So I just, if I'm given the opportunity, I will definitely use it to my advantage and continue to get the help once I get out of here too. That's a big thing for me. I definitely want to look into keeping my treatment going. I mean, I'm sure I'm going to be stipulated programs, but I want that. I want to keep going with that because it's just something that's going to keep me in my right frame of mind, keep me focused. I don't want to have to come back. I don't want to mess up again. It's just, I'm going to be 43 years old and it's time for me to grow up for sure.
What I miss?
I wholeheartedly support that sentiment, sir. So I was not on your previous panel, but you know how this process works. And you may remember panel member Barry. She was part of your prior panel.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess in unpacking your opening statement, I would agree with the terrible. I would not agree with the mistake. This was a choice that you made to violate this child. And mistake is a minimization. A mistake is like forgetting to return a library book, not committing a crime against another person.
Mistake is like me leaving the toilet seat up
Yeah.
and upsetting my wife.
It's all, language is what we have to communicate with. And so we need to be as accurate as possible about it. And if you really are taking full responsibility, you don't minimize, what you chose to do.
Yes, you're right.
I was about to say,
Okay,
Your Honor.
so,
relax, homeboy.
Now that you've completed the program and you took the short track, or you took track what?
No, track 2, 36 months.
36 weeks, and it was a track 1
Weeks,
program, not
yeah.
the short program. Okay,
Yeah.
so what have you learned about why you committed this offense?
One of the big things was hypersexuality. Just like, I mean, I was just having sex a lot.
So you're a maniaco.
Okay.
He's a
So I'm going to stop
maniaco.
you there, Mr. Magnuson, because that sounds like an excuse to me. You can be hypersexual and focused on age-appropriate partners.
Yes, ma'am,
So
yes.
why would you choose to victimize a child?
He's a maniaco. That's what we call them in Spanish, a
There's no
maniaco.
excuse for that. There's really no,
Well, I'm looking for some insight as to why you did this so that we know that you can work to prevent repeating such a crime.
I did it because
Because you thought you were going to get away with it. You wanted that instant gratification of taking advantage of somebody that's weaker than you.
It's just, it's something I did. It's not, I'm not trying to make an excuse for it. I don't have an explanation.
Something you did. Something I do is like breathe and drink water. That's something that you do.
It wasn't something that I kept doing either. It was like, it happened that one time. It wasn't like it wasn't something.
Okay.
So I don't.
Minimizing.
To couch it in, it was a one and done, is also a minimization because the victim was harmed and you are paying a price for that.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
you have 15 years of probation and 10 years on sex offender registry for that one and done.
Yes.
So,
But that wasn't a
to have
minimization.
completed-
That was me doing something wrong. I understand that.
but
it was.
it's the part that of you that's saying it was just once. It doesn't matter. It was harm and it was a crime. Whether you did it once or 5 times, but so you've completed this program and you seem to distance yourself from the reality of your crimes by asserting that you're not a predator because you're not searching for victims. That was something that you asserted when you were interviewed by the Connection. But you didn't have to go searching because you had access to a child to victimize. That doesn't make you any less of a predator.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm concerned because we are making the decision today about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 7.5 years you have to serve of this 20-year sentence out in the community on discretionary parole. And we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've completed the program, the most intensive that GFC offers, and you still don't understand why you committed this offense, which makes it a risk that you could reoffend because you don't have the insight to work with.
It's not that I don't have the insight. It's just like I was trying to explain to you that I have an issue with sex as far as like, obviously there was no discrimination for the sex I was willing to have. And that was my biggest problem. Like I couldn't control myself. And I've gotten a lot better than that since I've learned through the program because I mean, I know, like I said before, I know right from wrong. So I know that I messed up and it's just.
Are you telling us, Mr. Magnuson, that when you committed this crime against this child, you didn't know what you were doing was wrong? I mean, you isolated the child, you went to her bedroom, you covered up to make sure that you wouldn't be found. So that says to me that you knew what you were doing was something you shouldn't have been doing.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that.
I
just know that I did wrong.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it. I'm not trying to make an excuse for anything.
So in committing this offense against this child, did it result in arousal for you?
Don't lie. I know it didn't.
Okay,
All of
so
a sudden.
I'm trying to understand the hypersexuality part of your reason for committing the crime. So you would violate a child
Qué asco.
and not get gratification? So then why were you doing it?
It was more like I got gratification from it later on.
Later
like thinking about it later on.
So like when you're in your prison cell?
Okay.
Kinda later
I know
on?
that you indicated that your triggers are pornography and the internet. How are you going to manage that out in the community?
And I don't really,
Well, the good thing
if
about
it can be
this,
monitored or I just not be around it for a while, that would be a good thing.
the only good thing is
Until I
that,
can get more treatment.
that he is,
'Cause I
he-
definitely
he's digging
want
himself,
it.
he's digging himself in a hole.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I really want to, because the questions you're asking are very valid to me. And I want to learn more about where that came from, what I did. I really do want to look into it. I mean, the program that I took was a great program, but at the same time, with other guys in the class, it was intended to be hard at sometimes. I'm not, and that's not an excuse of why I didn't learn what I could have learned, I guess, but it's, it was hard because some of those guys are, I don't know, like some of them were making judgments about certain things, and it was like, you're in the same class as me. So,
Well, sure, there's a sort of ranking or hierarchy, if you will, of offenses, the worse to the, less worse. But yeah, violating children is pretty, yeah. And I'm sure what you learned in that group is that most of the people sitting there had been victimized as children.
yes, ma'am.
So, that contributes to the feelings that they might be expressing in the group. And so what I hear you saying, Mr. Magnuson, is that based on that vulnerability, you probably didn't disclose as much about yourself and what you were learning about yourself because of the judgment in the room.
Yeah, with the other guys around it.
Yep, he is.
Well, the problem sexual behavior treatment that you'll be stipulated to out in the community, whether it's on discretionary parole or on probation, is going to be in a group setting too.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're going to have to, figure that out for yourself in order to really still benefit from the program, but being vulnerable to the truth of yourself and what you did.
Yes, ma'am.
He's in Osborne.
What do you think are, we've touched on pornography and the internet. Do you have any other
1.7
high risks that concern you about that could bring you to reoffending?
No, ma'am, not at this time. No.
I mean, it's all part of preparing yourself to address those risks so that you don't fall to them.
If you haven't done so,
There
please
was,
do so. Hit that follow button.
Comment that was included in your
Let's get this channel to
in
10K.
the evaluation of your time in the Track 1 program. They did note that you took it seriously, trying to understand your own behavior, and that you're in the action stage. You identified some of the risks as having a stable living place, drinking, and sex with multiple partners.
1.8.
Yes, ma'am.
So those would be some high risks,
if you will,
for you.
What's up, Kay?
Correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
You do not have a sponsor. Do I understand that?
No.
Can I get a thumbs
No,
up
ma'am.
on YT?
But you have a girlfriend.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't believe that. He's
And
somebody.
she
He's somebody's
knows about
girlfriend.
the crime for which you're serving this sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
Does she have children?
No.
We did read a letter from the Wine and Spirit distributors. They spoke very positively about you, but they didn't. There was no offer of a position. So what are your employment plans?
Well, The first step I
Probably.
wanted to take was actually to find out what the scheduling was gonna be for any of the programs that I have to take. And then, once I figure out that scheduling, find that job right away, pretty much wherever I can. I don't mind where I work as long as I can get a job. I'm willing to work anywhere. And now that I'm in the building trades, I'm actually learning.
I wouldn't hire him.
I'm doing electrical right now. I've learned how to do siding, hang up drywall. So I'm definitely trying to expand my skills and what I can do for work.
Okay.
As far as like whether it's in construction or even if I've worked stocking shelves before in a grocery store third shift. So even if I have to do that, but
I did
I
read
will
about
still-
your warehouse experience and, you know, the construction field is,
yeah,
you know, usually growing. So that having those skills will benefit you tremendously. You have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2070. Can you tell me what you understand that means?
stay totally away from that person. No contacting her no matter what. No electronic contacting, no trying to talk to a family member through them to her. None of that.
Yeah, third-party contact, nothing through
Yes.
social media. Okay,
Nothing.
good. So
Thank you.
you've remained DR-free since your last hearing, completed programs, and are you still working as a janitor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for talking with me, Mr. Magnuson. Panel member Rodriguez?
Question, Madam Chair.
Hey, thank you for that. I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay, so at this point,
Survive
Mr.
to
Magnuson, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. You are not to speak.
Hey, we're gonna do a poll right now.
Mr. Jesus?
Hey, thank you. Thank you for giving me the heads up. I'm gonna do
Good
a
morning,
quick
board
poll.
members. I do have a brief statement. I spoke to the victim's father and the following was relayed to me. Quote, he should complete the 7 years incarcerated. My daughter is now 11 years old, and I think it's only fair. To do that to a baby who was 5 years old, he should have gotten more time. He should complete the time ordered by the judge incarcerated. End quote.
I'm sorry, can you say that very last part again?
He should complete the time ordered by the judge incarcerated.
Okay,
End quote.
thank you.
You're welcome.
All bad. That's all bad right there.
Okay.
Yup. That's what he said. That's what she said. 5 years
So
old.
at this point, Mr. Magnuson, we're going to discuss your case. And we just need a few minutes, so give it, you know, just.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys don't need no
quietly, please.
minutes. 94% said no. 5.39% said yes. I really can't comprehend how anybody would agree to parole him. That 5%. You 5% are
Has
definitely
some
questionable.
concerning
if you will.
life circumstances. He, you know, we don't often see a moderate to high risk for reoffending with a sexual offense. And
I hit
we
the
have
wrong
somebody
button.
who presents with no stabilizing factors in his life. He doesn't have a job offer. He doesn't have a sponsor. And he clearly needs to continue engaging in treatment in the community. He
Silver
has
bullet
a
or
number
wood
of risk
chipper?
factors that are frankly
Those are the only options. Silver bullet
just
or wood chipper.
life
Which one? What point?
you
What
know,
should be
how
his
we
poison?
live our lives with the internet, with stable home life.
What's a wood chipper?
And and
Both.
alcohol consumption. So when we look at
7 years is not enough time. I'll tell you that much.
ensuring public safety, we are faced with an individual who has about 2 years remaining on his sentence. And I believe would benefit strongly from the oversight of parole in ensuring that he complete the necessary programs to add to his rehabilitation and his accountability out in the community.
This doesn't sound
Both
good.
with the sex offender registry and with the conditions for his supervision that will be a starting point for him to go about living respectfully in the community. All of that is to say that I think in the interest of public safety, we would be better off with Mr. Magnuson going out to parole and the structure and the oversight that provides, rather than going out end of sentence without a guarantee of a halfway house or a residence and the mechanisms to ensure that he complete the programming that is so needed in his case.
Clearly, we're watching
Your thoughts, Mr. Rodriguez?
a different board of parole hearing
No,
here.
I agree, Madam Chair. I mean, I think, I wasn't so thrilled with his response around what he's gotten from his treatment while he's been there. I understand that he's had some issues with group process. He's going to have to deal with that on the outside if we decide to.
I would rather let out
discretionary parole today. But I would agree that in the interest of public safety, I think it would be beneficial to him to have that treatment on the outside and for the community to have him in that treatment on the outside at this point.
I
rather let out that guy, the 65-year-old with the 5 prior
He's on a path
DUIs
of
than this dude.
rehabilitation, and I think if we wait 2 years to release him to probation, there aren't the programs for him to continue doing. It would be developing his building trade skills, and I don't see that as necessarily rehabilitative in the sense that Mr. Magnuson really needs to prevent a reoffending in this.
Well, actually, what I said just say I would support his discretionary parole today.
Where are you, panel member Perry?
So I was actually on the prior panel, and as you noted, Madam Chair, and we did ask him to complete the program, and he was able to do that. We asked him to refrain from incurring disciplinary offenses. He was able to do that, and I'm happy to hear forward. And I grapple with the nature of his offense and the victim's input, saying that he received a sentence from the court and he should do that.
And he still will be, if I can add in, it would just be with a parole oversight during the transition back into the community.
I guess I wanted to hear more from Mr. Magnuson. I think that when he had his original hearing, some of the concerns that you expressed just today, that you noted in the reports from the connection, that he was distancing himself then, and it sounds like he still kind of is doing that now. While I can appreciate all the effort that he put forth to comply with us and completing the treatment, I cannot support his role today.
Did she deny him?
I do believe that.
We got
he has
one yes, one
supervision
no,
to
right?
follow a sentence already, so for me,
Okay.
I would not support.
Yeah, we have some talk about, hey, she has sense.
My reasons
She
would
knows what's
be,
up.
Again, the victim impact and also the nature of his offense.
And I'm not sure if some of the limitations that we were hearing from Mr. Magnuson related to insight and the big why is shame-based. You know, I may have shut him down when he hit on hypersexuality. You know,
Don't do it, lady. Don't do it.
the programming will continue to help him unpack what he needs to be doing in order to be responsible for himself and not reoffend. So I have problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors, halfway house placement, restriction on pornography, enhanced device monitoring, and no contact with the victim KD and her family.
I also have the health evaluation. That score is a 3.
Yes. Anything to add?
No.
All right, so in the matter of Jason Magnuson, inmate number 284633, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of March 21st, 2025, with the following conditions for your supervision. Halfway house placement, problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, no contact with minors, restriction on pornography, enhanced device monitoring, mental health evaluation and treatment, no contact with the victim, initials KD or her family. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Aye. And TikTok and
So
YouTube.
by majority, Mr. Magnuson.
About 2,000 people.
You will be released to approximately 2 years of discretionary parole supervision to complete additional programming, to start your time on the sex offender registry. And we hope you will continue to do some very hard work that's needed on yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Jason Magnuson, 284633. Mr. Magnuson, you're all set. You'll receive all this in writing, okay? Good luck to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Absolutely. So you were injury and impact.
Hey guys, if you guys could do me a favor, I gotta cut the stream on TikTok, but I'm gonna keep it going on YT. If you guys could jump over to YouTube, I have a few different streams going on. If you want to continue watching it, just go to the live, hit Connecticut live border parole hearing, and you could continue watching. There's still 4 more individuals that need to be seen today. So if you guys want to continue watching, just jump over to at CollectCallFrom on YouTube. I gotta go. Yeah, I gotta jump. Wait, why? I gotta go to sleep. I gotta go to work tonight, so I gotta catch some sleep. I'm like on 2 hours of sleep right now, so I definitely gotta get some sleep before I have to wake up. Can you do the last one, please, man? I would, man. I've been out here for 5 hours already. I would do some more, but man, I gotta. Plus, my daughter just woke up. She just walked in too, so I want to spend some time with her before
Mr.
before I head
McKnight,
to work. So, hey, if you guys could jump over.
if you have a statement,
Hit that
get it
follow.
out
Really
so
appreciate
you
it,
have
and
ready, okay? And
I'm
just
gonna go
stand
ahead
by.
and head on out. Okay, I really appreciate you guys. Hey, I'm Collect Call James. You are watching. You have a Collect Call From, and like I said around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, I am out. And on YT, I'm going to keep the stream running for you guys. All right. Thank you. And I'm out, man. If you will. Hit that follow button. I can't find it. Go to my profile. Go to my profile. There's a direct link on there. You can't miss it. No, so go to the playlist and then go to Connecticut, and it'll be on the Connecticut one on the playlist. Chord is different, yeah. So I have 4 different streams running right now. I got Maricopa, I got Pima. You gotta hit Connecticut to find the right one. Hit Connecticut Board of Parole hearing if you will. Collect call on YT. Yup. Just put the ad in the front and you're good to go. All right. Yeah, I got, like I said, I'm running 4 different streams on YT, if you will. You gotta hit Connecticut. Hit Connecticut. I repeat once again, if you will, Connecticut, Connecticut, Connecticut. All right. All right. With that, I'm out. All right, guys. Hey, thank you, guys. Hey, what's up, Taurus? Thank you for coming on over. Mandy, thank you. Everybody that came over, really appreciate you guys. New achievement unlocked. Thank you, guys. All right, and if you guys want to see the screen a lot better, I'm gonna give you guys a link so you guys could hit it, so you guys could get a better view here on YT, if you will. Damn, I've been on for 5 hours already. It's bananas. Gotta get some sleep, people. Let me see. Where is this? This is Connecticut. What is he in for? They haven't said yet. They haven't started this one yet. So just give him a moment. I found the right one. Yup. So here. If you want to be able to see the screen clearly, I'm gonna drop a comment with a link. Though that dude they paroled that fool. They paroled him. It's all bad. All to the bad, if you will. Anyhow, guys, hey, I'll be back. If you guys are up on here while I come back. I said there's like 4 more people that need to be seen. So you at least a few more, at least an hour or 2 before the stream starts all over. All right. So like I said, hey, I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and no sound. There's no sound because it hasn't started yet. That's why you can't hear nothing. That's why he has his head down. Can't press the link. What link? Oh. Link not working. Okay. Your link. Oh, it's not working? What the what? How come it's not working? Put the link by itself. Yeah, so I have 2 of the streams going on. If you guys could see me, that's the vertical stream. The one that you can't see me is the non-vertical stream, if you will. But yeah, so hey, I'm about to head on out. Hey, I appreciate you guys. No sound. I'm here from TikTok. It hasn't started yet. That's why there's no sound. That's why you guys can't hear nothing. That's why you could only hear me right now. I'll go ahead and stick around. Once they start talking, I'm out. They were taking a quick little break because they've been nonstop. I can't hear anything. What do you mean you can't hear nothing? Can you hear me now? Also, if you guys could go ahead and hit the follow button. I'm trying to get to 6,000 subscribers. Can't copy and paste. I'm gonna show you guys something right now. Okay, hold up. Let me pop out the trusty phone over here, if you will. Let me see. All right, look, so if you go to the playlist on Connecticut, you see there's 2 streams right here. If you're on the vertical one, you're on the top one. If you want to go to the other stream, the one where you can see the screen clearly, hit the second one. So you see there's one that has my logo on it, and then the second one has the guy in the room. If you go to this stream up here that says Connecticut Board of Parole, Pardons and Parole, go to this playlist. and click on the second one on the playlist that says live. Hopefully that helps you guys out to figure it out. But that's how you get to the one that looks a lot clearer and clean. They haven't started yet. Hey, welcome over. I appreciate you, everybody that came over from TikTok. And for anybody wondering, I do
Mr.
this.
McKnight, good morning.
There it is.
Good morning.
We're about to begin, okay, sir?
All right, there you go. And everybody that came over from TikTok, hey, I appreciate you guys. I really do appreciate you guys.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smiley. Today's Friday, March 1st, 2025. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Partisan Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify their review of all statutorily required documents and available pertinent.
You guys can hear now, right?
Preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, I'm Pam Waterbury.
They're about to start talking right now.
Please state your name and unit number for the record, sir.
Shaka McKnight, 400-780.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration
All
of the
right,
parole
you guys have a good
application
one.
for Shaka McKnight, 400-780. He is serving a sentence of 7 years execution suspended after 27 months jail, followed by 3 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm and weapon, legal possession of a firearm serial number, legal possession of a large cat magazine, a violation of probation with underlying burglary third, underlying of threatening second, underlying of violation of probation, and a violation of probation with underlying assault third, strangulation/suffocation third. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of April 9th, 2025 at 50%. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has not completed any of his recommended programs to date. However, he reported he's currently participating in Voices. In addition, he remains on the wait list for vocational referral and a job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the higher range of risk for recidivism. Now, Mr. McKnight, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, sir. You may begin.
I felt like I've learned a valuable lesson while being incarcerated. I took the time to work on myself. And honestly, me being incarcerated affects my kids. And right now, my kids really need me. At the time, my daughter got it taken away. Her mother lost custody of her, and I've been trying to fight custody battle, being in jail, trying to get my daughter, and they're giving me a hard time because I'm incarcerated. And my son's starting to act out now, and that's because I know I'm not there. So he's starting to act out in school, and that's affecting me because it's affecting them.
Well, thank you, Mr. McKnight, for that brief opening statement. I think your comments were more directed at why you wanted parole as opposed to why you deserve parole. So we're going to ask you some questions to see if we can make that determination that you are suitable to be back out in the community finishing your sentence. And we'll begin the conversation with my colleague, panel member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the Chair, we just laid out for you, what we're looking to try to get accomplished here today. And I'm going to thank you for the short, like she said, thank you for the short statement. Did not provide enough for me to make the current decision that I need to make. So just a little bit about the charges that you're here on are very serious. Right? Your violation of probation, your possession of a weapon, which we take very, very seriously here, because as you know, young men are dying out in the street right now from all these gun charges and all these people possessing guns and weapons. Why did you have a weapon?
I've been shot before, and I felt that I might have to protect myself if it was to come to it again. And I know that was not the right thinking, and I shouldn't have had one in the first place because I'm not licensed to carry.
correct? And you aren't trained to use one either, right?
No.
And how do you protect yourself if you come out now?
How do I protect myself now?
Well, if it was to protect yourself, would you have to protect yourself? You said you got shot. How do you protect yourself now when you come out?
If I come out now, I'm gonna just change my location. I'm just gonna move and stay away from negative environments. Work on it. I have a construction company. My focus is that.
The person that you mentioned as your sponsor.
Yes.
Who is that? What was that? Who is that person?
That's my girlfriend.
Yeah, wasn't it the person who was one of your co-defendants?
She was the driver, yes. She wasn't my co-defendant.
She was arrested.
She was arrested.
Yeah, because it was.
She was your co-defendant. Was she also involved in your domestic violence?
No, my domestic violence was my baby mother.
Yeah.
That was 2018.
Yeah, and that was very serious too. That's what you were on probation for. That was one of your violations. That was one of the underlying causes of violation.
Yeah, I was on probation because of my baby mom.
Yeah, and that was very serious as well.
But you have 6 women who've had children by you. So which one are you referring to? Just initials.
BC.
Okay.
But you have a 2020 assault 3 with a different victim, initials SM.
Yeah, that's my other baby mother.
Hard to separate them apart, figure out who they are. You were on probation, you committed these offenses. I think the problem that I'm having is that the seriousness of your offenses, the fact that you were on probation, not the first time. You've had 5 other releases. They didn't work out. There were, very violent offenses. In your programming, you took voices. I didn't hear any mention in your opening statement about any apology to anybody that you affected. You've had victims, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and I didn't hear anything about, any apology, any remorseful response to that. You had a ticket in August for threats, right?
Yes.
When did you take your voices?
And voices as we speak.
Oh. So you haven't even completed that yet?
No.
Have you taken any anger management courses?
I was in anger management, but then they transferred me to this facility. But I was taking anger management when I was in Cheshire.
I didn't even see that listed.
Yeah, I was in anger management when I was in Cheshire.
And when was that?
And then I had a job, but then they reclassified me. They made a mistake in the system and reclassified me, but I was working in the kitchen not so long ago.
Can you understand what my concerns are?
Yeah, I understand.
Seriousness of your offenses, about your history. There's a lot of violence back in your history.
Yeah, but that was
not just here, but not just here, but
that was a few years ago. I've been on probation, but I haven't. The real reason why I was on probation really was I was with my cousin and he got put over and it was a robbery that happened and it was 3 suspects and I fitted the description of the robbery. So they took me and I copped out under the Alpha docket and I've been on probation. I was on probation because of that. And then that was 2017. And then after that, my baby mother was the reason why I kept getting violated. I got violated because my baby mom called the cops, said I threatened her.
Not because you did anything. Not because you did anything.
I wasn't there. I got picked up on the warrant 4 months later because of what she said. I didn't get arrested in front of her. I got arrested 4 months later. I didn't get arrested.
I was gonna say when you were located.
Yeah, they said that but I didn't do nothing. I was going to probation and parole. And when I was going to probation and parole, they never said nothing about a warrant, nothing. The cops ended up pulling me over and ran my name and said I had a warrant and took me because of what she said.
I'm still trying to understand. I'm still trying to hear from you why we should consider your suitability for release today.
I learned my lesson. I'm no longer.
You got a history that's showing me that you haven't learned. You haven't been able to learn your lesson.
I've been in here a year and only caught one ticket.
You shouldn't have caught any tickets. We've had people in there 20 years and not had any tickets.
Yeah, you're right. I made
And it was for a
mistakes.
threat. It was
I'm
for a
not
threat.
perfect. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes.
These are choices you
Right.
had, sir.
Yes.
And also your lack of not using your program. If you're doing anger management, you shouldn't have had that threat involved. You should have been able to know how to handle it.
I took
you gotta
anger
learn.
management after the fact.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it happened before I took anger management.
All right. Well, I don't really have a whole lot of questions for you. I mean, I'm just going to share with you that I'm having a difficult time with supporting this effort because of your current offenses, the nature of your current offenses. If they're very violent, they continue to pattern throughout your history. I haven't seen any really significant change in terms of you just started voices. So I haven't seen any significant change. There was no mention of any kind of remorse or anything for any of
The voices it's not my fault. I just started voices. I was on the waiting list for 5 months. They just put me in, and I was waiting since October. That's not.
I was going to get to that. I was going to get to that as well. That as I read your documents, things were just not your fault, or they were minimized, or they were, you didn't really do this. Somebody did that. I mean, you did a lot of minimization in your documents from the things that I've read about you. Yeah, I'm having a lot of challenges with that. I don't have a lot of questions because of the nature of all these, all this that's going on. And there's no real programming for me to point to say, oh yeah, look, he's taken this and he's really learned from this, and he's talked about the skills he's learned, and he's talked about, how he's handled this particular situation. And, I haven't heard any of that. So I'm not in a good place right now, just so you know. I want to share that with you. All right. Listen, I appreciate you talking to me, and I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues and see what they have to ask and what they have to say. Maybe your responses will be different. I don't know. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Panel member Barry.
Yeah, okay, I don't.
I think what concerns me, Mr. McKnight and my colleague was touching on it, is I'm not sure you really appreciate what it means to be responsible. You do a lot of blaming of other people, a lot of denying, claiming victims lied to get you in trouble. And, you weren't working when you were out in the community on probation.
I got my papers right here. I'm self-employed. I'm a contractor. See, my certification.
What's your business registration name and address?
It's right here.
I'm asking
Okay,
you.
we can't read that.
Don't show me the papers.
McKnight's Home Remodeling Company, LLC. The address is in Waterbury, Connecticut. 135 Prospect Street.
You have displayed over these. Can I finish what I'm saying? Can you stop interrupting? You have displayed across these various incidents, being detained by the police, being held in the correctional facility, a tremendous amount of disrespect towards correctional officers, police officers, your probation officer. And these are all very hardworking people just trying to do their job. And your level of verbal abuse, your lack of cooperation, your level of disrespect of them is really shocking. You're now 31, so hopefully you're starting to live your life as an adult. I get you had a really tough childhood. I read about it, and it's very unfortunate and sad, the things that you went through. But I don't think you've learned how to respect others. The fact that you have multiple victims of domestic violence, that you have 6 children with 6 different women, and I'm hard pressed to see the documentation that you're supporting and providing for your children. Maybe now with this business, if it takes off, you can do that. But my takeaway is that you have a lot of work still to do on yourself. I'm very glad that you want to take parenting classes. You're not end of sentence for another year. So I encourage you to sign up for fatherhood, 24/7 dads, anything parenting related there in the facility. I think you need a domestic violence program. If you can't get in there, maybe you can do some anger management, because you need to figure out what's behind all of your rage and work to heal so that you can live in the community without disrespecting and assaulting other people, especially showing disrespect to the mothers of your children who are out there doing the hard work of raising your kids. So, you made these choices knowing that you had children, to violate your probation, not once, but 3 times. So, when you sit here and say, my kids need me, they needed you before you came in. And you were making the choices that had the consequence of imprisonment. And that's how it works. You not being there is by your own design. And I really hope that you can continue to work on yourself, do the programming and rehabilitate so that you don't have a 3rd period of incarceration down the road. You have 3 years of probation tied to this sentence, but we have to make the decision about you going out, Mr. McKnight, by considering public safety and the fact that you still score high for your risk to reoffend. You are on probation when you were in the illegal possession of a firearm and an illegal magazine. And, it's not because you weren't permitted. You're a convicted felon, sir. So you are prohibited for the rest of your life from having firearms and ammunition. And now you have 5 years ahead of you on the deadly weapon offender registry. And I hope they'll take that obligation seriously, because a failure to do so can put you back in prison. So at this point, sir, we're going to discuss, and we ask you to just give us a minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you laid that out very beautifully, Madam Chair. I don't have Mr. McKnight voted out to discretionary parole today. But the nature of the circumstances of his arrest was very, very serious. And we have a lot of gun cases going on the outside right now, people being killed by guns. Also, for me, there was an inadequate evidence of any offender change in this. He could not really share with us those things that he learned, those skill sets that he needed to be able to be successful upon release. There was a lack of institutional programming as well. So, he's taking voices and he's taking it now. And I agree that he could utilize another anger management course and maybe a domestic violence course based on his history that we've seen. And also, he was on probation at the time that this happened. So I would not be supporting his vote to parole today.
Well, when he completes voices, DOC will reconsider him for a halfway house. But it's very unlikely under supervision he would be allowed to live with his sponsor, who is both his co-defendant and his victim. So, Panel Member Berry?
I don't have anything to add, and I do not have a granted parole either.
Okay, so I'm going with nature and circumstance, offenses on probation, inadequate release, or inadequate evidence of offender change.
I had inadequate institutional program participation as well.
Okay. All right. So in the matter of Shaka McKnight, inmate number 400780, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. The nature and circumstances of your offenses being committed while you were on probation, inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So, Mr. McKnight, we were not able to see our way to discretionary parole for you today. You have a year remaining on your sentence before you go out to probation and the deadly weapon offender registry, and we hope you'll use that time to really work on yourself and prepare yourself to be successful when you're back in the community. We wish you all the best.
This concludes the hearing for Shaka McKnight, 400780. Mr. Rossini,
Yep.
stand by for us, okay?
Did you write a statement, sir? Something you want to read to us?
I didn't write it out, but I have one.
That's fine. I just wanted you to have it out ready if you wrote something.
Madam Chair, you're ready.
I believe we are.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Smelling. Today is Friday, March 21, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and I state their names on the record, certify their review all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
There's Christopher Rosini, 388-527.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Christopher Rosini, 388-527. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 5 years jail, followed by 5 years probation for possession with intent to sell, dispense narcotics. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 3rd, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed he has not completed any of his recommended programs to date. However, he reported he completed the fatherhood program. He remains on the wait list for a job, tier 2, and a program referral. Hold on a minute, sir. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Rosini, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Now you may begin, sir. What were your
First, I'd like to thank you for coming, for taking the time. I'd like to say I apologize for the community, my family, my friends, for all the mistrust and hurt I've caused. I see not only from what I've done, but from being in here, what drugs are still doing to my community. I've lost way too many friends since I've been down. I'm tired of it, and I did have it right for a while, and then I took an easy way out, and now I'm here just trying to serve and cope with anything. I'm addressing other problems besides just stopping drugs that have caused me to use drugs. So.
Okay.
But also
Go ahead.
I do actually have had a job since January. I work in the clothing factory.
I
I'm
did
on
read
the, I
about
learned the
that.
show. Okay.
That's great. Okay, so we're going to ask you questions that we've prepared from the documents that were available to us. And when we're done with the questions, we'll discuss your case and give you our decision. Ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to begin with my colleague panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Vinny, you've been serving that period of probation for a number of years for your underlying offense, right? And so why you I know that you were not on you were not charged with a violation of probation, but were you able to complete that successfully?
Yeah, I actually completed it early. I completed probation early. I was granted early release of probation back in 2015 or something like that.
So tell us, why were you using drugs when you committed the offense, the underlying offense?
Yes.
Okay. And when you served your period of incarceration, well, it says you got 5 years jail and you only had to serve probation. How much time did you serve when you got the VOP in 2011?
17 months.
Were you sober then?
Yes.
And when you went out into the community, how long did you maintain that sobriety?
9 years.
And what caused the relapse?
Really, COVID, being scared and taking an easy way out, not talking
Not
or
being
going
able
to
to go
meetings.
to work, not having any money, not knowing if you were going to have food or toilet paper and all that stuff caused you to go out and waste money on drugs?
Well, to be scared. And then I took the easy way out.
So I know you want to say that you were afraid, but that's what you did, was waste money on drugs and take advantage of other people who were in the same position as yourself, afraid. We all were, you know, and you start selling drugs.
Yes.
I really don't, you throw away 9 years of sobriety and okay, you want to harm yourself. That's all fine and well. But then to sell it to other people and incorporate other families and other children's, you know, it's someone's son. I appreciated your opening statement where you said that you apologized to your community and also to your friends and family. I appreciated that. I'm just not sure that that's sincere, you know? And I say that because the amount of drugs that you had in your possession and what did you need? 30 rounds of rifle cartridges. Well, wait, rifle cartridges. What did you need that for?
So it was the clip. It wasn't actually the ammunition, but it was from a Marvel character, the Punisher. It had the symbol on it, and like an idiot, I collect a lot of Marvel stuff, and it was on there. There was never any guns, no ammunition. It was just the magazine that had his symbol on it.
Do you really think that we believe that you just had a magazine and there was no gun?
There was never any gun.
I mean, but you had 505 white glass sand of fentanyl and heroin, $2,200, almost $2,300 worth of cash, packaging materials, 130 prescription pills. Like, you were big deal, big time. How much money were you making?
Really not that much. I was doing almost 10 bundles a day.
And how much is 10 bundles a day?
Was $60 a bundle, it's almost $600, but you get a price breaks around $500.
So $500, but you still managed to keep $2,300 of it? The math isn't mathing, Mr. Rosini. Seriously. So if you're spending $500, you had to be making how much in a week?
Honestly, don't know. It was just keep ringing up to keep using. I honestly,
But you had a ton of fentanyl and heroin in your possession. So you had drugs to use and sell. So were you just taking the money away from what you were supposed to give the person that you were purchasing the narcotics from?
it was just to keep getting more, and just at the time I couldn't work, so it was just food, gas to
Right,
go
but
make
it
sure I could
wasn't
make
like
it to
you
the
were
city.
getting all the money and then giving them back $500. Were you taking your stash?
Oh, I was getting extra. Yeah, my staff came from what they were giving me. Yes.
Wow. And so at 9 years of sobriety, you forgot all about what you're supposed to do when you're feeling triggered or all of that stuff. You forgot all of that.
I did. I got complacent. I stopped going to meetings as much as I should. I stopped really reaching out to my sponsor. And it was more of a domino effect than just one thing.
And tell me why you have not, I know that you were in another facility and started treatment, right? For your substance abuse, and they moved you. And what's your wait list like? What's the wait list like? Where's your name fall on that?
I wrote them every month when I first got here. They told me to stop writing them.
Right.
They'll let me know soon I can.
Yeah, because you still have a ways to go. And believe it or not, I know you have a birthday coming up, so happy early birthday, but you rate out high in terms of risk to recidivate, and your drug score is a 4. So honestly, I think you need a refresher course at least before being somewhat considered, suitable. Like you're I can't even talk, but you need to address your substance abuse problem prior to being released out into the community. Because although you had the tools that you needed, you knew what they were, you still chose to indulge in substances and then harm other people and probably some other people's sobriety too, just for your own selfish gain.
Yep.
It's just a ripple effect is all. So I really do think that substance abuse treatment, a refresher, with your score, I think you need to reconnect with the community, that community, that sober community with the sponsors that are still working, step work, all of that stuff that treatment provides.
I have been going to NA.
Good.
I have been doing that, and I completed 8 out of the 10 classes, or 10 weeks of tier 2. But yeah, I've been trying to finish the classes.
Why'd you get a ticket?
I got into a fight.
Why? What were you fighting about?
It was somebody that I knew from outside. We were actually living together for quite a while. And then one day he came over to me, told me he was going to put his shoes on. And then I went after him first.
Wow.
Once he told me he was going to put his shoes on.
Wow. Putting the shoes on me. So, okay.
I'm sorry, you were cutting out.
I said, I'm not really sure I don't understand the significance of putting your shoes on. Was that a threat?
That means to put your shoes on means that they're coming to fight you, so they have something to grip onto.
Wow.
That means they're coming to hurt you.
Oh, Mr. Orsini, you really, I know you have a lot of time left, so I really do need you to focus on getting into the treatment. If you can get into a tier 4, that would be better than the tier 2, but we can't decide, which substance abuse program that you enter into. It's whatever they have on, whatever the facility thinks is appropriate for you, but I wouldn't feel comfortable granting your parole without that. And you also need to not get any more tickets. Because you got 2, we only talked about 1.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I feel similarly, Mr. Rosini. Without programs, my concern is that you would be at high risk to go out and use and possibly overdose. I'm glad you're attending NA. How do you find that helpful? How does it help you?
Oh, I like it better. It's actually real addicts. I'm not really like people that have never been there before that don't understand telling you. It's kind of better to see people that were at the lowest doing good, because a lot of the times it's the people that come, I like the speaker meetings, the people that have actually been in jail, have been, 20 years using and now 20 years sober. They usually actually have good lives, good jobs, family, kids.
That's inspirational.
Yeah, because usually somebody that's never woken up sick or heroin or, had to, it's hard to tell. And then seeing another heroin addict, it's misery loves company. So seeing somebody that's been in misery, been in joy, because, you go from joy to misery, it's hard to get that joy back. So seeing them being like, there is hope. There is something out
inspiration. Okay. You took the fatherhood program?
Yeah.
What was the name of the program?
I believe it was just Everyday Dads.
Okay, Everyday Dads. Okay. And you want to go live with your parents.
Correct.
You weren't living with them when they did the search of your residence, right? You weren't growing marijuana in their basement?
He was.
Oh, you were? You were growing, okay, but that was, so they've moved since then?
No. No.
Okay, because we have a Toby Lane in Brookfield, and your police report is
Danbury.
Yeah. Okay. So your job at the clothing factory, is that full-time?
Yep.
Uh-huh. So your plan to release when you met with the parole officer was to work part-time. Why?
Well, not part-time. No, I mean, I'll get as many hours as I can. It's not part-time. It would be full-time, basically.
This wasn't related to the fact that you were in that car accident in 2008?
No, after I got arrested when I was on bail, I got a job at a smoke shop, a cigar store, and I started doing full-time jobs there.
You told the parole officer you were working part-time at Stokey Cigar.
I should have been full-time. I'm sorry about that. Well, it
I'm
was
just checking because, you are 37.
Yeah.
And I would think that some of this was fueled by financial considerations and your choice potentially to not work full-time made me concerned for your risk to relapse or return to the easy money of drug sales. Sorry, I'm got a tickle in my throat. Okay. And you are interested in programming there in the facility?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for talking with me, Mr. Rosini. Panel member Rodriguez?
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Rosini, I'm glad to hear that you believe you still need to do some additional programming on this. You've had a very serious problem, and obviously it sounds like there's a lot of greed involved with selling drugs. It wasn't just for your habit, because my colleague was right that the addition doesn't add up. Numbers just don't add up. You're probably making quite a bit of money weekly on your sales. So I'm hoping that you do consider taking some additional programs. As I said before, I do think you really need it, and I don't really have a lot of questions for you at this particular point. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay. So just to cut to the chase, Mr. Rosini is end of sentence, end of June, beginning of July 2027. I would propose that we rehear him, and I'm looking at June of next year. Okay. We want him to be DR free. We want him to address his OAP, specifically an addiction services program, and come back with a relapse prevention plan. Does that sound good?
Yep.
All right. So in the matter of Christopher Rosini, inmate number 388-527, there is a motion to deny parole at this time due to inadequate program participation and poor institutional adjustment. And I further move to rehear you in June of 2026 with a recommendation that you not get any more disciplinary reports and that you address the programs on your OAP, specifically addiction services, continue with your employment and other programming to benefit yourself, and would like to hear a solid relapse prevention plan from you when you come back before the board. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So we'll see you June of next year, sir.
Okay,
Get busy.
Good luck.
thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Christopher Rosini, 388-527.
All gone, Ms. Williams?
Yeah.
You could send,
Your
Right.
last one in, because I know I got your last email and you did confirm, and they did say he knew about it, right? And still didn't move.
Yes, he was notified
Yep, okay.
at the service.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
So you can
Right.
send the last one in, thanks.
okay.
Hi, sir.
Yes.
State your name for the record?
Chief Wright?
Yes. No, it's not you. Can you call Officer Williams in for me?
Who is it?
Yes, and I. Officer Williams. Yes. It's Hiram Wright. That's Keith Wright. Hiram Wright. He has dreads. That's Keith Wright. It's the wrong guy.
No.
Yeah.
260585.
Give me a moment. I'll have to get him. Okay. Yeah, 26585. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You just got one. I can't do the hold and that thing. You guys. Yeah. Yes. Oh. Okay. Okay. Can't wait to see it happen. Remember the night part, like everybody has had their own speed. Okay, so I'll try to chime in. All right, David. Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay. Then must stand on the place. Appreciate that you keep on the down the Thank you. So I am this movement CSD. With the possibility of community, but I sincerely have that. He is on his way to go get free. In the meantime, the right student. The supervisors to know about the people. So many free. They just sometimes got to add the heck into it. She should be getting the whole material. Okay, thank you. That's up to you too. You can if you want. Okay. Sure, that works. Thank you. Okay, yeah.
Hi. I'm sorry for the delay. Sorry for all the confusion. I have the correct right now. You have the. You can say that.
But you have the right.
The right. I have the right this time. Yes. Thanks. Thank you.
Oh, okay, that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
We're about to begin, okay?
Okay.
Madam Chair?
We are.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, March 21, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good afternoon. I'm panel member Barry.
Good afternoon, Panel Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Tyron Wright, 260585.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tyron Wright, 260585. He is serving a sentence of 3 years and 6 months jail flat for a criminal violation of a protective order, violation of probation with underlying possession with intent to sell, dispense narcotics, an assault third, criminal mischief second, and a breach of peace. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 21, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed domestic violence to date. He remains on the wait list for addiction services, education, and vocational referral, and he's currently working in the kitchen. He also reported that he's been working for the last 7 months and wanted to be stated. And he also stated he completed voices. However, I could not find any evidence that he completed voices to date. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Wright, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Sir, you may begin.
It's been a long 2 years that I've been in. Right now, I'm trying to get myself back healthy. I had a stroke, and so I'm paralyzed on my left side. But I try to do most I can do from now. I'm trying to go and rehabilitate myself in a different way. I'm getting older, so every day I be in here thinking about not coming in here anymore. Now, I've been in here too many times already, but this time that I made it through my surgery was like a different wake-up call. So I'm trying to go home and do everything that I possibly could do to stay out and do what I need to do for my health and for the family as well. There's been missing too much going on out there, and I can't always ask them if they're okay. The situation that they do, I call and I can't be there to help and always ask if it's okay when it's not okay. So,
Well, thank you. Oh, anything else, Mr. Wright?
no, that's about it.
Okay. So, we're going to take turns asking you questions so that we can try to understand if you're appropriate to go out to discretionary parole before your end of sentence. So I'll start with the questions. Good very sorry for the medical problems that you've had, Mr. Wright. And I admire your courage in powering through. I understand you're working in the kitchen?
Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of like TT therapy. Cause my left side is nerve damage, partially paralyzed, so I'm all the way down from my shoulder to my foot.
All right, I don't want to, I want to mention that this hearing is being live streamed.
Yeah.
So you have a right to your privacy in terms of your medical issues. So, you know, only put out there what you're comfortable with, but we did read and understood that you've had some challenges. But glad to see that you're not giving up on yourself. You're still a young man.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, you were on probation, as Officer Smelly said, for drug sales when you picked up all these new crimes. 2023 was a pretty bad year for you. What was going on?
I was still dealing with I was losing a lot of family members, so my mind wasn't really focused on too much of everything, and I couldn't really make up lost time. So I was like in the dark place.
Have you been able to do any grief work so you could process the losses that you've had?
Well, the programs that I kind of been talking to counselors and things like that, so a little bit more communicating.
So maybe when you're back in the community, you can look to do more of that.
Yeah, I'll try to find a counselor that I can go sit from time to time.
Yeah. Everybody needs that kind of support. And, you know, it's hard to sustain the losses of loved ones.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you know, get yourself the help that you need. So it appears that, you know, through this difficult time or dark place, as you described it, you were involved in a series of relationships in which you were disrespecting your partner. We have 3 names of 3 victims, all, you know, in 2023. And you have 3 standing criminal protective orders against you. Can you tell me what you understand a protective order means?
Well, I know not to contact them or visit them, call them, or any type of contact.
And that includes, you know, messaging through social media.
Yeah, any type of
reaching out through Facebook or, you know, it also includes any kind of third-party contact, like you have a friend in common, so you ask that friend to tell this person X, Y, or Z that you want them to know. You can't do that. Okay.
I understand.
Right. Okay. Well, it's important to talk about because one of your charges is criminal violation of a protective order.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you were on probation, you were not working, you were using substances, and you were violating protective orders. You know, all of that is very concerning because you were not meeting your responsibilities as an adult. You were not being a productive, contributing member of our society. And given that you have a criminal history that goes back to 1997, you really need to be engaged in positive things to give back to your community because you've caused a tremendous amount of harm through the crimes that you've committed. So I understand you do not have a sponsor. No one, I got that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You've been halfway house approved?
No, I didn't even do anything yet.
They haven't talked to you yet?
No.
I have that you were halfway house approved, February 28th.
That's new to me, but I didn't know.
Okay, 'cause I was trying to figure out why you were coming for discretionary parole when you don't have a sponsor and DOC has already approved you for a halfway house. So it's because you didn't know you had that approval. Okay. So, you've taken the Voices program?
Yes.
Do you have a certificate?
Yes.
Okay.
I have all the paperwork that I did. I asked the counselor several times. He was supposed to, I guess, put it on records. Yeah,
Okay.
put on records.
All right. So in the Voices program, you get information about how victims experience the crimes that are committed against them. So in your opening statement, you didn't say anything by way of an apology to the victims in your case. And I'm wondering if they're listening, if there might be something that you'd like to say by way of an apology.
Yeah, I'm sorry for all the wrongdoing I did. I didn't mean to do any harm to them.
Struggling with that statement a bit, Mr. Wright, because if you punch somebody in the face, I don't know how you could not be intending to harm them.
Yes, I understand.
So there was some intent, and it was you wanted what you wanted, which was the phone and the keys that you stole after you punched the victim in the face. And I want to talk to you about it because you could kill someone by punching them in the face.
That's right.
They could fall down and hit their head. I've had cases where people have been serving sentences for manslaughter because they punched somebody in a parking lot, they fell down and hit their head on the curb and died. But you also just don't know what is going on with anybody at any given time medically. Yes. So a punch to the head could cause their brain to bleed and they could die. So it's really serious that you would make the repeated choice to punch people in the face. And I hope you'll give that some thought because, you know, you do it the next time and it's like rolling the dice, what happens to that person, and you're still responsible, even if you didn't intend for them to die, but you were responsible for their injury. So, I read in the pre-sentence investigation that you're seeing someone, a Ms. Freeman. Is she still in your life?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What happened?
I don't know. It was getting complicated, but you know, just I guess time away.
Okay.
Nothing really bad.
All right, but haven't you known her a really long time? Isn't that what I read?
Yes, ma'am.
Does she know what you're serving your sentence for?
Yeah.
Okay. Because she has a right to know that you have a history of beating up women.
Yeah.
If she's going to be in a relationship with you, she needs that information in order to protect herself and keep herself and her children safe.
Yeah.
Okay. Why are you angry?
I'm not sure. I just be in dark places. I've been working on a lot of self-me thoughts and positive talks and different readings and things. This time around is kind of different than any other time. So I think it was a wake-up call after my surgery. So I just really kept going with what was on my mind, trying to be positive more than negative, and that I take everything out different.
I hope you'll continue on that path. You know, with physical limitations, you're a little bit more vulnerable, right? You
Mhm.
feel a little bit maybe worried about yourself out in the world. Less of the arrogant bravado of being a macho guy who's, you know, going to control the partner that he's with and what she does and where she goes. And now that you have some limitations of your own, I'm sure that it really changes how you're going to be in the world, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your last incarceration, how long were you in for?
2 years.
Did you take any programs then?
Yeah, I was in the time program.
Time?
Yeah, on tier 4.
Okay.
That was a while ago.
Last incarceration, it would have been,
That was
2019, 2020. So you have a problem with various substances. You have the highest possible drug score of 5.
Okay.
And your drug of choice is PCP?
Yeah, that was a while ago.
When's the last time you used that?
About some years.
Years?
Yeah, years.
What did you like about that substance?
I don't know, it just took me to another place, like, didn't feel anything.
The reason that I'm asking is because it's one of the most dangerous drugs that you can use because it causes permanent damage to your brain in ways your brain cannot recover. And the way I think about it is like taking an ice cream scoop and removing parts of your brain with the ice cream scoop. And those holes are just there. Nothing fills in. Your brain doesn't heal. And we don't even know how it plays out as you age to have that damage done to your brain. So I really encourage you to get on board with recovery.
Yes, ma'am.
What's your longest clean time, Mr. Wright?
It's been about 3 years, 4 years now.
So it's this period of incarceration is your longest clean time?
Yes.
How are you going to prevent going back to drug use when you're in the community?
I'm gonna try to find a counselor where I can see on a day-to-day basis or talk to, plus try to work different outlooks, talk to my sister more.
Do you have anybody in your life who's living in recovery, who used to be addicted or is dealing with addiction by, you know, embracing recovery?
No.
Okay. Have you ever participated in NA or AA out in the community?
Yes, I did that a couple times.
Did you find it helpful?
Yeah, I like to go in there.
Okay. What about CCAR? Have you explored CCAR there in the facility?
No.
Okay. I'm worried about you, Mr. Wright. I wouldn't be able to grant you discretionary parole without you taking a program through addiction services.
Okay.
You know, you need a really big relapse prevention plan that's got a lot of different tools in it.
Okay.
You know, like, have you ever worked with a sponsor through NA?
Yeah, the one I was going to before, called the Open Door.
Okay, but did you have a person that was sponsoring you?
No, I would see them when I go to night programs, night meetings.
Okay. Because I would encourage you to figure out how to identify somebody to ask to be your sponsor.
Yeah.
Somebody you connect with at a meeting that you think could be helpful to you. And they're a resource that you can call when you are in between meetings and maybe, you know, struggling not to use. Do you think you're an addict?
Oh, man.
I would encourage you to reconsider that. I think that you have some learning to do because you've been in and out of treatment, Renaissance East, Wheeler Clinic, MCCA. You know, you've tried different recovery programs and you're still using, or you were up until you came in. And, you know, the substances, you know, crack and marijuana and PCP are pretty serious. You know, most people use regularly, not just recreationally, do have a problem and are suffering with an addiction. So you need to look at that a little deeper. So my last question to you, you completed the domestic violence program. I have to assume you've done it before because you have protective order violations dating back to 2008. You have strangulation in your criminal history. So you've taken it
6 times.
Okay, thank you. So what does a healthy relationship look like, Mr. Wright?
Communication. We need to talk more. What's troubling and figure things out before the negative.
So have a relationship, your partner being your equal?
Yes, ma'am.
That you share with each other, support each other, help problem solve with each other, or just listen.
Yes,
Are you a good listener?
Great listener.
I'm going to suggest to you that a healthy relationship starts with respect. And it looks like you struggle to respect the women in your life. And in fact, you're actively disrespecting them in your relationships. And then when they want to end the relationship, you get even more aggressive. So if somebody doesn't want to be with you, why would you want to be with them? And if somebody's with you because they're afraid of you, that's not a relationship, that's a hostage situation. So, you know, if you respect your partner, you're not verbally abusive, you don't call them names, you don't insult them. You have to have healthy boundaries. Your partner can talk to their friends on the phone. They can email with other people without you getting in their business. And if you're insecure because of what your partner might be doing, that's a problem with you, not the partner. And you can't fix that problem of your own insecurity by controlling your partner.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you have serial relationships, one after the other, where you are violent and abusive towards your partner. There's something going on with you that you need to figure out. Like you said, you don't know why you're angry. You need to figure that out, Mr. Wright. Or there'll be a 7th and an 8th and a 9th period of incarceration. And all of a sudden, you're going to be 65. I really hope you can continue to work on yourself, do the therapy that you're talking about. And do you have any life goals? I know I said I was done with questions, but do you have any life goals?
Yeah, I really want to try to work and own my own business.
Doing what?
Move those, the carpentry, painting something.
Mm-hmm. Is that realistic with your limitations right now?
Yeah,
Do you need
well,
to think about something else?
I'm also want to try to do physical therapy to get my body back right to where I can do everything. I go to physical therapist at UConn, so I go every other week to try to get it back
Do you have
right.
exercises to do in between your appointments?
Yeah, I got
Okay.
a lot of write-ups.
Okay, keep doing your exercises to rebuild your strength. I wish you much success, sir. Thanks for talking with me. Mr. Rodriguez?
I don't have a lot of questions. I just want to say, Mr. Jones, I'm sorry for your medical condition. I know it can be very challenging to have that, having that. Had some experience with family members having had the same issues. I know it's a real issue, including based on your self-esteem and those kinds of things.
Yes, sir.
Well, but I would agree that I do think you need to really consider your substance abuse issue, and I think you need to, try to get as much programming as you can to kind of prepare yourself for coming out on the outside. I don't know how effectively the physical therapy, how long it will take to get to that point in your physical recovery, that you'll be able to function in a way where you're going to be feeling comfortable. But I think that along the way, you need to kind of, prepare yourself to get back on the outside because you have a significant history going on, and you really haven't taken a lot of programming now. I know you've taken past programming, but hopefully now that you seem to sound serious about you're wanting to get better and wanting to do the right thing, that you really take some additional programming at this point.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wright, I've gotten some additional information. What we had previously wasn't correct. You are halfway house eligible for DOC release in July, not last month. So it's coming up. So you'll have an opportunity at that point. Thanks. Panel member Page.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Wright, you have daughters?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
4.
4 daughters. How would you feel if someone punched your daughter, if her boyfriend or her husband punched your daughter in the face?
I'd be upset.
Right. You'd want to fight that man, wouldn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
So why do you think it's different for somebody else's daughter?
It's not.
It's not.
No.
Nothing gives you the right to put your hands on anyone else. Nothing. Especially a woman.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see your mother get beat on?
No.
So what, I mean, honestly, you're 47 now, and I know that there's this new fad out where, young people really believe that the only way that they can show love is through craziness and being in toxic relationships where you're checking each other's phones and I got to know where your location is at all times. Like, that stuff is crazy. If you have to go through all of that to be with someone, you don't need to be with them. And why on God's green earth would you want to be with someone that doesn't want you? Yeah. You're lost, deuces. Like, I really don't understand it. I mean, I really do hope that you get the help that you need, but I have some numbers for you, Mr. Wright. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
I just reviewed your history as my colleague was speaking to you. And according to our records, you've taken domestic violence 6 times in the facility. They wanted you to take it out in the community 4 times, but you only successfully completed it 1. You completed the Voices program 5 times. You said to the chair that you took the Tier 4 program. You didn't. You started it, you've taken it out in the community, and you only did it for 2 months.
I did it in Carl Robinson and then I went home.
Right, but you didn't finish it. Did you finish it?
No,
I
left.
you didn't. There's I have a problem with verbiage. Don't say that you completed a program and you didn't. That's a lie.
No, you asked if I did the program. And I said, yes, I was in Tier 4.
Did and complete.
Oh, okay.
2 different words.
Oh my gosh.
Can I
just submit? Hold on. And I still have some. So you took the Tier 2 program 4 times. Nothing has worked. That's a lot of treatment, sir. You have to understand that with all those opportunities, it's not the program, it's not the help, it's you. And your decision making, and your control issues. You can't control somebody else. You just can't.
No, so without coming back to prison.
I was just about to say, you're only going to wind up back in prison. Let them go. I mean, honestly, let them go, or it's plain and simple in my eyes. Let them go or go back to prison. You like your freedom or prison? Freedom, prison. I don't care how crazy she is. I don't care how pretty she is. None of that stuff. Seriously. Nothing is more sacred than your freedom and peace of mind. Don't you want to lay down and wake up to someone someday who is happy to be with you? Who shows you a healthy love? Like, I just don't understand. You don't need all of this drama to be in love, Mr. Wright. That's it. I'm done lecturing. I really am. I just really need you guys to start thinking about things differently. Yeah, it just makes no sense. It's enough of you in prison. It's enough. All right.
I would add to what you were saying. I'm reading the DIS based on the report that the parole officer put together after she interviewed you. And what you got from the Voices is it taught you not to put your hands on anyone. How have you not learned that lesson before? I mean, especially if you've completed this program 5 times before and domestic violence 6 times. I mean, that's absurd. That tells me that you didn't take it seriously. And from the domestic violence program, you said, I've learned to work on my anger. And you sit here and you tell us you don't know why you're angry. How are you working on your anger if you don't even know what's behind it? So, okay, enough said. So I started with Mr. Wright, and I have to say, while I have great compassion for him, I am not finding him suitable for release to discretionary parole at this time. He did say when interviewed that he thought his sentence was fair. I think it is incredibly generous for all the damage he was doing out in the community while on probation. I'd feel irresponsible to put him out to discretionary parole without an addiction services program for someone who scores as high as he does with as concerning a drug of choice as he has. And his longest clean time is just while he's been incarcerated. And we didn't even get into the DR for conveying an unauthorized letter, which was going to be contraband. So I am not going to be voting for Mr. Wright to go out to discretionary parole.
I'm sure I will not be supporting Mr. Wright's discretionary parole today either, for many of the reasons that have been outlined today. And I think he just needs to have a lot more programming. Even though he's taken a lot of programming already, he needs to kind of begin to change himself kind of man up to this whole situation and, try to understand the things that he's doing are just not the right things. And hopefully he will do that. Not, we may find him back here again.
Hopefully, not under more serious circumstances, because he keeps punching people in the face. Councilmember Barry?
It's dramatic.
Okay, so I have criminal history, nature and circumstance, offense on probation, and inadequate evidence of offender change.
Okay. I mean, he has taken the programs, and I can
That's
hear.
what I'm just saying, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I do hear some insight. He just has an issue with applying.
Well, and what I just read from the report, that his takeaways from the program are, in my estimation, wholly insufficient for someone who's taken these programs time and time again, that he gets to this age at 47 and he's learning not to put his hands on other people. So in the matter of Tyrene Wright, inmate number 2600585, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, the nature and circumstances of your current offenses being committed while you were on probation, and an inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for Tyron Wright, 260-585. Mr. Wright, did you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good luck to you. You'll receive all this in writing, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay, take care. Thanks.
We wish
It's right.
you much success, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Williams? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Good to have you with us.
Yes, I do
my
apologize.
My understanding was that you were not interested in today's hearing. Do
Oh,
you
no,
want to
that's
go
not,
forward?
that's not what was said. I did not know a time that the hearing was taking place, and I was in the middle of Sweat Lodge. I just was told that there was going to be a hearing today, so I went to Sweat Lodge. In the middle of Sweat Lodge, they called the tower, and it told the tower that I needed to come in, but they never actually sent a CO to bring me in. So that's where I've been the whole time, until a CO came out there and got me.
Right, so you do want to go forward with today's
Oh,
hearing?
yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, well, I'm just checking because
Okay.
there was a
No,
lot of
it had nothing to do
communication around your not being available. Okay. So we're gonna start the hearing as soon as Officer Smelly is ready.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, March 21, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents, information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Barry.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
My name is Raymond Williams, 334451.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Raymond Williams, 334451. He is serving a sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after 3 years jail, followed by 4 years probation for 2 counts of violation of standard criminal protective order and burglary first. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 20th, 2025 at 85%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shown the offender has completed domestic violence and he remains on the wait list for a job, voices, and vocational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Williams, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
I don't know, basically, I have 8 months left at this time. I'm waiting to hear for eligibility for a halfway house as well. As for my release, being in a situation, it's just, I sit back and I see like a lot of things that I could have done different. But at the same time, I've done percentage of my time. Have I attempted to use my time wisely? Yes, I have. With the fact that there's a lot of other things that are happening in here, so you're on a waiting list for basically everything. When I came here, I was left with a year of my time left. So, as for my release, I could sit here and say I want to be released so I can go home and be with my kids and all that stuff. But at the same time, that doesn't really make a difference because I was given the time that I was given, and I don't really look forward to anything except for the date that I get released. The opportunity of sitting in front of you and trying to convince you why I should be released is hard for me because no matter what an individual says here, most of the time the decision's already made. I would like to be released so I can start the next stage of my rehabilitation, as you say. Give me the opportunity to prove myself before I actually get out the door. And then, I had never had the opportunity to prove myself ahead of time. So you can see and people can see that what's behind me is behind me and what's ahead of me is what I'm looking for. Basically, I don't know what else to say in the situation. What was done, basically, I'm a piece of paper when it comes to the court system. I'm a piece of paper when it comes to you guys. So basically, nobody really knows me as in the grounds of saying that I know the person and what happened is the cause of this or whatever. But in the end, the thing that matters to me is my kids, and 8 months I'll be there anyway. So, I don't know what to say when I'm sitting across from you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Williams, I can appreciate that it's a challenging position to be in. We do our homework. We are required in our jobs to read statutorily designated documents to prepare for the hearing. We give it consideration, but we mostly want to hear from you or who's ever in the chair about their own efforts to understand themselves and to engage in rehabilitation. So I would not agree with your statement that it's already decided. We're responsible as, a panel of 3 to one another to come to the hearing prepared and with some leaning towards a decision, because otherwise, each individual hearing could take 4 or 5 hours. So we do our homework, but there's more we know to people than what's on paper, more than what your worst moment was in life. And I think we do a good job at giving people a fair shake. There have been probably at least one person a hearing that I think, wow, I'm really impressed, and I didn't see that coming. So, we're not all said and done before the hearing starts. We do come into it with an open mind. So with that said, we're going to begin the questions today with my colleague, panel member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think the chair, really laid out the foundation of how the meeting works. And so this is really your opportunity to kind of be able to tell us what are the things that you've gained from your incarceration this time that really makes you a suitable person to be released. And she's right. We've read a lot of information on you already. Some, where we have some concerns. But even with that, we want to be able to hear from you. What is it that makes you the person that we should say, yeah, it'd be good for him to go out. He'll benefit from this particular service, from that particular service. So why don't you, kind of begin to share with us, what is it that you've done? I mean, what you've taken TV programming, right?
Yes.
But why don't you tell us, what have you learned from that that's going to make you a different person? Because you've got a prior history of violating protective orders, of issues of threatening, right? And those are the things that concern us, right? I mean, you would see concern with if you knew somebody was doing that, correct?
Yes.
All right, so why don't you tell us why should we consider you today based on the programming that you've taken, which I can only see right now is DV programming. I don't think you've taken voices yet, correct? On the notes for that. Yeah. Because the other thing was when you started out, I mean, you did talk a lot about, what you wanted, but you never mentioned any of the people who were involved as part of the victims in this situation. So go back and tell me what you learned from DV, and then move forward from there.
As for to help you with the victim situation, the courts, when the situation took place, it was told to the courts by the victim that she wanted nothing to do with this. She did not agree with what occurred and took place at the time. As you can see, she's not here. She's not trying to be here on any of it. As for me, since I've been here, I was in Walker, basically most of my bid, which was up to September, then October, then I ended up here. Soon as I came to be placed in this facility, I wrote to be on every program that I can get on. I just so happened to miss the Pell program, which would help me with the education part of my incarceration. Since I've been here, I basically been working on myself. I did take the domestic violence class. I was given the opportunity of the domestic violence class after I applied for a halfway house, and then I was told that I was put on the list for domestic violence, and I had to continue to reapply after I completed the grounds of the domestic violence. I did take the domestic violence class. They gave me the opportunity to also see that violence isn't just a physical thing, and violence is part of other things as well. One of the biggest situations I would say with it is the control aspect of domestic violence. Feeling like you have any ability to control anybody else or in any direction. Basically, growing up, I did not have my father in my life, so me being a part of my children's life has been a very significant part of me. I have been a part of my kids' life on a lot of grounds. I also have hit brick walls when it comes to co-parenting with my kids, and basically violating orders and stuff. My violation of orders, as you can see, there's no physical violence in my past or in my present. Most of my situation is, as I say, if you read my my police report and all that, it was stated by the police officer, asked by the police officer if she was in fear, and she stated no, she just wished me to leave. My situation is basically, I don't like to walk away from my children. Realizing that sometimes in the society that we live in, there's no control on that. You know, there's always gonna be the one person who controls and another person who is just at the mercy of the control. And me, I try to be significant in my children's life. I have 3 kids' mothers out there. When it comes to an end, and it comes to an end, then I accept that it comes to an end. But when it comes to my children, I'll never be at an end when it comes to my children. So
there are other ways to resolve those kinds of situations.
Oh, no, I was getting to that. And basically the only way to resolve a situation like that is to go and have the courts take control and basically decide which way things go. My thing is, like I said, for instance, the situation, most of the situations that I deal with is a petty situation. It'll be a conflict of something that has to do with our child. Let's say he don't go to school for the day, and I question why he don't go to school for the day. And then it turns into an argument, and a heated argument, and it gets into more. And instead of me just walking away, I want to try to resolve it and understand why the possibility of it happened, why I feel that it's important for that to happen as well. So instead of me walking away, that was my biggest problem. As of right now, being in this situation, all you can really do is walk away from situations, or you get yourself involved in other things that you don't want nothing to do with.
Well,
So basically,
the reality for you is if you don't walk away, you end up getting arrested.
oh yeah,
Right?
but I mean,
But and now you've got 2 protective orders, and one goes to 80, and the other one is lifetime, 99.
Oh yeah, who are those on?
I have two protective orders with the victim, Leanne. Well, I don't name her name.
LM is in place until 2099. Your protective order with AR is in place till 2080.
Yes, and it's my understanding that the Leanne protective order is not in effect at all. There's no protective order in effect when it comes to her. I'm explaining it to you. When I resolved everything, that was told that the protective order was not in effect. I'll get my transcripts on the grounds of when I go home and deal with that on the grounds that I have to. But as for AR, that just turned real bad when it came to those are my first kids, and they're not kids no more. They're grown. My kids, they were 20, they're 22, 25 now. But I mean, there's no reason for me and her to have words. And as I said, I was released before, and I had nothing to do with her, and I continued on my release. Go ahead.
I guess that was another case. That was another situation.
Yeah, that was a whole other situation.
Yeah.
And as I said, like I said, with this situation here, there is supposed to be no protective order in effect at all.
Okay, let me just tell you what we have, Mr. Williams, so that you can pursue this when you're back in the community, so that you don't end up back on a violation of protective order. A partial protective order was put in place in September of 2020. In July of 2022, it became a full no contact protective order. And you indicated that she was seeking to modify that, but at your sentencing in 2024, there was no reference to changing the protective order. So our records and the registry indicate that that is still a full no contact protective order.
I will deal with that on my release, but like I said,
it is up to the victim to petition the court to modify the order, not you.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. On my, like I said, on my sentencing, the judge looked at the prosecutor and asked about order in place, and she stated no. Like I said, it's all in my transcripts. Like that's what I'm trying to say. There's nothing I can do. I can sit here and talk to you about it, but it's not going to change nothing. Like I said, basically, I have to go home. I have to get the transcript.
To be taken care of on the outside.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. But that's an issue, I mean, right? That can be an issue. Now, you said that she didn't want this and didn't want you there. Correct?
No, she didn't want nothing to do with it. It was what was taking place is I had a lawyer at one time up until I want to say not even a month before I got sentencing. And then they switched up to another lawyer that wasn't familiar with anything, wasn't given the opportunity to become familiar with anything. And it's like I said, all this is stated in my transcripts and it was put on the record so that I have what I need to have at the time. And when my sentencing did come up, it was stated about the sentencing as well. Like I'm dealing with it. So I was given really limited opportunity to actually, it was do this or go upstairs and start trial. And that wasn't happening with a person that I only met a couple of weeks before. So like I said, it's all in my transcripts and I can't do nothing until I release.
Well, I hope you do take care of that when you do finally get out.
Oh, no, I
just take care of it. Otherwise, we're going to see you back in here again. If you don't take care of it. I'm going to tell you my challenge. My challenge is when you give me responses, I always get a sense of that you're not taking full responsibility for things, but that you're kind of laying it off on other things, either the system or the person was supposed to do this or
It's attorney.
Or your attorney. I mean, there's always, I'm trying to figure that out because it's always somebody else versus you taking, you don't stand an opportunity because the system kind of is going to, controlling you, is controlling your situation. And I'm just, I have some concerns about that kind of response.
Okay, as I said, I understand what you're saying, but basically most of the stuff that you do know about me is part of what's been written and stuff. It's a reading material. As me as a person, you really don't know me. It's not like you reached out and talked to people that know me. It's not like you went and interviewed people and know me. When it comes to the situation of you saying that I am blaming I'm here on grounds of the situation that occurred. I could have handled the another way. And I chose to handle it the way I handle it. And there was consequences of the situation. But throughout my time and everything that I've dealt with, you're not familiar with my environment that I dealt with. And I mean, I'm not saying the environment I grew up in, the environment that my environment, meaning the situations I dealt with the police that was part of this situation. You didn't deal with, I've walked through this whole thing. And on the grounds of me walking through this whole thing, the only way that I have any, how do I say it? Any show for it is the fact that I was outspoken in the courtroom. So my transcripts read a lot more than just my paperwork does in this situation. As I said, sitting in front of you and saying, I don't take accountability. I do take accountability, but at the same time, what happened to me isn't all about the situation that took place. There's more to it besides that. And the only way that I can prove that there's more to it besides that is the fact that I have to get out today, whenever y'all say, or 8 months, no matter which one comes. And then I'm able to go and prove the parts of me. As for what I said, I ran into a situation. I handled the situation incorrectly. Not everybody is able to communicate in a situation. Not everybody's on the same levels. Like my situation sitting in front of you is different than your situation sitting in front of me, because you guys go through this with a lot of people that I don't go through this with a lot of people. You know what I mean? I don't sit in front of people and have to sell myself, and because I know what kind of person I am as a person. I also know that people make mistakes and situations occur, and not all situations go the way they're supposed to go, and not all the situations go bad or good. And there's situations that occur. I'm here. I mean, I didn't come in here acting a fool. I didn't come in here losing myself. I came in here and did all that I can do to do the same thing, which is build myself up and stick to the fact that I'm still a person. I'm not a bad person. I'm still a person that basically, I won't give up on something that is mine, something that I feel that
It's not a matter, for me, it's not a matter of giving up. It's a matter of finding the appropriate way to handle the things that you have to handle. And you haven't been handling the things that in the way that were best for you or best for the individual that was on the other side of the whatever you were doing.
But as I said, I mean, when it comes to the situation, there's two people involved. I'm the individual who basically sitting in front of you. That's the bottom line when it comes down to it. Now, the other person, she's not here. She had nothing to do with it. She don't want nothing to do with it. But at the same time, when I go home, I'm still going to be a father. We're still going to have to deal with it. I'm not going to be able to just walk. I'm not going to walk away from the something that I gave life to.
And I understand all of that. I understand all that. My point is that I think you still need to find the skills that you need to have to be able to deal with those things in a way that doesn't put you back in prison.
Oh, and I understand that.
But that's what I'm trying to share with you. That for me, you haven't taken the significant kind of programming that will help you. You haven't taken an anger management course, have you?
Oh, no, I wasn't.
So, there's something that might be helpful because you seem to have at some point some issue with that, with controlling your anger. You don't see it that way?
And actually,
you got all these prior protective orders, the threatening. You don't see it as part of your.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You can respond.
As I said, the protective orders, the violation of protective orders is, like I said, when I've been in many relationships, I've had relationships, and you don't see my history of any relationships. What you see is an individual who have children with a person. And as I have children with a person, I earned that. I brought that child into the world.
But while you're sitting there in prison, Mr. Williams, the mother is raising that child and is worthy of your respect for doing that, for doing the parenting that you're not there to do. When the police made contact with you, were you not in possession of the lug nuts and the handle to the jack of the car?
The police did not come in contact with me. What they did is they went to my house and took a picture of a car that had the lug nuts and the jack in it. And as I said, yes, I did take it. And I did. I took something that I purchased.
You said was yours.
Huh?
I think you took something you said was yours.
Out of spite.
I was attempting to take something that was mine. However, it was put on a vehicle, and like I said, I reacted in a negative way by doing such a thing. My thing with that is, if you do something for somebody, you just walk away and leave it alone. I mean, that's basically it when it comes to that.
Mr. Williams, I really want to try to figure out a way to help you, but I'm just having a difficult time with it right now. I'm trying to find a way to help you to figure out how you get this programming that might be more beneficial for you for when you go on the outside and gives you the skill sets that you need to be able to deal with some of these situations a little bit differently. But I don't seem to be getting to that point with you. So right now, I'm going to stop asking you any questions. I'm going to allow my colleagues to ask you some questions, and we'll go from there. I wish you the best of luck, though. I really do. I think that, on some level, you do want to do what's right, but I don't think you're moving in the right direction at this particular point. And you've got, also 4 years of probation after this. So you're gonna have to be dealing with the system for an additional 4 years, even when you do get out.
I had no problem doing it any other time that I had it. Appreciate your
All right.
time.
All right, listen, thank you so much for talking with me.
Gentleman for Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Williams, I'm just curious to know how many children's mother, how many baby moms, as you guys call it? How many?
I apologize. I have children with 3 women out there. I have older
3
children.
women and how many children?
Oh, I have 5 children. I have kids right now. I only have 2 kids right now under the age of 18. I have a 13-year-old and a 12-year-old.
Okay, 12-year-old and a 13-year-old. And is that with the current victim?
Yeah, I have one with her and one with another woman.
Okay, and how long did you know the one with her? I don't know.
How long did
How long did you know her? How many?
Know her?
Yes, how long were you with her?
I knew her for a little while, and then
You got pregnant?
It was an agreement. I mean, we were friends, and then it expanded upwards, and then she got pregnant, I'd say, maybe 6 months later, 6 months.
But how long before she got pregnant?
Did I know her?
Yeah.
Without messing with her? I would say maybe 2 years, a year.
And how about the second one?
The second one?
Yep.
We weren't really in a relationship like that. I basically I knew her.
Lies, Mr.
No.
Williams. This is where the problem. I said this is where the problem lies. You lay down with people that you really don't know, and you create life, and then it's hard to deal with these people for the rest of your life, and you don't know them.
Oh, well, like I said, understandable. The son you're talking about right now, the girl, I actually had custody of my son at one time. I had custody of my son for 3.5.
That's not my issue. My issue is it's so difficult for you to parent with people because you don't know them. If you would have known that this lady was the way that she is, would you have pursued a relationship with her?
No, actually, I apologize to laugh, but no, I mean, I stated that to Smiley as well. I mean, I did state that to her. We choose.
It's the choices that we make. It's the choices that you make that put you in this situation. Because if you would have probably waited another year or so, you would have seen true colors. But when you meet someone, the sex is good, you feel good about because it's so new.
Oh, no, that's not about me. I apologize, but no. My biggest thing was my children.
But you don't have children if you didn't have all of that stuff before. You wouldn't just have, I said you wouldn't have children if you weren't in that before stage, the stage where things are good and she's so pretty and, sex is regular. And that's how you get children with people that you don't know, is all that I'm saying. And had you been more precautious, I'll say, about who you conceive with, your life wouldn't be so difficult. That's the long story short that I'm trying to get at with you. But let's move forward just a second. And so how do you think the interview went with Officer Smelly?
Oh, I mean, I guess I overthink things. So when she asked me questions, I basically was overthinking them and getting more in depth. I didn't realize that it needed to be a certain way. And how do I feel that it went? I feel that on my grounds, I was just trying to be open as I can.
Do you think you were rude to her at any point, in any way or disrespectful?
Oh, I mean, if she took it as that way, I can't say how a person takes something.
Asking you.
But I don't feel that I feel that when questions were asked to me and I was attempting to answer them to the best of my knowledge and understanding, that I was basically corrected. And at that time, there was bumping of heads, I guess you could say, or the rudeness there. As for me, I mean, I was just trying to be as open as I can. And when it comes to me being as open as I can, it takes me a minute to sit back, think, and then start the question. I mean, to answer the questions. If she took, like I said, it was an interview.
It's not about how she took it. You just admitted though that you guys bumped heads. So that can be uncomfortable because if a difference of opinion will lead to that. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, at the end of the day, we're all here trying to do our jobs. And none of us know you, sir, because if any of us did know you, we wouldn't be able to do our jobs. That's not our role. We don't get to sit down with people and get to know them, because if I do know you, people do come and sit in that chair that I do know, that I have had interactions with, because I grew up in New Haven. You know, I know people. And when I do, I have to recuse myself from the case because I can't sit on it. My job prohibits that. So they want people who do not know the individuals that we're coming across, so that we can look through the file and make sure, just from an outside eye looking in, is this person suitable? Not, oh my God, I love him so much. He's so sweet. He's so kind. That's not our job. Our job is to look at what we have in front of us. And this is your resume. This is it. This is all we have. We don't go and ask people your personality. No, we don't go and talk to your loved ones and see what kind of input or influence you've had on them. No, we don't do that. That's not our job. Our job is to look at what we have and make a decision based on what we have in our discussion with you. And I have one last thing, and I appreciate your letting me talk, Mr. Williams. I really do. I forgot what the one last thing was. Oh my gosh.
Our jobs.
Huh?
You were talking about our jobs, not to know him.
Oh, it was something else after. My mind is always all over the place. So, you know, I really do hope, I can appreciate, just so that you know, your desire to be there for your children. That's admirable. There are a lot of men who step away from that without it even a look back. So I appreciate that. You seem fairly intelligent. So I'm just hoping that you utilize intelligence to pursue things in a different way. That's it. Okay, is the court system or the criminal justice system always going to play out in your favor? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You have lots of strikes against you. One could be the color of your skin. The two could be that you're an ex-felon, or that you're currently incarcerated. There's so many things that not even your behavior can determine whether or not the strikes are against you. Just being who you are. So you have to figure out a way to navigate life with those challenges. Yes. Because otherwise, like Mr. Rodriguez said, you're going to be right back here in prison. And that's not our desire for you. We want you to be home with your kids. We want you to be a good father to them. People need their fathers in their lives. They do. But you have to go about it in a different way. That's it. That's it. Thank you. You want to respond or?
No, like I said, I apologize to her if she took it in any way that I was being rude or disrespectful. My truth is, like, I mean, I can sit here and go into the situations as I recall them as well. And like I said, I mean, I answered what I had to answer to the best of my ability. Sometimes my answers weren't to the point or as expected of me. And with that's where I was with that. I mean, basically the situation dragged out longer. That was one. We were already dealing with situations in here. That was two. And right from the beginning of me reading the thing, there was already bumping. As I said, I'm a piece of paper in front of you, and I how did the interview go? So the interview was given by an individual. That person put the notes in the interview, and that's how you see, and that's what caused you to ask me that question. So as I said, I didn't take it as me being rude. I didn't take it as I feel that she was just there. She was to do what she was to do, and I wasn't the typical individual that I would say had the answers and studied for the test because I wasn't prepared. I was just brainstorming my brain to come up with the solution of what she asked me and giving her the walkthrough of the situations.
No. Well, when you apologize for something, Mr. Williams, I want you to practice this. You just say, my apology, and leave it at that. Seriously, yeah. Because it's almost like whatever you say after that or after that but negates everything you just said.
I don't understand how you say that. All right, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Okay. This is what I wanted to ask. I remember now. Thank you. So when they called you when you were at religious services, you said, tell us what happened again. You went down. You didn't know what time it was going to be, but you knew it was today, right?
Yes, I was told it was today. I have the paper as I talked to Miss Smiley.
All right. Okay. So you knew it was today. So you went down to religious services and they said they called you over the loudspeaker or whatever. I don't know.
No loudspeakers. We're outside doing a sweat lodge at this time. A sweat lodge consists of being outside. We start a fire. On the fire, we gotta let the rocks heat up. So that takes a little time. So and after that, then we present ourselves. We go into the built structure. We bring in the rocks. We steam ourselves. We cleanse ourselves basically.
So did they interrupt you in all of that and say it's time for your hearing?
No. What happened was they called the tower. The tower communicated that they needed me to come inside. There is only one individual outside with us. It's the chaplain. The chaplain cannot leave the other inmates in the situation. So at that time, the chaplain explained to them that they would have to send somebody out to get me. At that time, we had a long time before that, at least almost 45 minutes before I even entered the sweat lodge or anything like that. So at the time, when it came time, I entered the sweat lodge on the grounds that maybe I was going to be the last one and it was going to take place after. I went through, there's 4 sessions of it.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to figure out, I appreciate what you're telling me. So it wasn't like they called you and you were just like, I'm in my religious thing and I'm ignoring what you're saying. So you're saying that there was no one there. There was not a person there to escort you up to the hearing room.
No, the person came to escort me up to the hearing about when I came in here, we'll say 30 minutes before I came in here, a person was at the gates. I exited out. We exited out on our, because we're going for 4 of them. I already went through 2. On the grounds, we were opening it up. There was a guy at the gate. That's when they said, and that's the first time the escort came out.
And so you went with them?
Yeah, it was done. Okay. I brought myself in.
All right. Thank you, sir. Sorry.
That's all right. Mr. Williams, how many times a month is there a sweat lodge?
We have them once a month, but we haven't had one in, let me see, 3 months, probably 3 months. So this was the first one. It was supposed to be yesterday that it was supposed to happen. They canceled it for whatever reason, and they did it today. It started early this morning, 9 o'clock. And as I said, I did look on the paperwork that Miss Smiley gave me.
Okay, all right.
Okay, go ahead.
It's just, have you ever taken a fatherhood program?
Yes, I did. When I first came home, in 2009, I did take one.
So out in the community, not there in the facility?
Yes. No, in the community. Okay. I don't think they offer one in this
Yes,
facility.
They do. Yes, they do. Forever dads, 24/7 dads, fatherhood, parenting. And I'm mentioning that because one of the key components of those programs is that it helps you build your skills to effectively co-parent. And that's clearly, part of the problem, as you've explained to us quite a bit today, where the conflict comes in with you is over parenting. So I would encourage you to take a fatherhood program, get some skills and some tools to help you effectively co-parent and communicate, because, your discussion with us today about walking away doesn't help get the situation resolved, where you can actually hear one another and she can explain to you why he didn't go to school that day. But most importantly in the program is they talk about, the emotional caretaking of your child that's done through respect of the co-parent. And, you really do a lot of damage, or anyone does a lot of damage to a child when they disrespect the custodial parent. Because that person represents stability to the child out in the world and safety. And when you come in and you argue and you disrespect, it does damage to the child psychologically, that you're targeting their safe person in the world. And you need to appreciate that fully in terms of, your children being your priority. Well, part of it is you have a responsibility to their mental health in how you treat their mothers. So something to think about. Because one of my takeaways from today is that you like to argue. You like to be heard. We all like to be heard. But their communication styles and arguing is one of the least effective. So we're done with the questions at this point, Mr. Williams. So if you'll give us just a few minutes, we'll have a decision for you. Please don't interrupt. So, Mr. Rodriguez, you began.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts?
I would like to help Mr. Williams. I think he makes it kind of difficult to do that. I can't get through his minimizing some of the things and his, continual, I don't think he's just gotten the insight about himself in terms of how he handles situations. He talked a lot about the transcripts. When I read the transcripts, I remember reading a part where he was, by the victim, labeled that he gets hot-headed. But that to me tells me that there's some issues there. It's not the first time it comes up. Also, this isn't the first time he's taken DV. He's taken domestic violence before. What happened that, he couldn't integrate what he learned then with now. So I'm having challenges with that. I really would like to try to help him. I see that he wants to try to be a good father. I think your suggestion of a fatherhood program was very appropriate at this point, to not only help him with his kids, but to help him figure out how he gets along with the women in those kids' lives, which is very impactful, as you well pointed out. At this moment, I'm a denial. I would like to hear from my colleagues and hear what they have to say, but I think I'd like to see him take maybe an anger management course if he can before he gets out, which is only 8 months away from now, or a fatherhood program that would help him kind of at least get set up on the outside when he goes back outside to deal with his kids and with his situation with these women, because he still has these protective orders that are out there. And I'm just concerned that he's not there yet. And that's not to say that I don't think he's making some progress and doing some things that are positive, but that's kind of where I'm at. So I want to hear from my two colleagues and see if there's anything that you see that's different, because at this point, I'm in denial.
Panel member Barry.
Thank you. I just think honestly that Mr. Williams is passionate. I'll call it that. It's he loves his children, and it's my understanding that he really wants to be a part of their lives, regardless of whether or not it costs his freedom. The problem is that that's the problem. He has to figure out a different way to do it. And I'm glad that he's taking the programs. The tickets I do not like. And the nature of his crime I do not. But I do understand his position. And, he was a halfway house approved already, so he is going out. Excuse me, regardless of our situation today, but based on his criminal history and the fact that he rates out high, I could not support discretionary funds back.
I have concerns with Mr. Williams' ability to regulate his own emotions, coming inside the facility and getting a threatening DR for how he addressed a correctional officer. And that's somebody with a position of authority as opposed to his partner or the parent of his children. You know, a lot of what we see on paper from Mr. Williams, we're used to seeing with people who were in their 20s and 30s. And here he is, 50, his criminal history dating back to 1997, and he does have threatening. The first conviction for that was in 2000, and then he's gone on with other protective order violations, which shows us he doesn't respect the authority of the court. We have confirmed that the protective orders in place are active and full. And, you know, not having a victim participate in the hearing today, that outreach was done. And that could be indicative of a lot of things, not necessarily that, because we often have victims who come and support the offender and their release. And so that could have very easily have been the case today, but it wasn't. Like you said, DOC approved him for halfway house last month. And so I think we should just leave that plan in place. So the reasons for denial today being criminal history, nature and circumstance, and I also have poor institutional adjustment oversight.
That's fine.
All right, Mr. Williams. In the matter of Raymond Williams, inmate number 334451, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, the nature and circumstances of your current offenses, and your poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So the motion carries unanimously. Mr. Williams, you've not been granted parole, but you are already halfway house approved by DOC, so we wish you much luck. And I hope you'll continue to do some work on yourself, for yourself and your children, and we wish you all the best.
Ms. Central, we hear for Raymond Williams. 334451 in conclusion for today at 1:42 p.m.
You're going to show you that future.